being on pace with the world record. Nothing crazy. World 4 is a great example of soul crushing, and then I got a movement of 4 and a movement of 6, and it really pushes you down because World 4 has got a lot of hard strategies. Keep the run going. I have time to save in World 6. Let's just keep going. So World 6 actually came out pretty smooth. I didn't have any big mistakes. I started World 7 being behind by about 2.5 seconds or something. I need to clutch out 7-1 first try, which I did, which was really good. 7-2 went well. 7-5 though is another level with big time save. I didn't get the clip in the previous world record, and I do nail it, which is really good. So at that moment right there, I know, okay, this run is real now. We nailed 7-7. We got that third try, which is the same, so we didn't lose any time. And then we just finished off World 7 normally with Fire Flower, which brought me in somewhere around -7 seconds compared to the world record. So it was serious at that point. With this run, I was finally able to execute some new P-speed strategies in World 8 in the hand levels, where you use a star and 8 trap 1, and you turn back and you get like P-speed. I was able to do that in this run. And then I got a P-speed strategy in hand trap 2, which is another about a second time save. Being able to finally clutch out a semi-decent World 7, clips worked, 7-7 third try, that's everything you would ask for in a World 7. So I felt really good about this run, so I was really happy with it.
Did your goals shift at all after getting the 52, or were you like, let me just keep going and see what time I can get?
So my answer is I have no idea why I kept going. So it was a normal day. I was just doing my normal runs, and World 1 went really well. And World 2, I got some pretty decent RNG, and the run was looking good. And then all of a sudden I got an off-screen wand grab. And that is the best way to start your 100% runs, off-screen wand grab. And I started to get all movements of 1 in World 3, and I was like, is this actually going to be like the God World 3 run? Did the normal strats, banked on some Hammer Brother RNG, and World 3 cleaned up really nicely. World 4 normally ends a lot of 100% runs, a lot of weird movements, but luckily for me, I ended up being 0.08 off my gold, so absolutely everything that happened in World 4 was what I wanted to happen. We had an amazing World 1, 2, 3, and 4, which is incredibly rare in 100%. I opened up World 5 with a movement of 4.
Yep. Right away, first movement, a movement of 4.
And then another movement of 4.
2 movements of 4 in a row. Let's go, baby.
And then another movement of 4.
We got another one! 3 movements of 4 in a row. What a surprise.
And I got another movement of 4.
4 movements in a row, baby. Let's go!
So the rest of World 5 went really well. For the most part in World 5, I did manage to successfully do all the P-speed strategies that I want to do. World 6, the Hammer Brothers were really nice to me, and I didn't make any other slip-ups, so I actually came out of World 6 ahead. Normally, I'm pretty nervous when I'm ahead of the world record going to World 7. I had standard nervous, but this wasn't anything crazy special at the moment. So the first half of World 7 went really, really well. 7-1 first try, and I got fast 7-2. 7-5 though went beautifully. I managed to get the star, the P-wing, get that clip perfectly, and I was able to get a good tail swipe, clean under, keep all my speed. Because at first I was saying, you know, when I enter World 7, it's not like anything special, but World 7 is starting to make everything that happened before that amazing. So I'm very nervous at this point. After getting 7-1 and 7-5, I am really, really nervous. I was so like blown away that I actually nailed it first try on a run like that. I just did not believe that I got it first try. I couldn't believe it. You rarely ever maximize your gameplay with 7-7 perfectly. As soon as I nailed 7-7, I was extremely nervous, and I had to go into 7-9. And We ended up clutching 7-9 with an actual time save. We were able to clutch out the Fortress and clutch out the Piranha Plant stage. It was by far the best World 7 I've ever had, alongside the best run I've ever had, as you can tell. But it was insane. It was insane. So after a World 7 like that and a run like that, going into World 8, I was extremely nervous. There's so many little things that can screw you up. I'm on this run that is just absolutely insane. After all those thoughts running through my head, we approach hand stage 1, and I actually nailed it with the start. 8-1 worked out okay. 8-2, I was surprised worked out okay. One of the things to note with Bowser's Castle is that the 3 hardest things I would say in the level is the statue room at the end, getting P-speed there, the 1-up clip, and then the last one is the duck jump at the very end on the donuts. Once you get past the donut spot, you can say to yourself, oh my god, I actually did it. However, Bowser does have one pattern where he can jump and shoot the fireball at the same time, and when he does that, the fireball will be shot where you're standing. You can't avoid it. There's nothing you can do. I'm so shaky.
Oh, whoa, what? No way! No way! Oh my god, I can't even...
It ended up being my most impressive run that perfectly represented my abilities as a gamer, which never happens in speedrunning. Everyone in speedrunning is always trying to chase their potential, and you never hit it. It is a run where I don't ever have to go back for it again, but I'm going to. But I don't have to, which is really cool.
Nearly 2 years have passed since this run, and it's remained on top without any close calls. To this day, there are runners actively trying to beat it, including Mitch himself. As incredible as it is, one day this record too will fall, just like all the ones that came before it. This has been the history of Mario 3 100% world records. Thanks for watching. If you'd like to be notified when I upload a new video, please hit that subscribe button. Thanks!
Super Mario Bros. 3 100% TAS. Do you guys want me to use splits to compare it? They're like all gonna be gold. Oh my gosh. One of the things you need to look out for TASers is that every like 8 frames they can turn around for 1 frame and turn back, and that's not gonna decrease Mario's speed, which means every time you do that, you're 1 pixel further to the left, which means you can build P speed with a smaller distance. You see those little 2 turnbacks there? That right there is like a way for the task to get P-speed a little bit earlier without really slowing down. And then when you get something like this, where the task like corner clips into the block like 7-7, you get pixel boost from corner clipping. See, it's gonna clip into it, and it's gonna, because you can't be inside of a block, the block pushes you out, and you get a little bit of a frame like pixel corner boost. So that's why you see the tasks do that. It's not just for fun. It's not just for, you know, viewing pleasure. And then you'll get another thing right here where he hits the block, and then you're gonna grab the mushroom on the side of the block right there, just like that, before it comes out of the block, because the mushroom is still inside the block. Again, you'll see another thing right here, the corner boost. So we'll look at it one more time. Boom, you see that little nudge there? Then a frame perfect jump right there. And then right here is the last corner boost. Mario is gonna jump just perfectly enough in this corner that it's gonna corner boost him forward. So right, you see that? But that was just like a quick rundown of how all that stuff works. So when you're seeing that stuff, you know why. All right, so now let's get to the run. I kind of broke down a bunch of tricks for you to understand because the TAS also has an arsenal of their own tricks. Also, if you look at the bottom, the TAS is also explaining things. Mushroom grab saves several frames, so keep your eyes close to the bottom of the screen for the TAS explaining stuff. Literal edge case. Yes, dude, it's literal edge boosting. All right, this is where we get the famous slide strategy. Right here. Bouncing on only certain frames, though tough enemies can be stopped on any frame. Bam. That is faster, the TAS backwards swag. But unfortunately for RTA runners, it's not anything that's gonna help. Corner boosting. Corner boosting. Alright, now this level is fucking crazy. This level's so crazy as a TAS, it turned into a meme. Alright, get ready. Okay, so one thing... Oh my god. Okay, we're good. I'm not gonna pause it. I'm not gonna pause it. I just wanted to say one thing that makes P-Speed so incredibly complex is showing off how the TAS are, like, generated P-Speed in this level. Hey Mitch, do you think Mario 3 will get to the TAS level like Mario 1? If they can do it in Mario 1, you can do it in Mario 3, right? I actually get asked. They're like, when do you think Mario 3 will get like Mario 1? Mario was like facing left for literally like 5 frames there. I mean, the TAS can rack up 1-ups there. I can't. Now that doesn't really save any additional time. You want to grab the power up. Hey, I can do that. I can do the tunnel. The TAS manipulates Hammer. Oh yeah. The TAS got the best case scenario here for Hammer Brother. Okay, I've tried this P-Speed before. I'm very close to getting this P-Speed, the early P-Speed, but I can't do it. I can't do it. Yes, this is the world record TAS. Every single world in this TAS, the TASer gets the best case, most optimal Hammer Brother movements and positions you could ask for. What does P stand for? It does not stand for penis. And I mean, it stands for P power, but the P stands for power. The P does not stand for PP. The P stands for power pooch, right? PP. But PP... the P stands for power. So the TAS did corner boosting to get into the pipe earlier. All right, so here's off-screen wand grab in World 1. Okay, if you looked closely, the TAS bounced off. Okay, so this is damn it. I can't rewind and show you guys stuff while using the splits. I did hit the split late, I know. It was like 4:58 or something, so like 4 seconds faster than me. What do you guys care more about? Breakdown, pausing, and showing you, or the splits comparison? Breakdowns and pausing? Okay, fuck the splits. So one thing to note with off-screen wand grab, you guys can see my mouse, okay? You have to jump into the wall like this, right? You see my mouse, you have to jump into the wall. And when you jump into the wall, you have to get a wall jump and go up the wall. And there's actually a little space up top here. You see my mouse up top here? It's just a nice one tile, you can stand there. But if I jump from this flat ground and get a wall jump, the jump off the wall will not be high enough to get up there. And if I jump from here, it's too far. I can't get far enough to jump high enough to get it. So that's why I don't go for off-screen wand grab in World 1. What you have to do, you shoot the boss 8 times and you stomp on him, and then you jump on him when he's flipping around all over the place, and you force the boss to launch you into the wall. Then you get the correct sub-pixel and you wall jump. You have to finish killing him while doing that and get the final 2 shots on him. So right here, you jump on him, you shoot twice. When you jump on him, he launches you into the wall, then you wall jump up, and then you can get off-screen wall grab. But I will say, I have done this before. So we can do this RTA, but how many people want to see more resets in World 1? You guys want more resets in World 1? How much time does it say? 4 seconds, but I lose like 2 or 3 if I go for it and miss it, so it's hard. We got more corner boosting. Watch Mario's body really closely. Right? He's going normal speed. You see that right there? So it's like everything's fine. Normal. Normal. Now right here. No. Right there. Shoved forward. Saved 1 pixel. Saved 1 pixel. But if you do that to 70 blocks, you save 70 pixels. RTA runners cannot do 7-7 clips everywhere they want. We can't. We just can't. Oh, look, there's another one. So you'll see the task did a big turn back there, 100% to manipulate the Hammer Brothers. Right? That's the most ideal movement. You guys have seen me do this before. I can do this. Fast 2-2P speed. Very difficult strategy. Only worth 1-3. Okay, so this is a huge route difference compared to RTA runners. We definitely do not use a P-Wing here, right? P-Wing, what? Why would you use a P-Wing here? You don't have Fire Flower or anything. That's why. We're coming to an empty room of nothing. Get a perfect clip up here. And then, oh hey, we're at the boss. So that is actually faster. Not only can RTA runners not do that because we can't do all those clips in a run, but we also need the P-Wing later in a run. The task is allowed to use the P-Wing there because the task has different ideas for other levels. But having a P-Wing here is actually really cool. Look at this. Right? You hit the P switch. That's really cool. You don't have to wait for the shells, right? You don't have to wait for the shells to break things. The task took damage right here on the shell, but also bounced off the shell at the same time. So that you didn't have to fly anymore. You see that? It's gonna take damage and bounce, and then land on the P switch. Very cool. I've actually played with that, but again, I won't ever have my tail there because I don't P-Wing the fortress. Remember, we only have 1 P-Wing until World 4. RTA stands for real-time attack, so in real time. Right on, the most optimal Hammer Brother movements, the most optimal Hammer Brother patterns as well. Although, so there's one thing that the task does slower here. If you use a star on the Boomerang Bros, you don't have to wait for the boomerang. In Hammer Brother battles, right, even though you kill the Hammer Brother, you still have to wait for all objects to get off the screen before the chest appears. So when you watch the task, the Hammer Brother threw the boomerang, so you have to wait for the boomerang to go off screen before the chest appears. But if you guys remember from my 100% speedruns, I use a star on the Boomerang Bro. That's one cool thing that I've discovered as well over the tasks. Bing, bing, bing! Unless they use the star somewhere else, yes. But the unfortunate thing for the taskers is that using a star doesn't really help them anywhere. Most optimal Hammer Brother movement, most optimal Hammer Brother position, and then also most optimal... That's so insane. 285. We should see some one-up farming here. Yeah, there we go. That is so risky. Do you see that? Also, the task just did another screen wrap. Right here, what's going to happen is that Mario is going to bounce on the bullet bills on the edge of the screen, and it's going to kill the bullet bills when they're over here. what? That doesn't even make any sense. I've never even accidentally done that. Yeah, the task is like a theoretical perfect run. All right, corner clipping to get into the pipe faster. Off-screen wand grab, very nice. That's all it was. Yo, that snipe on the... I really don't think the task plays this level much faster than us. Excuse me. Alright, now we're going for the most optimal Hammer Brother movements. What? You see all those shots? All the corner clipping? Jesus! Save some room for the rest of us. No, the curtain floor is not the screen border. That's just what I have. Is he gonna go for door 3? Alright, movement of 1. Let me guess. Slow pattern. What a surprise. Oh, yeah. Jesus, man, what the hell? You guys remember that there's only been one P-Wing so far. Now, if you guys remember the speed run, we use a P-Wing in 3-5. Right? We use a P-Wing in this level because it's very fast and we go to the top of the screen. It's very fast to use a P-Wing here for RTA, but watch. Of course. He gets P-Speed. So we would have to get Big Mario wall jump, and it's not even faster for RTA runners. The P-Wing situation in World 2 has to be absolutely perfect if we wanted it to save time. Not even worth it. Bounce the fireball to kill it? Oh my god. Door 3 is so fast, you should just do it every time. But what happens when I have to reset? Oh my god, what happens if I have to reset all day in World 3 because of Door 3? Wouldn't that be a boring stream? What the fuck? Wouldn't that be a boring stream if all we did was get to World 3? Actually, that's kind of like the same... What the fuck is going on here? He shoots the fireball backwards. You don't even see him turn around. Look. You don't even see him turn around. That was a single frame turn back. I have tried that before. This right here, bounce up. That's so cool. I've tried that before. It doesn't really save time, and it's like, it's a single frame trick. It saves some frames, but yeah, it's a single frame trick. This is cool. Watch this. RTA runners are so close to getting P-Speed here as well. Now this would be a huge time save in the 100% run if we could get this. This is a very important P-Speed strategy that RTA runners should be able to get. Well, not should be able to get, but if we did, it would be like that would be like a 4-second time save if we got that P-Speed. We are 1 P-meter arrow away from getting P-Speed in that last level for RTA runs. 1 arrow away. Yo, Amanda raid? All right, I can do this P-speed strategy, but it doesn't save enough time for how difficult it is. With the way you guys see us abuse the P meter, you would think that watching this would be something that we could do. So watch, take a look. Like with the P meter manipulation. Nah, for some reason it's impossible. I've worked on that P-speed strategy so hard. We watching a task for new strats? Sure. All I can say is the task does not do that level faster than me. You cannot corner clip as Small Mario, but you can side clip as Small Mario. So this right here is really cool. That small jump in front of the thwomp is really cool. How many times have I seen this task? I've seen this task maybe like 3 times. I've not watched it in a long time. Look at that Hammer Brother RNG right here, guys. Look at this. Look at this. Watch. He fights it, and then both Hammer Brothers go to the same spot, so he actually gets 1 less Hammer Brother movement over RTA runners. Because the Hammer Brother's not going to move after this one. So, perfect Hammer Brother movement on the task versus, like, the world record or on average RTA runners is probably going to be somewhere in, like, the 30 to 40 second range. So the task is probably about 40 seconds faster than the world record run, just in Hammer Brother movements alone. So, that is actually a perfect example of the task using P-meter manipulation, stutter stepping, to build P-speed in a smaller distance by turning back and not lowering his speed. Watch. Mario will turn back to gain more distance on the platform, but the P meter will not be affected and it will not slow him down. Now that is called stutter stepping, and that is not something RTA runners can do. But you guys see us do stutter stepping very lightly. I call it pseudo stutter stepping. So this is full speed. So we cannot do that, unfortunately. You might be able to work at it for months and months and get it once maybe, but it's not something that would ever turn into a strategy. But it's impressive to know that we can do our own version of stutter stepping in certain situations. Like right here. Like, I'm pretty sure my version of doing 4-5 is faster than this. Like, very close. I don't know if it's faster, but I mean, I do like 1 turn back. Task did like 7. You are not making me watch this airship. I live this airship. All right, we might see some magic here. What the fuck? Oh, that trick is something that I would definitely do. But that's a wall jump, and wall jumps are random, so it's not worth. The amount of time save is like half a second. It's just not worth it. I want to do it, but that jump also not worth it in RTA runs. What the hell was the reasoning behind that? This is where we get P-speed in this level as well. It's to manipulate Hammer Brother movements as well. Like, they had time to kill. Oh, those subtitles. There you go. It was eaten by RNG. How the fuck did RNG play a role in that? Just more RNG to deal with. New strat? Well, I don't think I'm gonna be able to stutter step my way through that level anyways. Maybe there's a strategy we can find, maybe not, I don't know. But now that's just showing off. More pipe clips. More corner boosting. The backwards. So just to put it into context for you all, running forward without doing the stutter stepping, just running forward and building P-speed, nothing's faster than that. So you might be wondering, like, at the beginning of this level, why didn't he stutter step to get P-speed earlier? Because the way the frames work, nothing's faster than holding forward and running. You can't go any faster than that building P-speed. When you see the Tasser stutter stepping, he is going frames slower, but it's to build P-speed earlier, which is faster. Then why not start every P-speed with stutter? Well, because like this level right here, he had enough room to build it, so he didn't need to, like, look, right? Holding forward, and he had enough room to build it. No reason to stutter step, right? You only stutter step if the amount of running space is too small for you to build P-speed by just holding forward and run. That's the only reason you would do any kind of stutter stepping. Building P-speed in areas where you're not normally able to by manipulating the P-meter to build arrows at very particular spots, right? So that's a perfect example right there. No need to stutter step. Yo. No, you don't stutter step to have P-speed or P-wings when exiting pipes or anything like that. No, stutter step doesn't help you. So right here is a good example. So stutter step there to get P-speed earlier because you can't just run forward and build P-speed. And you guys know that because you watch me play this level all the time, right? You guys never see me build P-speed right here. It's because you can't. You don't have enough room to build P-speed, so you'll see the stutter steps. In your heart, I always build P-speed there. Well, thank you very much. Boring auto-scroller. There's actually not much to play with for the Tasser in this, so we're not gonna watch it. This task wouldn't be so good compared to the world record if it wasn't for World 7-4 clip. 7-4 clip saves over a minute, and it's something that's like impossible for humans to do. And that's mainly because what the task does is off-screen. Also, the task gets every single off-screen wand grab, and a human cannot do that. Over 20 seconds from off-screen wand grabs probably saved. All right, World 6. What the fuck was that, man? All that just to get a midair. Wait, what? Where did he get the original P-speed from? Oh, that's bullshit, man. Because, like, if we could get P-speed in this level, we could save time at the end, right? By not running back and by getting P-speed right here, right? Keeping P-speed out of the pipe. That'd be a good juicy time save, but nope. So this is a really cool P-speed spot that I want to get that just does not work for RTA runners. Getting it on these staggered tiles. I wish we could get it that early. It wouldn't save that much time, but it just seems like it should be possible and it just like doesn't work. It's so annoying. Why? That is so weird that you said that, Rob. The task is like the paycheck, and then the RTA run is the result of taxes. That's so fucked up. That's like a really good but not good analogy. So the task keeps Big Mario here, which is insane. How the fuck does he use the P-wing, right? That was literally last frame damage boost. Seems possible, yes, but keeping Big Mario here doesn't help me. Big Mario doesn't benefit you in this level, and it doesn't benefit you in the next level either. And then we get to use a P-wing. Okay, so this is the most abusive P-meter strategy in the history of P-meter strategies. This is the most complex, gross way that you can stutter step to manipulate P-speed. This is the underwater level. Do you guys remember the underwater level in World 6? It's long, it's a really long level. Bullshit. That just saved, like, I don't even want to know how much time that saved. I don't even want to know how much time that saved. Let me remind you, the Tasser saved this mushroom in the fortress so that he could fight the Hammer Brother and get the leaf. Now remember, this is another crazy thing that RTA runners cannot rely on. The only reason he got the leaf is because he fought the Hammer Brother on this tile, right? If he fought the Hammer Brother on this tile, this one, or this one, you would not have got a leaf. So that's a 1 in 5 chance that he got the leaf, but it's a task, so it was no chance. But RTA runners cannot rely on something like this because it'll just never happen. And even if it does, the ability, watch how he does this level. We need to use a P-wing for this level. Tassers, they don't care. What? Yep. Because he's not using a P-wing, his flight is limited. When you build P-speed with the raccoon tail and you jump in the air, the moment you jump in the air and start flying, your flying has a timer. I don't know how long it is. It's like 6 seconds. I don't know the exact time. But when you get flight, you do not have enough flight to fly up to the top of the section, which is why we use a P-wing. Without a P-wing, you cannot fly all the way up here. You can't fly all the way up. No matter where you are, it's just not enough time. So if you watch... right there gets the tail swipe, and then the P-meter runs out. Unbelievable. It's just gross. Frame perfect grab block grabs. So he didn't slow down. And then clips through there. So stupid. So the Tasser was able to save a P-wing there, where RTA runners are forced to use a P-wing. Swag scroller. Hey, I can make that noise. Alright, so the Tasser uses a P-wing in this level, which is very fast. Very fast. I should use a P-wing on Ray, but I don't have an extra P-wing like the Tass does. Right, the task wall jumps here, normally in 100%. We P-wing here because it is faster to P-wing here for RTA run. Alright, normally we have a tail here as well to help us get the like, look at this, we can't do this RTA, we can't do that, so we need a tail to get the fire flower. Jesus, man. Well, we don't use a P-wing in the fortress, but we use our tails, so we still fly in all the same places. We just don't get to keep the P speed. Now this is the elevator clip, right? The skip. But if you undershoot it, it's over. If you undershoot, you lose your fire flower, and the run's pretty much over. What'd I miss? Dude, the fireball shots, I heard them because I have a wireless headset, but I didn't see them. This is interesting. You guys might ask, why don't you do this for off-screen wand grab, right? Like, it is actually very easy. We could just shoot him 8 times, then jump on him and shoot twice, bounce off of him, right? And then wall jump. That is actually pretty easy. That's not hard. But does anyone know why we don't do that? Lazy? Did you just say that? Oh my god, stream's over. I'm done for the day. No. Okay, so we do have Fire Flower here. The reason we don't do this is so that we can still do the sub-pixel manipulation for 7-1. Because if we don't get the right sub-pixel for 7-1, the run is essentially over. If we do get the wall jump and we get off-screen wall grab, we will save 4 seconds, but we don't have a guaranteed sub-pixel for 7-1, which makes it very scared. Or in other words, I'm too lazy, I guess. Okay, well, there is the possibility that we get the correct sub-pixel when we get the off-screen wand grab. I mean, that's always a possibility. Nice, that's the TAS's version of Fast 7 too. The TAS also saves time every pipe transition. If I slow it down, you're gonna see the TAS gets a corner clip right here that boosts him 1 pixel. Yep, there it is right there. The TASer takes any opportunity to save pixels and frames. All right, here we go. That's the fastest inventory I've ever seen. All right, here it is. RTA runners, we do not P-wing this level, so the TASer has another P-wing for this level. This is the moment that really separates the RTA runners even getting close to a TASer, okay? This is the level. We will never be able to do that. Not only is it incredibly precise with subpixels, Y and X values subpixels are your speed acceleration has to be disgusting. How fast you have to mash to fly, like, it sounds like I'm making it seem like, oh, okay, well, just keep trying it and you'll get lucky. Like, no, you don't get it. But on top of all of that, you then have to do it while off screen. You can't see. Went to Small Mario because technically it was the death. I wonder how much faster the difference between P-speeding the fortress and P-speeding this level is. Because the task can stutter step, I think it's just fast enough to use. Because, like, we can just use a P-wing in this level because we just got a P-wing. It's fine. We don't have to worry about it. So I think it's, like, just fast enough. I think it would be really cool to just be able to do this level first. Wouldn't that be nice? See, RTA runners cannot do this. Oh my god. Yeah, no, I'm running right now. Oh man, I'm so glad I did that level. Okay, hold on, quiet time. I gotta do this level. Whoa, I can't believe it. Oh, wow, I'm getting so lucky right now. Oh my god. Oh my. Now I'm just gonna do some stuff that looks like I'm cheating, but I swear I'm not. Airship is too long. Nothing goes on. We watched the fire kill though. Ooh, a little corner boosting. Okay, do we watch the ships? Everyone loves 1-up spam, but he doesn't seem to be spamming the 1-ups. We have not got any 1-up spam yet. He clipped the bomb though. He clipped 2 bombs. Oh, he got Wrangless! No way! What? Okay, that I don't ever remember seeing. It's like pogoing the air. Here we go, 1-up, right? He's like making a point to not get 1-ups. I'm actually curious how he does hand trap 1, like without or with a star. I think it'll be without a star. Yeah, okay, let's see. What? Okay, we gotta slow that down. He definitely did like the fastest duck input you've ever seen, right? There's no way he didn't. The fuck? Can you imagine pressing duck and left like that fast? Like, that is insane. So that's why I use a star there. I'm working with what I got here. Well, I get P-speed in this level, but not that fast, okay? In a whole, the stutter stepping is not that much of a crazy time save. It's only a time save for the level in World 6. You remember the level in World 6 did the crazy stutter stepping for literally like 10 seconds. Which is like absolutely impossible for an RTA runner. This 100% task time is 1 hour, 4 minutes, and 36 seconds. Yeah, right there. Dude, I've yoinked a lot from the tasks. I mean, I can't yoink anymore. I've yoinked all over the tasks over the years. Most of the task shit is dead ends, man. A lot of the stuff that I've had to come up is like variations of things I see in the task that make it RTA applicable. But after watching the task this time, I might revisit some things and take a quick look. You think he's gonna go for the... No, not that, not the sands. So I made a human theory task for Warpless that gets 49 minutes. Yoink is an incredibly old saying. Not incredibly, I mean, it's not like 1920s. No, 1.5 P-speed is another level that's like, we're like 1 arrow away from being able to get it. Does the 100% task not go for 99 lives? Oh, the caption said final 1-up, no 99. Let's not forget Bowser's Basement as well. So where did the Tasser get P-speed? That's where it was. Alright, that's very interesting. Gets to 1 cycle Bowser kill? Bullshit. Just that Bowser kill alone had to have been like 5 seconds faster than the Bowser kill that we do. Okay, so I can never play Mario 3 again because it would be too embarrassing, right? All right, yeah, my turn. Let's get our stutter steps going. Yeah, dude, that's so close, man. All right, let's start it. Easy to beat, but ... Let's go. Okay, so you can instantly see custom stuff. I mean, look at Mario on the map. There's so much custom stuff. The plants in the ground look like little D-pads, don't they? Okay, so I can't select this. And that's the first place. So safety save, of course. And what's in the pipe? Okay, nothing's in the pipe. Alright, first level, safety save. Come out of the pipe. Whoa! Even Mario looks different here. Oh my god, look at him. He looks so, like... He looks so silly. Okay. Alright, we got our fire flower. Goomby Woombies. It's like we got grab blocks already. Peace. Another fire. Oh! They have the select feature. I can switch between power-ups. What the hell is this? Okay. Okay, that can die. The P meter. Alright, flying and P switch. Wait, what's up here? Obviously we're going in it. Got my statue going. What is this? SMU. SMU. Wait. Wait, I'm grabbing coins off screen? Okay. Get some extra coins. I'm down. Nice. SMU. Super Mario Ultimate, guys. Come on. Okay. Okay, you can't re-enter levels, so I got my check mark. Very nice. Whoa! Everything looks so spiky. Wait, I want a fire flower. Okay, can't go in there. Off-screen coin grabs? I love it. That was cool. Ah! Is this a POW? No, my one up. It's okay, we got another one. We got another one. So how does it get more difficult? That's what I want to know. How is it gonna get more difficult? That's what I want to know. Less power-ups? So you mean that he like redesigned each level? The slimes in this game, what? I don't think I can stomp on them. Oh, we got a secret? Oh, what is that? What is that trash? Off-screen Goombies? I'll trust. Thank you for the down arrow. It's the level that just keeps on giving, huh? Nice. Oh, it just ends. Okay. Whoa, the nippers look mad, dude. I went first. I like the vines, man. The art in this game is sick. Oh no. Those are the enemies from freaking Kirby. Oh. Whoa! What? Okay, that's cool. I like that. That's pretty cool. Whoa, what? How did they get... What? How did they get all the way up there? That is pretty cool. All right, what do we got here? Okay, this looks awful. Open a chest and pick an item. Thanks. Toad House needs a little work. I think the Toad House needs a little work. I have 59 cents. God. All right. Oh, dry bones. Okay. Oh. I actually wasn't expecting to go in that pipe, but I'll go. Unhand me. That's kind of cool, flashing blocks like that. Cool. Those guys are so cool, man. Look at them bouncing all over the place. Who made this, man? What the heck? Hey! It was a boss key. It looked the exact same as Mario 64, right? I think. I unblocked the path. We got a key. What is this? Look at my somersaults. What are these? Munchers, do you think? Can I make this gap? Oh, I was gonna try. Dude, so weird. What is this? Wait, what? Oh my god, that's so cool, dude. But I can't go in here. Oh, I can. What? Wrong pipe. Yeah, so cool, but ... exactly. I found a secret exit, I guess? Turn any card. All right. Whoa. Bull crap. What? What? That is so cool! There is so much to explore here. Maybe the tail could move it faster? Maybe. Maybe. Alright, what's this? Oh. I'll never do it. I can never match the stars. I'm always so bad at matching the stars. I love the little overworld question blocks. This overworld is really good. I really like this overworld. Gotta be a possum. Yep. Whew. Okay. Sorry if I'm a little quiet, everyone. I'm super engaged in this. I assume you guys are as well. Oh, come on. Bull crap. Oh, look, he's got a chunky face when he spits. That's actually, or is that his arm? Looks like a chunky face. Oh, he respawned. Made it just in time. Just in time. Are you sure you guys are okay? You're awfully quiet. I feel like I'm talking to no one right now. As long as you guys are okay, though. Okay, what is this? What is this? Oh, the ugly toad houses, man. I can't. I can't. Okay. No secrets anywhere? Okay. Yep. Okay, as long as you guys are good. Whoa! This looks much better. Alright, first airship. Debate power up instantly. I'll take a star. Sure. Oh god. This does look awesome, doesn't it? This looks great. That's a pipe. One hit. Oh, I got the wall jump. Damn it. I wasn't expecting it to be a one-hitter. I think that's the easy mode. I think that's the easy mode coming out. That's definitely the easy mode. From Dust Dunes land, Bowser Jr. started an invasion. Please come fast to help us. The king. Another Tanuki. Whoa! This looks amazing. This is amazing. Why is this ROM hack so good? Okay, automatic. Wait, what? No! I wanted to... Okay, so I can't waste those. I needed to know what was in there. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. He's gaining. Whoa, 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 whoa. Semi-solids? Nice, got a fire flower. I like. Whoa, these little guys. Yo, what about that bass though? The bass in the overworld? You guys hear the bass going? Sounds much better. Oh, I jumped too. Oh, the bushes, they're looking. He was looking up. You guys see that? The bush was looking up at that block. That's epic. Come on, that's epic, guys. Damn. What? That would have been awesome. Sick. So those are munchers. Son of a bitch. Oh, he's looking up again. That's so cool, dude. Is that a door right there? Nope. This is a good ROM hack, man. This is a really cool one. Wait, I'm getting frog suits too? It's only Tanukis and frog suits. Frog suit is still shit. I made it. I like this level. Mario's got a big old butt, though. Oh, bullshit. Mario's got a thick one, man. Oh, I should get a fanfare to see what it looks like. I should get a fanfare to see what it looks like. Alright, what do we got here? Ugly ass Toad. Look at Toad, too. Toad looks horrible. He looks so scary. Yeah, Mario's got a big old dump truck in this game. Wait, what is this? I wasn't expecting a level. Ah! So many directions. How old is Toad? That's the question. I didn't know, guys. I had no idea. I like the quicksand circles. Those are cool. Still got me. It's a fire flower? Nope. Ooh. I don't need... let me just move it to the edge, see what happens. Okay. Yeah, but what's in the door, though? I get it. One Stomp Wonder! I guess that's the easy mode, but like, the boom booms are not the hard part of this game. What? What? I do not like this. Are they on this? They're on the screen the whole time now. Can I collide them? Nope. One of them despawned. Let's go. And the other one is going so slow. Three of them. Ah! Oh my god, I got lucky. That was pretty sick. Next, in my next Mario level. What do the blue blocks do? Nothing. Oh, look at the little smileys in the clouds. They got the little smileys. Well, it's just not one of these levels. Getting trapped. What? That's it. I'm out of here. I'm out of that mess. Perfect one to hit. Yes. Get wrecked, Mr. Sun. Is there just always... Ah! I was too slow, but that looks sick. Look at that. Hell yeah, I destroyed the sun. Why? I don't want to always be a Tanuki suit. I wonder if that's the easy difficulty. Hey, look, a shortcut. Okay, okay, game's got a little fuzz to it. Oh, I thought I was in water. It's telling me to look up. Mega shortcut. I love it. I saw them up there. I wonder if I go left. Yeah, I was able to pick difficulty at the beginning. That's right. Secret dev exit. I'll never know what's left. Well, I have to see what hard is like. Or if I unlock anything. Oh, I thought it'd at least bounce. Wait, what? Oh. Really? Nice. What the hell did that do? That's it, huh? That was a nice little secret. Okay, I have to try and get a fanfare. Oh, the spider! Too many pleases, Toad. You've said please too many times. Look at Mario's like hold left strat. Whoa. Oh. I was not expecting to land on this. Well, the Boom Boom was still 5 shots, so I'm guessing also 5 shots. I'll try and statue him, though. Heck yeah. There's got to be a Mario game where you're rewarded for however high you grab the wand when you jump for it. Because everyone wants to jump for the wand, right? A letter from the kingdom. What do we got? Another frog suit. Dolphin docks. Okay. Weird. Did I find a secret? Oh, look, the seashells. Oh, look at the jellyfish. Why is there, like, grade school 3D shapes? Okay, I need a frog suit. Okay, mushroom? No. I wanted to get at least one fanfare. At least one. Okay. I only have one frog suit, so I can't use it yet. Wait, hold on. Wasn't that cool, guys? I think he wanted me to do that. Guys, I think I'm stuck. Oh, I'm unstuck. Okay, that's a thing that just happened. I thought I was stuck there. Oh, itchy ears. Found. Ooh. Hello. That seems very punishable. These levels are so cool. This Mario 3, yeah, this is some Mario 3 DLC. That's what I should have labeled it as. Mario 3 DLC. My camera looks a lot better. Thank you. It's a good looking camera, isn't it? Another Dukes. All right. Not even close. What? Oh, fuck. Wow, everything looks awesome, though. Okay. The ghosts look really cool. Alright, I'm lost as shit right now. The ghosts are really fast, too. Thought there was more distance. Get me out of here. Fuck! Wait, what's up here? Can't get up there. Oh, you jerk! Okay. I found my way. Found it. Oh. Okay, where can I take this canoe? Secret Island. Come on. Come on. That was Bowser Jr., so... There's no way I can go up, right? As far as I know, there isn't really much of a trick, no, to getting those to work. So, is this like a not shortcut? Interesting. So this... So can I do the mushroom house at the start? I don't think so because of color, right? Yeah. Yeah, nice shortcut, right? Man, these pipe transitions, though. Pipe transition is a full level. This is one hell of a pipe transition. Jesus. Well, how the hell do I get the other pipe transition then? Oh, it's one of the nighttime levels. I like the nighttime levels. Oh, come on. To the night sky. Nope. I think that's where the secret was. I squeaked by there. Did you see that little squeak? That was definitely a squeak by. That was a good squeak. Okay. Hand stages? This is one hell of a slow auto-scroller, though. Oh. What's for lunch today, guys? What do you think is for lunch today? Hope something really good. What? McDonald's for lunch? Not yet. Mario's thick ass. Look at how thick it is. It's like a full pixel. And by pixel, I mean not a pixel. Bro, I didn't know there were these hand stages here. Oh man, that makes this level a nightmare in the speedrun. Get me out of here. Sweet, a Tanuki suit. No, come on. So close. Yo, Cortez, welcome back for 17 months. Oh, my notifications are still off. They're back on again. I'm sorry. Dude, those jellyfish are amazing. Look at them. Yeah, hit up that HelloFresh, man. We are so close. Seven away. Nice try, game. What? I don't even understand what those are. Am I able to go over 100? I'm not sure. If I hit 100, I guess I would ask them. But I only have 6 days left, so I don't think I'm going to go over 100. No. Goomba Shoe in the water? Are you nuts? Goomba Shoe over here, though? Wait, did I just backwards Goomba Shoe shortcut? I did. Uh-oh. Nice shortcut, Mitch. You suck. I did that same thing last time. Wait, is there power up here? No. I was right at the end! Why did I go backwards? Okay, interesting end. You can't crouch underwater. Finally! Not a Tanuki suit. Finally. cheap levels. I'm scared. There was a secret back there for sure. There was 100% a secret. Is there a secret back here? Nope. Secret up there though? I don't think I can fly that high. Nope. Mushroom? Ah. Dang it. Wait, you can surpass 2 levels with those hand stages? I mean, they look like hand stages. A P-Wing! That's a really cool looking P-Wing. Something's being delivered here right now, but I don't know what it is. Yeah, I was just looking at the window. Something's being delivered. Oh, I got a safe state here. Gotta see where this goes. Wait, there's actually... Wait, what? Well, that clip led nowhere. Okay. I mean, I can go for it. No. I think it's worth it. Hey, I found a secret exit. Oh, but I didn't break the bridge. Wait, that was a hand level. Oh, I thought that was a fortress. Sunken fortress time. I love... Oh. Wait, I heard something. Oh, there we go. I got an extra mushroom out of it. Jeez. I thought this was supposed to be easy. Whoa. It's a good thing I got that P-switch jump. Holy crap. What? It's bullcrap. It's something big, that's all I can see. That's what she said. What's a curtain twitcher? How do I get this without taking damage? Right? Like... Bull crap! Am I spying out the window? Yes, precisely. I tried to duck input. What? I still took damage? He was dead! I still took damage from... He was dead! Cool. That is actually really cool. Wait, no water here? I'm in the land of the fishes. I'm in the sea. Oh. You know what? Fine. I'll just get rid of everything. I was scared there for a second. But now I have to wait for the lava. What? It got stuck in the thing. Wow, you really launched those. Okay. Okie dokie. Let's see if I got a notification. Nothing yet. Oh, but another P-Wing? That's pretty cool. Alright, airship. Wait, what? What's going on here? What? No, not anything but this. No, please. Or are they gone? No, I thought they were gone. No. Anything but the flying Cheep Cheeps, please. I pressed jump. Where's my power up? There it is. Oh my god. No, stay away. How am I surviving? No power up, really? Get Wendy, baby. Yeah. Pure luck. Yeah, there was definitely luck involved there. For not taking damage, there was definitely some luck there. Because you are ninja, Mitch. You are a big ninja. Oh god, I am back. Oh, a star. Is this Giant Land? Where does this take me? Nowhere? Awesome. Best pipe transition in a Mario game. Alright, where does this one take me? Not a huge fan of that shortcut. We gotta try one of these P-Wings. Oh, oh my god, look at this Goomba. My eyes! Oh my god, those... You see those pinchers? Guys, I have to go outside and get that package so that nobody steals it. When I come back. Okay. Yeah, I have to get it so that nobody steals it, okay? I have to go get my package. Package theft is a big issue, yes. Hold on a sec. Play some music. I apologize. Sorry, everyone. There was like a million pieces. Oh. Okay. I'm back. Welcome back, Mitch. We're on Big World. They look sad, kind of. The Goombas look a little sad, don't they? The package was a big load, yes. Question mark. Did I solve the question mark? What? New camera. New camera, yeah. Oh, okay. Woohoo! Whoa! How did I not take damage there? Get me out of here! Double exit. Looks like there's a double exit. Oh, that's okay. Wait, is that a boulder? I don't have a hammer. Too many eyes. I got one of each, though. Why isn't that worth something? So, a double fortress? Uh-oh. Can't kill them. Hey, look at that. The slide strat. Oh, MFP tunnel right there. Do you guys see that? The boulder sprite does look awesome. I think it's a, oh, just... I don't trust him, man. Last time I took damage. No trust. I have no trust. Oh, I thought the boulder was gonna break. Typical auto-scroller. Thank God I got out of there. What the fuck? That's kind of shitty. What the hell was that, dude? Like the ghosts? I can't kill the ghosts. Look at that. That's so cheap, man. Like, how do you want me to do that? That's so far the cheapest thing. I don't think that's water, guys. I don't think that's water. What is that? Hey! Oh, we got a hammer. We got a pickaxe. That's cool. What's going on, Trash Panda? How you doing, man? Good to see you. I hope all is well. Hope you're doing okay. Wait, I don't remember the pipe leading right beside there. Oh, I guess there wasn't a bridge there at the time. Oh, a hand stage, huh? Oh, wow. Wow. Uh-oh. This is something else, man. This is something else. Yo, thank you for the follows, guys. Easy mode, yeah, right. I wonder how to unlock the hard mode. My goodness. I made it. I'm the best. Oh. Yeah. I know Trash Pan has seen stuff like that before when ROM hacking. Sometimes the pipes are just so weird with the up and down. Wait. No thanks. Hey, he kind of does look like Mario from Superstar Saga. That's right, he does. Guys, I have 100 cents. Huh. I've seen things. Trashman, I still think you're upset at me because I didn't like the last song that you posted. I never mean to hurt people's feelings. We used to be the bestest of buds of all time. I cannot give you guys 2 cents about anything. Back in the pipe! What? What? I died because I touched the poop water. Lava. Is that what you call it? Lava? No, I touched the swamp water, the dump water. This is my favorite room ever created. It's my favorite room ever created. Oh, let me go back to it. Yeah, so much to do. I should have clipped right there. Okay, so I kept thinking the P-switch was like some crazy mandatory thing, but it's not. It's just to, you know, protect you from those thwompies. The spiky looks really cool. Who here has played this hack before? Hey, I made it. Whoa! Let's go. Let's go. Hey, we did it. That was a nice skip. That was a good skip. Where were you going? Right to the end, apparently. Apparently that's exactly where I was going. Thank you. What? This is a cool hack. Yeah. Nice try. Am I doing pretty good? He's trying to sludge me. Whoa. Whoa. That's right, halfway. Clear clouds land. I finally got a cloud. Finally. Guys, this looks so cool. You have to admit, this looks really cool. I really like this hack a lot. Should I speedrun it? Wait. Oh my god, it reverses. No, see, I thought I was smart there for a second. Wait, can I No, I thought it's too high. What if I fly? Would that work? Hey, this would be a pretty good P-Wing level, yeah. How am I supposed to get that power up? Right? Like... What? That was so scary. No, I didn't want to go down, but now, since I'm here... This level is messed up, dude. Hand it over. Give me my prize! I'm digging this hack, too. I'm digging it. Another hand stage, huh? Okay. What? Yeah, okay. What if I killed the Koopa? I killed the Koopa. I hate that it's positioned right there, so I can't grab it quickly. Oh, wait. There's a hole down here. Where? What? What? Ah! Yeah, what the hell was that? So I think... Okay. I'm just having a salad. I always end up having salads for lunchies. What? This again? What are you eating, Tang? Mr. Tangang? He does look cool in this hack, doesn't he? Skipping lunch today? Right on. Let's have a coffee. How's your day going anyways? How you doing today? Hope you are doing well. I hope everyone is doing well today. Nope. Not trusting it. Yeah, I knew it. I knew not to trust those pipes. Oh, you had a late meal yesterday? Yeah. Oh, come on. Off-screen shenanigans? Alright. Okay, there is a troll pipe somewhere, I know. Yep, there it is. I made it. No? Now, I freaked out. This looks like Zelda 2. Now, are you sure you guys want... Yeah, are you sure you guys want a full day of early hammer attempts? Are you sure you want that? I mean, I'll do it, but I feel like some of you have not seen a full day of early hammer attempts. But, I mean, I'll do it. Yeah, that's what everyone requested at 1,600 subs. That's what was requested. Chat, yeah, Trash Panda knows. Trash Panda knows. We'll do it, man. We'll do it. But, like I said, I mean, I guess it'll be... We gotta at least get one early hammer, right? No, that's at 1,600. But World 1.5 is best part. Well, I mean, technically you will see a lot of desert. But I mean, ooh, this is cool. Well, we haven't done full early hammer attempts in like 3 or 4 years, right? Yeah, I mean, if we meet it, we'll do it tomorrow. Because I really don't have anything going on tomorrow. There's no ROM hacks tomorrow. So we can totally do it tomorrow if you guys want. I don't care about that. I'm gonna go down this pipe. Good pipe. No! I'm so dumb! I'm so dumb! I'm gonna go down this pipe, he said. No! And I'm crushed! Okay, so the last time I did old school early hammer manipulation, which is what I would do when I hit 1,600 subs, was in 2018 when I got the 50-55. After that was the early hammer manipulation and all that stuff. And we haven't done a full day of early hammer grind in a long time, so I'm kind of excited for it. It's not a bad idea. Speaking of HelloFresh, I had honey thyme pork tenderloins just now. How was it? Miss Kerbobble? Eh, she's faking it. Nice try, Ghosties. I know how you work. Ever since then, that's right. Wait, where's he going? No. 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 Telling me I could have just flown up here? Right? 50 minutes was 4 years ago. It's honestly crazy. And now we're at a 50-27 though. That's even crazier. If we beat... I still want to see a world record without early hammer, but I do want to do early hammer attempts. So let's get that incentive met, you frigs. Let's get that early hot air. Oh. I'm on my way, off to the clouds. Hey, speaking of clouds. Dude, the somersaults look so cool in this. I know, I'm sorry they're US only. I'm so close to 100 HelloFreshes. I would have 100 HelloFreshes if it wasn't US only. I would already have 100. I'm sorry. This hack is called Mario Ultimate, I think. Oh god, the auto scroller. Thank you. Yeah, there's difficulty modes, yeah. I'm on easy mode right now. But I think easy mode is just how many times you attack the boom booms and how many hit points the overworld bosses have. Uh-oh. Whew, that was close. Nice. That level was okay. I am actually frightened. Oh, you like the new... Whoa! Whoa! I was not expecting those. Is the level over? Oh, come on. I want to get one fanfare. Ooh, what's down there? Sure, the one time I go for the big block that I've been seeing at the end of the levels, of course it's not there. Alright, Crust, what do my fireballs look like? Are they green? They are still green. Hey! Wow, Hammer Suit actually looks pretty cool. Look at it. Here comes my hand stage. These rapping levels, man. Oh, nothing there. Yeah, I already got tricked. Oh, come on. Frig. Damn it. Alright, where to next? Wrap around, then I go up. Whoa, that guy got wrecked. That guy got owned. Okay. Nice one up. Doesn't help me, though. I mean, if I clip... So then I want to... Did I miss something? did miss something. Yeah, that pipe right there. Down. Friggin' debated, man. Epic. Okay, this level is actually really cool. Right? You guys like this level? No. Why did I go left? Oh, I was looking at chat. Oh, fuck. I'm getting my ass kicked. Wait, what? This is insane. Very cool floor things. Whoops. Alright, well, I guess I got my star. Wow, what a great star level. I sure do know how to pick them. No, you frig. This one slow-ass auto-scroller. Me first, bud. Ha ha ha, very funny. That worked. All right. I thought the coins was a representation of safeness. Oh, man. It has been until now. Yeah, it did me dirty, did me rotten. Look at Mario's little feet when I turn back. Ah! Oh shit, he's coming back! Bullshit. Alright. Captain Wolfchan, what's going on? Wait for that piece of crap to go. Good afternoon, Mitch. Yo, thank you. Oof, thank God that's over. I do have a cloud. I feel like you would cloud that in a run. I'm surprised that worked. Fucking Jebaited. Jebaited again. Why is this hack so cool? Why was that so cool? Hey, Stompy! Look at the snowmen! Those snowmen are cool! More platform. Who sucks? Alright, here we go. Big gains here. I was actually gonna check that pipe. This water's cold. Whoa! Water's cold, man. I'm done. Oh, man. I thought I was goner. I'm a goner. Okay, we're good. Made it. Made it. Alright, let's try this one. I know, the jellyfish are so cute. Look at the snow wall. I don't have fire flower. Now I do. That was pretty sick. This hack's pretty dirty. World record holder right here. Who will be number 94? I don't know. Is this ice? No. Oh yeah, you guys can make fun of my gameplay. I won't take offense to it. It's all a part of the fun, to be honest. Yeah, it's all a part of the fun. Well, that was unexpected. Whoa, this is cool. I don't know what happened there, but that was kind of cool. I was okay with that. Oh, no, you don't. Those are my blocks. Well, I frigged up, didn't I? Oh, where'd you guys go? Oh, shit. Every time, dude. Oh, what? I wasn't expecting two of them. Oh. Oh, I'm in a fortress. Looks like dude was on mushrooms when he made this level. Hey, man. Pass the mushroom. No! Oh. Sun's not doing its job. Why was I thinking? Why was I thinking I didn't need to go to the right? They were blocks. So am I safe right here? Nope. Okay. I had to test it. Hey, look at that. What do you got for me, Toad? What do you got? What do you, boy? Nice. We got hammer suits for days. Oh, nighttime, huh? Dang it. Whoa! Run! I listened. I listened. You see what happens when you listen? What? I need that. I need Fireflower to pay us. So where do I get Fireflower? Do I just die? No, I'll just be small, I guess. Hit me! Yeah. Yeah. Oh, now I get the power up. Thanks, game. Who just did a HelloFresh? Who was that? Who was that? That was good. Thank you very much. We are at 94. Best decision you ever made right there. $94. Let's go, baby. What? Yeah, that's so cool. Take that, Grand Poo World 2. Who was 94? I don't know, but thank you very much. Let's freaking go. There's more. What's this? So close. Alright, what's in this pipe? Tell me! Ultra Sag. Wait. Oh, it's gonna build the bridge. You really think 100 will be met. It's very kind of you. Oh, fuck. That was awesome! Run! No, I pressed down. This is so weird. What a weird level. I like it, though. Oh, I forgot. He hits you still. That sneaky little bastard. Yeah, we're still easy difficulty, yep. Another hammer suit. I gotta try one, right? I gotta try one. Yeah, we're in World 6 now. I had to stop for like, what, 10 minutes, guys? And bring a package inside. Alright, let's try a hammer suit. Let's try a hammer suit. Easy is still hard for me. Yay, shut up! It's my first day. Fuck. Oh, I went down the pipe. I thought I took damage. Okay. This is a topsy-turvy level. I'm not overly concerned about HelloFresh right now. I kind of want to do an early hammer only grind tomorrow. So I'm focused on the 16 hundos. Yeah. Get in there, get in there. Great hammer suit usage. Shut up. Oh, nobody says anything about that double kill I just did, huh? I see. No. Oh, that was right. Yes. Yes. Double kills are so 2000. Shut up! It's gonna be a new audio emote for me. Shut up! I gotta put it on my stream deck. That's when I say that when all my friends are being nice to me. I object. Which direction are they going? Look at them! They're all over the place! Alright, there's a secret here, obviously. Nope. Nope. Oh! Talk shit now, guys. Talk shit now. Come on. This level is wonky as shit. But yeah, talk shit now. You guys like that? Let's go. Friends aren't nice. I'm nice. Am I not a nice friend? Shut up. Oh, we got a clip here. Can we even clip here? I give up. Oh god, I knew it. It's... scared. No! I went the wrong way! Whee! Oh, I thought that was a piranha plant. Uh-oh. Fire Bros on slopes, hardest in the game. I just got a power up, so odds are I'm probably not gonna get one. Oh. Very funny game. Get me out of here. I made it. I'm alive. Nice. Dust it off. Easy. Frog suit? No, we got a mushroom. This looks like a little kid's drawing. Okay, there's no way I can avoid all these fire shots. You do get that game, right? Oh, they can't even spawn the leg. Oh, thank goodness. What if I didn't have fire? That would have brought me back to the beginning or some shit. I would have just clipped. Oh! Turn back shoot. Nice. The turn back shoot for the free mushroom. Easy. Four-eyed freak. Get him. You guys like my coin count? Okay, so that's acid. Alright, that's acid. I object. Due to the grounds that it was too much acid. I made it though. The pesto bath? I like that. No, I threw it backwards! I 100% threw it backwards. Uh-oh. I didn't mean to do that. Safe. All your guys shit talking. I will blame it on input display. Or input delay. Yo, Hunch Coin, what up? This is a really cool hack. Of course, I just... That was some quick thinking by me. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I can't. I'm dead. No! I think that's the first time I died on the airship. The jump was like super hard right at the beginning of this, so... Okay. What is this, Mega Man 1? Was that an object or not? It was kind of there and then kind of not there. Was that a chain chomp? What the? Time to go. Whoa, what is this? Okay. Free off-screen wand grab? I'll take it. This is Mario Ultimate, I think. Super Mario Ultimate. All bosses die in one hit because this is easy mode. There's 3 modes, and then there's a really hard mode that you have to unlock. Okay, good thing we save state. All right. Let's read that again, all right? Let's not mash. Let's read that again, but I feel like this is as far as I can go on easy mode. Not happy about that. Not happy about that. Oh, shit, we just got another HelloFresh. We are at 95. What? Who was that? Thank you very much. Oh yeah, baby. You knew I'd hit 100? I'm not at 100 yet. I'm 5 away. Guys, you gotta put HelloFresh on hold. All right? We gotta do early hammer attempt. Early hammer tomorrow. I have nothing else to do tomorrow. Early hammer tomorrow, guys. We're like 20 subs away. Come on. Early hammer. You know you want it. Can you guys hear me when I whisper or no? Okay, what is this right here? It's smexy. Yeah, we're like 6, 7, 8, 23 away. And I got nothing going on tomorrow. It'll be perfect. HelloFresh. I was gonna say HelloFresh isn't going anywhere, but it is. Oh, the stretches. All right, what did this king say? Oh God, I am back. Thanks a lot. I only finished World 6. I have letter of our neighbor kingdom. Okay. Greetings from Marian land. We're in war with the powerful prayers of my queen. We're about to win, but your help is appreciated, the king. So I pressed A. Sorry, you can't get there with easy settings. What the shit, dude? I can't get there with easy settings. So I can continue. I can't believe I just got like the meme face. But now I have to play through the whole game again. Look, and here we are. We actually just made it all the way back. I'm surprised. Will we get kicked out of World 8? With hard, though, that's a good question. If that unlocks, that'll be sad. Okay. Oh God, I am back. Thanks a lot. I have letter of our neighbor kingdom. Okay. We made it. HLM or HLPM123, thank you very much. Yo, we made it. New content. Hammer Brother examples. Description. What? Do I have to kill them all? That would make sense. Oh great, the level just started. Hey, I just came out of Skyland. What is happening? Get me out of this mess. Oh my god, these guys look scary as shit. Oh, man. Way too risky. Oh, this looks cool. Did anyone else see that? Did anyone else see that? Why the hell did I die there? What is this? I made it though. I made it. No, that was a power-up right there, wasn't it? Saw me fall? I didn't fall. I was holding up and right. The pipe like pushed me. Alright, let's try this again. So what's this arc all about? He's got a good arc right there, but... Nice. That fireball's coming for me. Okay, this is a power-up for sure, right? Nope. If I had a tail... Power-up. How much do you want to bet this guy made, like, Mario Maker levels? No way. I thought I needed him to cross the gap. Oh my god, end, please. These levels are actually really cool though. This is fucking sick. Yes! Rewarded with an item. No! Oh, man! I thought I was dead. Oh, come on, you fuck. Stupid ass. Yes, 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 no, where? Great. Great! What a stupid thing. I'm dead for sure. Alright. What? Go in the same direction. Alright, mushroom. Okay. God. Stuck in a loop? No. Okay. So right's not the way. I can't go left, so it has to... Oh, wait, what? That's the right way. Okay. We've tried both of these. I can't go that way. We tried up. Yeah. We didn't try left. Left up the stairs is where I came from. What? That was so weird. We made it though. That was weird, man. That was really weird. I could have gone left up the stairs, yeah. What's going on, Tasty Squirrels? How you doing today? Oh, God. This for a pipe transition? You gotta be shitting me, dude. Pretty cool, though. I like it. See, that's fucking stupid, man. That's so stupid. It's not my fault that the bouncy blocks aren't lining up when I jump on them. I can't jump up whenever I want. That's really annoying. Music notes were bad touch. But it does create something different, right? There we go. Nice. Alright, we up there. Okay, so what's... Create a little nice safe passage. Okay. Really? Oh, come on, man. Fuck off. Oh my god, that was cool. I wasn't expecting that spike to be there. But that was cool. Wacky ass chain chomp going on here. And I got a fucking piranha plant, man. What is that? Why is there a piranha plant there? This is a pipe transition, man. Get me out of here. Oh my god, this is a pipe transition. What? Goomba, get out of here. Thank god that's over. Holy crap. What a pipe transition, man. Gee, I don't want to go in the next one, that's for sure. Wait, I have to go. Okay. I thought I had to go back out of that. But there's another pipe transition coming up. Alright, we'll try this level. Free power-up? I'm down. Something's too obvious. Oh, great. Okaizo. What's in here? Oh. Okay, so I think I know what to do here. Wait, I can't do that. Yeah, I have to do that, right? Whoa, what? Oh, itchy ear. Okay. Is this like a, you can't go up here on that one? They're like guarding it. Yeah, I need to... Damn. It's close. It's close. Done. But like, what do I do with this? What? What? Okie dokie. I think I figured it out. Oh, because I duck jumped, man. Okay, we're good. We're good. I got it. I'm back. It's a pretty good level. I like this level. I wonder if there's any crazy way to cheese this. Wait, couldn't I just damage boost up here? Oh no, because you need fire. What an asshole. What? Why would I go down there? In case I missed something here? I had a feeling it was gonna lead me astray. I had a feeling. P-wing is the cheese? Well, you need fire flower. Maybe P-wing is cheese. Checkpoint. All because that turtle didn't want to go down. Oh, I knew I was dead there. Oh my god, my momentum. Gotta be a power up here, right? Yeah, hand it over. Alright, here we go. The fun stuff. Here we go. There are Hammer Brothers missing, that is true. What is this? No way, what is this? That was ass! Well, to nukes. This part sucks, man, having to wait. And then, yeah, once you get it, you have to wait again. That's really, really annoying. That's the worst part. Fuck. Hand it over. Give me my power up. I tried to kill the first two spikes, but it was like tough. It doesn't help when that thing doesn't open up too much. Okay. No, it's gonna clip me. Weird. Hidden power-ups? Oh, a twister! What? What's going on? What the hell was that? Okay. We're running out of items. We can't use any yet. What would you like me to do with this power-up? What? Is this game getting better near the end? I can't tell. Guys, is this game getting better near the end? I can't tell. Okay, I made it. Yeah. Yeah! Let's go, dude! Oh, fuck. Get wrecked. The frog suit was finally useful. Thank you, frog suit. That's some bullshit right there. Almost got me. Get out of here. No. What? That's pretty interesting. I've never seen that before. Oh god. Another pipe transition. Yes! Yes! Thank you! Oh, well, we know what level to cloud. Well, we know what level to cloud. Oh man, he just won't let me get a power up. I found it. I found it. It's mine. It's all mine. You know how hard it is to not press A here? That hard. Not 100%. I just haven't gone back and done it. Whoa. What? Oh, I killed him. Yeah, get wrecked, Frisch. Oh. I see. I see. What do you want me to do there? That was awful. Yes, let me out. I made it. It's really dumb. The whole level is great, except that one jump. Because it's simulating like momentum. Yeah, that's stupid. But I also suck, so what does that tell you? What? Why did I somersault there with the Goomba shoot? Did you guys see that? Didn't I do that the other day? Or was that still with this hack? Can't remember. So many stars. We did it, though. We did it. All right. What is that? Is that a moth?
Sup, Mitch? How's the hack?
Peaks, welcome back for 43 months! The hack's going pretty good. Well, I'm not entirely sure yet. We'll see. That doesn't look like a laser. What? Backseating at its finest. Oh, come on, really? Nice design, dude. Frog suit 100% run is dead. Frog suit run is dead. Beep, 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 beep. Those are pretty cool that there's targets there. That is pretty cool. I do like that. Honestly, at first I didn't notice the targets. The eyes, though, they look pretty cool, man. This is still really cool. It's tough. It's not easy. It's really fun. The struggle is incredible. What? It starts off with you stomping me? I object. Oh, I got the pixel. What is that? Oh, is it the king and queen? The king was gone, but the queen was still there. I see. I see. Okay. Who would say that a childish prank would distract you so much? I've kidnapped Peach. Why don't you come to see her? Ha ha ha, King Bowser. World 8. Ooh. I don't want to stop right here, but I'm going to stop right here. It's almost 7-hour stream. Save this for tomorrow. Well, not tomorrow. It depends. We didn't make it to 1600, so we might. What do you guys say? This ROM hack is Mario Ultimate. Just a quick tease, 10 seconds. This is a level that I do have to do it. Here you go, 10 seconds. What the hell? What? There you go. This is what we get to get into tomorrow.
In 1869, German-American painter Albert Bierstadt, known for his landscapes of the American frontier, completed one of his most famous works. He called it Emigrants Crossing the Plains, but most people refer to it as the Oregon Trail.
And he painted a lot of pictures of the Rocky Mountains, which in those days, there was no photography or not much. So it was best for an artist to go out and paint pictures of what he saw. And he brought those back to the East Coast, and it created an interest in people moving out west. You see the beautiful sunsets, you see the idyllic setting of the cows eating the grass under the trees. Artists are often the leaders in new ideas and new ways of thinking about things. So in some sense, I guess Paul and Don and I were artists drawing a picture of what could be in the educational computer software.
In 1971, 3 student teachers in Minneapolis, Minnesota created an educational simulation game about traveling the Oregon Trail. Multiple generations of children played the game at school, thanks to the rise of the personal computer and its incorporation into classrooms. More than 50 years later, the Oregon Trail series has sold more than 65 million copies and has been inducted into the World Video Game Hall of Fame. The game is now a permanent fixture in pop culture. But for the original creators, the game's success did not translate to financial wealth. They made the game for themselves and, more importantly, to help teach their students.
We were not creating the program to be, entrepreneurs. We were just trying to do good teaching. We're certainly enjoying the fame that we've gotten since then, and it's nice to tell our story. And, the fact that I don't own some island somewhere, it's not a big deal.
More like just lucky coincidence that I happened to be at the right time doing something that nobody else had done. It's interesting. I've worked hard a lot of different things, but instead I get a lot of recognition for something I spent 10 days on and was having a ball doing it.
This is the story of how a little computer game about westward expansion in the United States made learning fun, and how it changed the software industry, computers, and education, and the lives of millions of students. This is the story of the Oregon Trail. "40 miles south of Minneapolis, on the banks of the Cannon River, is the town of Northfield, Minnesota, home to Carleton College. It's a small, private, liberal arts college, often considered one of the top schools in the Midwest.
Carleton I knew was a good school. I applied to it because a friend of our family's had gone there, and Carleton had 300 to 400 in each year. So maybe there were 1,600 or 1,500 students there. So it was a small setting. The classes were small. They had seminars that had small groups of people. And it was a very socialistic school. Once you paid your tuition, everything else was free. They kind of equalized everybody there.
I looked at a bunch of different colleges. I applied to Princeton, but I didn't get in. I looked at Northwestern in Illinois, but I did not like the campus at all. I looked at Carleton in Minnesota, which was a kind of a high-powered school, and that looked like the kind of environment I wanted, which was a little bit not in the city, kind of a rural setting. And everything was contained on campus, and I kind of liked that. At the time, I think the tuition for Carleton was $3,000 a year, which sounds like a real bargain now.
In the fall of 1971, Paul Dillenberger and Bill Heineman were seniors at Carleton College. They were math majors, hoping to become teachers after graduation.
Well, it seemed to be the subject that I did the best in. I remember looking at my high school teachers and thought, it'd be kind of fun to be a math teacher.
Well, I always liked math when I was a kid. I had an older brother who was 5 years older who was into math, and he would teach a lot of things to me about math before I got to them in school. I think part of why I wanted to be a teacher is I had seen it done, and I enjoyed learning, and I wanted to make it enjoyable for other people to learn.
I met Bill Heineman in a math methods class. We had a professor who would try to teach us what to expect in a class, how to teach a lesson. We'd practice on each other, how to design a lesson. Bill's a nice guy. We got along right away.
I first met Paul my freshman year when he was on the same floor as I was. He was an interesting character. He had real long hair at the time, and that was new to me. And he also played a guitar in a rock band or something.
Dillenberger and Heineman were on their way to becoming math teachers. But there was a new, up-and-coming field that also caught their interest: computing and programming. And in Minnesota, it was thriving. Between the 1950s and 1980s, Minnesota had a bustling computing industry. Author Joy Lisi Rankin described the Twin Cities as having a computer identity. Companies such as Honeywell, Control Data, IBM, Univac, and more all had headquarters or offices in the area. Some companies partnered with the University of Minnesota and made the state a central hub for research and manufacturing.
So back in the early 70s, computers were quite different than how we think of them today. There were no personal computers. A typical computer might cost $1 million. It would be huge, it'd be taller than a person, it would occupy a big room, often in the basement of the building. It would have a whole team of people attending to its needs. So quite a different thing.
Despite the high cost, the possibilities of computing seemed endless. People were finding new ways to integrate computers into their everyday lives, and soon it made its way into education. Organizations popped up around the state to incorporate computers into the classroom. In 1967, 18 Minnesota school districts formed a new organization called Total Information for Educational Systems, or TIES. Their goal was to get students and teachers familiar with computing. Administrators could input schedules or process payroll. Teachers could incorporate programs and games into their lessons. Students could use the computer to keep track of sports scores and statistics. Carleton College also caught the computer bug that was going around Minnesota. Students used computers to keep track of batting averages in the softball league. There were computer science courses and lectures on programming. Carleton even had their own programming language, FOCARL, a modified version of Focal.
At Carleton, the thing that was nice about that compared to the high school class was that you worked on what was called a teletype, which is a big clunky old typewriter, and you would phone up the mainframe computer, which was at Carleton. You'd type in your computer code, then you could type run, and it would follow the statements that you wrote, and you'd get immediate feedback. This is really nice, because now I can debug in real time rather than having to keep waiting a week, waiting another week, and so forth.
But one of the more popular uses of the computer was gaming. And students not only played games, they made them. One student created a pinball game that was eventually banned from the computer lab because staff kept having to repair the joysticks.
And that was kind of a neat interactive game. That was probably the best game that was on the computer lab. I don't know, one of the other Carleton students wrote that, I guess. And then there was another program that captured my imagination. It was a program called Eliza. It would try to initiate a conversation with the person at the computer. It really wasn't very intelligent, but it gave me the possibility that, hey, you could do things with computers that aren't just numbers. You can do things with sentences, interacting with the person. You can ask them a question, they can answer, you can pick up that answer, you can do something with that answer.
For Bill Heineman, computers were a revelation.
And I spent a lot of time in the computer lab because having a computer at your fingertips to do your bidding, whatever you tell it to do, it does it, and it's like you have your own servant to do things, and you can command it to do whatever you want it to do. They had only a 5-week programming course, and I took that. And I really enjoyed that and thought that was one of the easiest classes I had at Carleton. So this logic and computing was where my talents were. And I took a game theory course, and I wrote a program that analyzed the game of Kala, the game with the pits and the stones. And I wanted to find out what the winning first move was, if there was such a thing. And I programmed it so that it learned. It was a heuristic program that as it played, it would learn how to play and improve. And I watched it for, it must have been 2 or 3 hours. And I saw that it's not anywhere close to the end yet. So I put a sign on the computer, in use. And I went back to my dorm, went to sleep, got up the next morning, hurried over to the computer lab to see if it was done or what was going on. And it said out of memory. So I never did figure out what the first right move was, but I had a program that would figure it out. But at that time, the computer just didn't have enough power to do that.
But programming on the computer would have to wait. In the fall of 1971, Paul Dillenberger and Bill Heinemann began their student teaching assignments.
The student teaching experience that we had was a 16-week program where you would live up in the Minneapolis-St. Paul area. Carleton is a good hour south of Minneapolis. And so they actually rented us an apartment, and there were 5 of us, 2 social studies teachers, 3 math teachers that lived in this apartment.
There were 2 bedrooms. There were 2 of us in each bedroom, and 1 slept on the couch. We did our own cooking. We kind of took turns. I think maybe after I did my turn cooking, they said, well, you don't have to cook anymore, Bill. So the 5 of us would go off and do our student teaching, come back, and then just share the experiences that we had teaching and problems that we encountered and successes that we'd had.
One of their roommates was Don Rawich, a history major from Homewood, Illinois. Rawich originally wanted to be a math teacher, but when he arrived at Carleton College, he quickly realized that math was much more advanced than he thought. He switched over to history, thanks to his love of nonfiction books.
I knew Don just because everybody knew Don. He was the Rotblatt Czar, which was the softball league that almost everybody at Carleton participated in.
We lived on the same floor, but at different ends of it. But I didn't really get to know him until we lived in this apartment and this student teaching experience. Don's very methodical. He's a good leader. He has good ideas. We got along very well as well.
Dillenberger and Heinemann were assigned to do their student teaching at Bryant Junior High, near downtown Minneapolis. Rawich taught at Jordan Junior High, about 20 minutes north, and was assigned an 8th grade American history class. For Rawich, it was a somewhat challenging environment. The students, quote, didn't sit still for anything, and his supervising teacher taught in a very traditional way, reading mostly from a textbook. At Carleton College, Rawich learned the importance of finding new ways to educate students, incorporating creativity into the curriculum. He put those ideas to the test. One time, he and a fellow student teacher dressed as the famous explorers Lewis and Clark and told the students about their travels. Another time, Rawich had a teacher pretend to shoot him with a starter pistol in front of the class. The students put on a mock trial and learned how people observe an event differently.
I was excited and maybe a little naive. I really wanted to do something in the classroom that the students were not necessarily used to. Don Rawich.
By November of 1971, Rawich had mostly been observing the classrooms. But now it was time for more responsibilities. His supervising teacher assigned him the unit on westward movement in the United States. He would have 2 weeks to prepare. Once again, Rawich looked for creative ways to engage the class. He came up with the idea for a board game, where students would be assigned roles on a wagon train and make their way through a frontier trail. As he brainstormed how the game would work, Dillenberger and Heinemann arrived home from student teaching.
Don had this big roll of butcher paper or something rolled out on the floor, took up the whole length of the living room. And I said, "What is this?" And he said, "Well, it's a game. I'm teaching a unit on the westward expansion, and I want the kids to play this game."
He had lots of cards, I remember, that had different things that could happen to you along the trip.
And he described a little bit more of what the game was like, and he was going to have the kids shake dice. And I thought, this is actually a perfect application for a computer program. And Don was like, "What in the world are you talking about?" And I said, no. I could have the computer keep track of what supplies you have, and instead of shaking dice to see how fast you go, it could be dependent upon how much you spent on your wagon. The more you spend, the faster, the better wagon you have, the faster it goes. The more you spend on your oxen, the faster it goes. I could have it figure out how much stuff you had in your wagon and how much weight that was. The lighter the wagon, the faster it went. We could have you eat, and when you eat, you could decide if you want to just eat a little bit to try to just barely stay alive, or do you want to eat a little bit more substantial meal? And depending on how well you ate, it would consume your resources, your food faster, but you would have a better chance of staying healthy. So all these ideas came flooding into me, and he said, "Well, sounds great, Bill, but I need this by next Friday." And I thought for a little bit and said, "Yeah, I can have something working by Friday. Can't we, Paul?"
I looked at him and I looked at Don and said, "Yeah, I think we could do that."
I don't know if he understood what my question was. What my real question was, "Paul, is it okay if we stay at school from the time school gets out to 9 o'clock at night for the next 7 or 8 nights?"
As the trio discussed the possibilities of their new game, one question remained. Which frontier trail would they use as the base of their game? For Rawitch, there was only one choice. It was the longest and most traveled trail of them all, the Oregon Trail. Between 1836 and 1869, more than 400,000 people made the 2,170-mile journey to Oregon. They were farmers and ranchers hoping to acquire more land, business people starting new ventures, missionaries wanting to spread the word, miners hoping to strike gold, and families seeking a better life.
I find this episode of American history fascinating, this westward migration, and particularly the Oregon Trail aspect. This was a bit of history written by ordinary people. So much of what we read about history is all about famous names. The presidents who did things, the religious leaders who did things, the captains of industry who did things. And here was something where we don't worry about the names. We worry about what these 400,000 people did. And we treat each of those 400,000 people as being heroic in their own way, making this very difficult 2,000-mile journey to Oregon in order to try to have a better life. And that's why this episode in history is particularly well adapted for a game. You don't have to change history. You can just be one of those 400,000 people making that journey.
Over the weekend, Don Rawitch, Bill Heinemann, and Paul Dillenberger laid the foundation for their new game. Rawitch, admittedly, knew nothing about computers. His role was to, quote, bring the history into it and suggest the various things that could happen to settlers traveling the trail. Heinemann was the main programmer. He drew up flowcharts for the game and wrote the majority of the code by hand on paper. Dillenberger was essentially the debugger. He wrote up subroutines, cleaned up the text, and tested the game.
After talking to Don about what was done, I started imagining the things that I would do and started asking Don, and we had a lot of feedback. If I do this, is that going to work? How many turns? How long do you want this game to last? And then I asked Don, well, how long did it take to wagon trains usually to get where they were going. And so we discussed this, and I finally decided on that each turn would represent 2 weeks.
You'd have so much money you could buy oxen and supplies and food, and you type in these numbers. And so I would say, you know, today is March 24th, 1841 or something like that. And then depending on where you are in that 2-week period, certain things could happen to you.
My favorite part of the game was actually coding some of the probabilities into it. So it was not just the probabilities of the luck things, but like the probability of getting attacked by a rider was low at the very beginning. They're too close to civilization, but it spiked in the plains where you weren't far enough away from civilization that you didn't have some characters coming after you trying to take your possessions.
We tried to figure out what probabilities that something would happen. And so we would figure, well, the probability is pretty high in the mountains that your wagon wheel might come off, or you might be too cold.
One of the things that you could do was stop to go hunting. There was a timed input so that we could record how long it took for them to respond. So if they spelled bang wrong, they didn't get anything. They were a terrible shot. If they took too long, they didn't get anything. If they took a reasonable amount of time, they got a reasonable amount of meat from hunting. And if they did it very quickly, then they were rewarded even more.
I remember coming up with the idea as, well, if they're going to die, let's ask if they want a gravestone, or do they want a priest, or whatever.
When we were programming this, Paul and I were confined to the computer room at Bryant Junior High, which was actually a janitor's closet. It was about as big enough to hold a ladder and a bucket, and that was about it. And instead, they'd taken the ladder and the bucket out, and they'd put a teletype and 2 chairs, one at the computer and one on the other side of the doorway.
The computer was in kind of a closet. We would spend time after school working on it. And I believe one weekend we even took the darn thing home to the apartment and called, you know, via our phone there.
Over the course of 2 weeks, Don Rawich, Bill Heineman, and Paul Dillenberger had created an educational computer game. It was one of only a few at the time.
There were a few, I don't want to call them educational. There was a Civil War simulation, which basically the only thing you educated there is if you give your soldiers enough cigarettes, you win. And it wasn't very interesting at all. And as soon as we started writing this, we said, this is way better than anything that's out there.
We were young, we were 21 years old. It was a fun thing to do. And Don put his trust in us that we could get this done. He stopped what he was doing and said, okay, you know, go ahead and do this.
With the programming complete, Heineman and Dillenberger did what any good game developer would do. They put their game to the test.
We put it on the Bryant account first, and we named it Oregon. Bill and I tried it out with our kids before Don's class tried it. The first time we had students play the program, they got really into it. There'd be one kid at the keyboard, and there'd maybe 3 or 4 kids standing behind that person watching and reading what's going on.
The words quickly spread through the school that there was this cool program you could play Oregon Trail, and so kids were bringing their friends, and pretty soon there was a long lineup before school, after school, lunch. The computer was constantly busy for the rest of the time we were there. I figured out that one of the students that was there at the time was Prince. And I remember one of the teachers saying, there's a kid in the school here who has his own business. He's a musician, and he writes his own songs, and I figured out later who that was.
We knew there was something to this game because of the way the kids were attracted to it.
Both students and faculty were enamored with the game. But some staff members had concerns.
I remember that when we first put it up there, the people from Bryant Junior High came over to us and said, you can't say that somebody was tomahawked. There was an Indian population in that area, and I thought, well, they're right. You want the Indian kids to enjoy playing this game too. You don't want them to always be fighting against themselves and portrayed as the bad guy.
We would say things like, Indians ahead, they look hostile. We changed it to riders ahead. they look hostile. You know, I grew up in the 1950s and 60s, and I watched, you know, Westerns. And in the Westerns, you know, the Indians were the bad guys. So, you know, like I said, we were a little naive about that, but we learned quickly and we made changes and kept it that way.
With the testing phase complete, it was time to debut Oregon in a classroom. On Friday, December 3rd, 1971, at Jordan Junior High in Minneapolis, Minnesota, Don Rawich introduced his lesson plan on westward movement in the United States. He split the classroom into groups of 5 and had them rotate through various activities, including textbook readings and worksheets. One of those activities was the Oregon game. For the majority of the students, it was their first experience using a computer.
He would have the kids in groups and he'd assign each person a different role. So they would kind of go as a team and make decisions as a team. Depending on what the computer decided, each run ended up being different, which was, I think, kind of nice about it. I think one of the things that the program was successful is because there were so many different things that could happen at different places along the trail. So it wouldn't always work out the same way every time.
If I sat 5 students down at the teletype device and told them to follow the instructions, I was interested to see how they would solve the problems of group decision-making. At first, it was chaos, but the clock forced them to create a democracy to make decisions. Don Rawich.
And it put the kids in the driver's seat, so to speak. One of the things that maybe it wasn't intentional, but I realized right away that when we put this program out there, that it was gonna not only teach history, but they were gonna have to do math to figure out how much money they had left and what they were gonna spend it on. The other thing is reading. Some of the kids, even though they were in 8th grade, we were in the inner city of Minneapolis, some of the kids, their reading skills were not very good. So the kids learned how to read, how to do math, how to plan ahead, and a little bit of history on the side too.
Rawich used the Oregon program for 1 week, teaching 3 or 4 classes a day. He estimated about 100 kids experienced the game. And just like at Bryant Junior High, the students at Jordan Junior High were obsessed with it. Kids came in after school or skipped lunch to play the game again. But with the fall semester coming to an end, the buzz over Oregon was short-lived.
Since it was on the Bryant Junior High account, we had to give Don our passwords so he could use it at his school, which was Jordan Junior High. So I remember talking to the district computer person, and they were looking at their records to say, now wait a minute, Bryant is signed in 2 different times. How can that be? So they kind of figured out what we had done.
Don Rawich, Bill Heineman, and Paul Dillenberger collectively decided to remove the Oregon game from the Minnesota Public Schools' high-priced mainframe computer. They printed off copies of the game's code, then deleted the program. They jokingly referred to their pages of programming as sacred scrolls. After completing their student teaching, the 3 friends headed back to Carleton College to finish their final semester. The Oregon game was officially unplayable. For now. In the spring of 1972, Don Rawich, Bill Heineman, and Paul Dillenberger were preparing to graduate from Carleton College. But the feeling was not all sunshine and rainbows. A war loomed over their heads. Since 1965, the United States military had been fighting in the Vietnam War, and as the conflict dragged on, the American public's support for the war dwindled. It was one of the first conflicts seen at home. Images and videos were broadcast to televisions across the country, and the soldiers who made it home were often traumatized by what they experienced.
When I was a freshman, there were a lot of protests on campus over the war in Vietnam. I did meet with some of them. I had similar ideas to some of the hippie type people that normally I wouldn't have associated with at all. But they were opposed mostly on the grounds that this was not a just war.
The Vietnam War, I was very much against the war. I couldn't even imagine myself shooting at anybody and anything like that. My situation, they had a draft lottery where you got numbers from 1 to 365, depending on your birthday. And my number, I remember sitting there watching them pulling the numbers, and my number was 33, which was pretty low out of 365. And I was sure to go, and I was on a student deferment. That fall that we wrote the program, I went home for the holidays at winter time, and my mother said to me, you know, you might be interested in this newspaper article. So I started reading it, and evidently the Selective Service System expired that year. And so they got a temporary law in to extend it to March 31. And they said, well, if you declare yourself 1A, like fit to go, before December 31, and since the year is extended to March 31, if they don't call you by March 31, then you go into the next category, which is 1H, which means that they have to go through all 365 numbers before they would even think about getting to you. I knew that if I didn't do that, I would get drafted in June. I was my senior year, no more student deferment. I dropped my 2S, my student deferment. I sweated it out, January, February, March, and April 1 came, and I got my 1H card, and I didn't have to go. So, thank you to my mother.
We were kind of listening to the radio all night long, and they would announce a few numbers at a time. And we thought, oh boy, it's getting up there. We haven't been called. We're going to be one of the last ones to go. And it got up to around 340, but it turned out that I was around 345 or something, and my roommate was 365. So we never got called.
Don Rawich was also against the Vietnam War. As a freshman, he assumed the war would end by the time he graduated from Carleton College. But now, Rawich faced a harsh reality. His number had been called in the draft lottery. So Rawich declared himself a conscientious objector. He laid out his reasons for opposing the war and collected letters of support from fellow students and friends back home. The local draft board accepted his proposal. As an alternative to serving in the military, Rawich had to find a job that was in the public interest. Through a connection from a Carleton College professor, Rawich met with a man named Dale LaFrenz. LaFrenz had a background as a math teacher, but he was also on the ground floor of the computer revolution in Minnesota education. He helped launch and grow the Minnesota Ties computer project and worked with Honeywell to implement instructional time-sharing systems in schools. But now, LaFrenz was doing consulting work. The Minneapolis public school system was conducting a research project, studying different models of instruction through various local schools. LaFrenz met with Rawich to see if he would be a good fit for the project. He found the young man bright, energetic, smart. He was a nerd before the word was around. So, LaFrenz hired Rawich to collect data, write up reports, and help analyze outcomes. The research project lasted 2 years, ending in June of 1974. By then, the United States' involvement in the Vietnam War was over. With his public service requirement fulfilled, Rawich looked for teaching jobs. Unfortunately, he couldn't find any. He went back to his old boss, Dale LaFrenz, to see if he had any suggestions. Rawich was in luck. A few years earlier, Minnesota Governor Harold Levander noted that the state's computing expenses were out of control. In order to bring costs down and increase efficiency, 5 agencies, including the University of Minnesota and the State Department of Education, came together to form the Minnesota Educational Computing Consortium, also known as MEC. According to LaFrenz, MEC had only one thing to do in life, and that was computing services for education.
Basically, it was a state-funded program so that computing wouldn't just happen in the cities, but would happen in the rural areas of Minnesota or little towns and so forth. They wanted computing to be accessible to all of Minnesota.
LaFrenz had been hired as the assistant director of this new organization and was looking for help. So in October of 1974, Don Rawich got a job with MEC. According to Rawich, it was an exciting time. He said, "We were the first wave of people working in the educational computing business. There was nothing else like it in the world. MEC held workshops to get teachers comfortable using computers in the classroom. They created a software library accessible to every school across the state. They bought teletype terminals in bulk, resold them to schools at a steep discount. MEC even helped with infrastructure. They collaborated with telephone companies to help bring down the costs of rural schools connecting to the network. Before MEC, only 14% of students outside of the Twin Cities area had access to computers. By 1975, that number had tripled to 46%. When Rawich first arrived, co-workers showed him the collection of educational computer programs available to schools.
There wasn't a lot. In those days, the math departments really were in charge of the computers. There were like math games on it. It could ask math problems and things like that.
Rawich noticed there was a severe lack of social studies programs. And that's when he remembered Oregon. It could make a great addition to the MEC software library. When he asked his superiors if he could add software to the library, they replied, "Yes, as many as we can find." So over the 1974 Thanksgiving break, Don Rawich took home a teletype and retyped Oregon from his printed off copy of the game's code. But he didn't stop there. He also made updates to the game. According to Rawich, he got a, quote, "crash course in programming."
So he cleaned it up so it was a lot more accurate. And I know he did a lot of research. He read a lot of the diaries of settlers that took the trail to Oregon. He got more realistic probabilities. I mean, when we first wrote the program, we were guessing at a lot of it. And he was able to find out more about how likely you were to die or get sick or something to happen.
But some changes required some additional programming expertise. For that, Rawich turned to his old friend, Bill Heineman, for help.
I remember him asking me if I'd be willing to make some changes to the program. And I said, sure, that sounds like fun. Don soon discovered that kids will try to stretch the possibility of answering questions. So when it said, how much do you want to spend on your clothing? They just figured out they could enter a negative amount in there and essentially get money back. So they'd enter a negative, real high number, and they'd get tons of money, which they would buy tons of bullets and tons of food and whatever. So that was an easy fix, just to make sure that the number was positive. If it was negative, it would say you can't do that, and it would go back, loop back and ask the question again.
Later, Heineman also updated the hunting minigame.
Kids soon learned that, oh, we're gonna have to type bang, and they would get their fingers set on the keys for typing bang, and then they would say, okay, somebody press return now, because they didn't want to take their fingers off to press return. On the scroll here, I've got my pencil scratches on the back that has 4 choices: blam, wham, pow, or bang. So they didn't know what was going to come up, so they couldn't get their fingers on the keys and just wait until somebody pressed enter. They had to actually read what came out. When you're doing it quickly, you don't always think of doing devious things like the kids think of.
In 1975, the updated version of Oregon was made available to Minnesota schools statewide. Rawich also wrote up a teacher's guide. It not only explained how the game worked, but provided learning outcomes, historical documentation, suggested readings, and ideas for integrating the game into the curriculum. Once again, Oregon was a hit with students. For the next 5 years, it was the most run program on the MEC software library.
When I was hired in Minneapolis, I then had access to the game, and I managed to include it in my math classes. Sometimes it's just a reward. So I was fond of it, fond of the game.
I got a job at UNIVAC. And interestingly enough, it was while I was at UNIVAC that UNIVAC put in a bid for the mainframe to run the TIES system or the MEC system. I wasn't on the project, but one of my co-workers was, and he was saying that he couldn't figure it out. There's this one program that's using up all the resources. And I said, let me guess, Oregon Trail. He says, yes, how do you know? I said, I wrote that. He said, well, what in the world is it doing? It runs all day long, every day, and never stops. He was not impressed.
With the game taking off across Minnesota, Rawich wanted to share Oregon with the rest of the world. So, with permission from Bill Heineman and Paul Dillenberger, Rawich submitted the game for publication in a popular computer magazine. And with it came an unofficial new name, popularized by the students who played it: Oregon Trail.
Creative Computing asked for permission to print the code in their magazine, which was a hobbyist's magazine. At the time, there was no such thing as software that could be purchased. So it printed out 10 pages of code or something in the magazine, and you could type it out, and as long as you didn't put a period where there was supposed to be a comma and got every parenthesis and every number exactly right, it would work. But we gave them permission, and I realized at the time that, okay, I'm giving them permission to do this. It's public domain software now. I won't get a penny from it ever, but it'll spread like wildfire.
But it wasn't until the introduction of a revolutionary new piece of technology that Oregon Trail would truly begin its cross-country journey.
One of MEC's instructional coordinators went to California and came back saying, "You know, I went out to this conference in California and I saw a little thing about so big, about the size of a small box, that does everything that huge computer out there on the floor does, except it does it in color." He was talking about the Apple II microcomputer. Dale LaFrenz.
In 1977, Apple introduced a new personal computer, often called microcomputers. It was aimed at the everyday consumer. They called it the Apple II. For around $1,200, a user could have a computer that fit on a desk in their very own home. And Apple wasn't alone. That same year, Commodore released the PET, while Tandy Radio Shack offered the TRS-80. It was the beginning of a new era in the computer industry. MEC quickly took notice. They recognized that the affordability and power of a microcomputer would make it a great addition to the classroom and would allow them to slowly phase out their large, expensive telecommunication network. MEC decided to set up a statewide purchasing contract for one particular microcomputer brand. So they solicited bids from multiple hardware vendors. But Apple had the winning offer. Between 1978 and 1979, MEC sold more than 500 Apple II computers to Minnesota schools and became one of Apple's largest hardware dealers. Other states followed MEC's lead and acquired Apple II computers for their own schools. The microcomputer industry boomed. Steve Jobs, founder of Apple, would later claim that one of the things that built Apple IIs was schools buying Apple IIs. The rise of personal computers was also good news for MEC, thanks to their growing educational software library. As schools in other states acquired computers, they turned to MEC for educational software. So, the organization converted their software library, written in BASIC, to Apple II BASIC, and sold the games on discs. Oregon Trail, their most popular title, was one of the first games they converted.
So this original Apple II version was primarily a port of the original text-only game, but it was no longer 100% text. It was mostly text, but the main difference from the original was that the shooting activity had been put into a graphical context. So if you were hunting for food, a little deer slowly moved across the screen and you could press spacebar to shoot at it. You could be attacked by wolves in this game, or you could be attacked by bandits, or you could be attacked by what they called hostile riders. And you could shoot at any of these too. Otherwise, the game was pretty much a direct port from the original Time-Ter version that Don Rawich and his colleagues had created, with a few small tweaks here and there that were important.
Mech's conversion team worked their way through the back catalog of software and began offering software compilations to schools. Oregon Trail became one of 5 titles in the Elementary Volume 6 Social Studies collection. Mech sold these discs to schools around the country. They even offered them for sale to consumers through magazines like Creative Computing.
But after Mech started producing these Apple II discs, there was a potential for them being used outside the state. We started getting inquiries from other places, particularly from Iowa. Iowa wanted to be able just to license all of the Mech discs at once for the Apple II. This led to a new business model where Mech was no longer relying entirely on state funding, but was getting an income stream by selling the product outside of the state to other individual school districts or entire states as a site license. For a school or a district that got a site license, they would pay an annual fee, and they could make unlimited copies of Mech software for its own use during those 12 months.
Thanks to software licensing and sales, Mech made a lot of money. So much so, in fact, that the higher-ups at Mech made a proposition to the state. Mech proposed that they would turn themselves into a company, wholly owned by the state of Minnesota. This would remove all government subsidies, but allow Mech to hire more staff without strict government regulations. They could offer bonuses, commissions, higher salaries, and more. In addition, Mech would still provide hardware and software at a steep discount to Minnesota schools. All of these changes would help Mech compete in the fast-growing software business. In 1984, the Minnesota State Legislature approved the measure, and Mech became known as the Minnesota Educational Computing Corporation. Dale LaFrenz, who was now the vice president of marketing at Mech, was ready to lead the company into new territory, the home consumer market, and for their first wave of retail products, one title stood out above the rest: Oregon Trail.
There were 2 primary reasons that Mech decided finally in 1984 to create a new version of the Oregon Trail. The first reason was that the product was now out of date. The world had really changed a lot in 4 years. Products that were appearing on the market in 1984 looked so much better than the ones in 1980. They were also being created by teams of professional programmers, teams of professional artists, teams of professional educational designers. But Mech had a second reason that was even more motivating for the management. Mech was one of the biggest players in the school market, but had yet to have any real success in the home market. And they figured that Oregon Trail was their best opportunity, but it would have to be a brand new version of the Oregon Trail. It couldn't be the old one. So that was my mandate.
In October of 1984, Mech tasked Philip Bouchard, a full-time programmer on staff, to create an updated version of Oregon Trail for the home market. Bouchard had been at Mech since May of 1981. During his first few years on the job, he witnessed the meteoric rise of the software industry.
When I first started at Mech, the microcomputer group was really tiny. We had about 5 full-time people in that group. As Mech grew, the microcomputer software group got bigger and bigger, and we started working for more different kinds of computers, not just Apple IIs, but a variety of other ones like the Ataris and Commodores and so on. The rest of the company started shrinking and shrinking. The Time-Ter system was shut down. Pretty soon, Mech was all about creating educational computer software.
Now, Bouchard was in charge of updating Mech's most popular game. Upper management was mostly hands-off on the project, but they did have 3 requirements for the new game. First, Bouchard had to preserve what made the original game so popular.
I was aware of Oregon before I even got to MEC. I didn't get to play the game, though, until I arrived in Minnesota. I thought they were exciting, I thought they were innovative, but I also saw opportunities for improvement and opportunities for growth. And I thought, there's more we can do here.
Second, the game had to appeal to the home market.
Now, I was told not to worry about the school market. I did. I decided I want to create a product that can go both ways. Let's look for the ideas that have the most potential for being both entertaining and educational. And let's emphasize those ideas.
And finally, the game had to be built for the Apple II computer.
So that was a big challenge. The Apple II has got this tiny little 64K RAM. It's got these tiny little floppy disks that hold 128K or something. How do we get it to all fit?
With those objectives, Bouchard assembled his team.
There were 5 of us at first. So I was the team leader and lead designer. Shirley Karen was an experienced teacher. She also ended up writing all the manuals. John Krenz was named the lead programmer. Sherilyn Kaplinger was the lead graphic designer. That meant she did virtually all of the artwork that appears in the product. And then finally, we had Bob Granvin. He assisted with programming, and he created the first prototype that we did for the hunting game. So at the time that our team first got started on the Oregon Trail, I was very interested in speaking with Don Rawich. He was still on staff, so I went over to his office and spoke with him. I wanted to get his take on, well, what did he think about this? What were his thoughts as to where it might go? Would he like to be involved in weekly meetings? He kind of demurred. He said, you know, he wanted to really respect the boundaries between the different divisions of MEC, and since he wasn't in the software division, he was just going to stand back and let us take it over. But he said, you know, I think you've got a good team. I think you're going to do a great job, so I'm not worried.
To begin, Bouchard and his team got feedback from their target demographic, children. They wanted to know what made Oregon Trail so special.
Why do you like the Oregon Trail? What is it that most appeals to you? And the boys would enthusiastically answer, hunting, hunting, we like hunting. That was the universal answer. Girls, interestingly, we found that half the girls didn't much care for the game, and half of them did. Then when we started observing the kids playing, we could see it wasn't just the shooting that was attracting them. 2/3 of the kids actually cared about getting to Oregon. So we could see that the resource management aspect was a key part, making sure that you kept an eye on your supplies, that at no time you allowed anything to run out, because that would be certain death in that game. The other thing was the fact that after every 2-week period, some random thing would happen that was usually bad. And it kind of kept them on the edge of their seats, like, what's going to happen this time? What's going to happen this time? So those 2 aspects turned out to be what I thought were also crucial. This goal of surviving all the way to Oregon, watching your resources, and wondering what's going to happen on the way.
With the feedback, Bouchard envisioned a new foundation for the game.
The original game was based on a 2-week structure where 2 weeks would pass, a couple of things would happen, 2 weeks would pass, and so on. This particular structure did not facilitate the inclusion of any actual geography because you couldn't know where you would be at the end of these 2 weeks. I wanted a game that was heavily based on geography. I wanted it to be as much geography as history. This ended up being the idea of going from landmark to landmark, that I would include a bunch of different landmarks along the way, dividing the trail into about 16 segments, each ending in a landmark. And once I presented this idea of a landmark-based game structure to the team all bought into it. Shirley and I, we both started coming up with lists of different things that people would anticipate along the way. But there were forts, of course. There were a lot of different river crossings. But there was a lot of geographical features that people would anticipate, like Chimney Rock being the most famous. But there was still an issue because I wanted the player to be able to react immediately if they ran out of food or if something happened. I wanted things to be able to happen between landmarks. So the first step in solving that problem was that in addition to the landmark to landmark cycle, I had a daily cycle going underneath it. And all of the formulas would be recomputed every day. How much food do you have left? What is the current health of every member in your party? What's the current weather on this particular date? But the next problem was now I had 150 possible stopping points along the trail. That's too many times to ask the person, what do you want to do now? Finally, I came up with this idea, well, what if from landmark to landmark, it just goes on its own? It goes day after day. All the data is up there on the screen. You can see all the different variables changing, your health, how many miles are left, how much food you have, and so on. But anytime you can stop it, and then take an action at that point. But you aren't forced to answer every single day what you want to do next.
The new system simulated a day-to-day journey along the Oregon Trail. Bouchard and Shirley Caron also expanded on random events that could happen daily along the trail. A thief could steal supplies, or a member of the wagon party might break their arm. Some occurrences were positive, such as stumbling upon wild fruit. It made the journey more exciting and kept players on their toes. Still, Bouchard felt like things were simply happening to the player in the game. He wanted to give people more agency on their journey to Oregon.
In the original game, as compelling as it was, there wasn't that much opportunity for decision making. Basically, each 2-week period, you decided, do I want to hunt or not? And how much am I going to eat? Otherwise, it was mostly things happening to you. In the new product, I wanted to take that great beginning and expand it, give the users lots more opportunities, lots more decision-making potential. Part of that was adding, including additional resources, additional things that they could decide in terms of how resources were being used. Spare parts is one thing. So 3 different categories of spare parts, because as I was doing the research, I saw how often things broke down on the trail, which could sometimes be fixed, sometimes not.
Bouchard also gave players more things to do while traveling. They could set their pace, attempt to trade for resources, or rest for a few days to recover from injuries. But one player decision became a tense experience: river crossings.
River crossings didn't occur in the original product at all. These are based on actual rivers you had to cross, and these rivers differed in their conditions. They differed in how wide they were, and what was the average depth, and during the course of a year, a river could change its depth of water in it. Some had ferries available, some did not. Some had helpful Native Americans who could, for a fee, help you across. Some didn't have that. So there were a lot of variables that you could incorporate into this. What a wonderful opportunity. Let's include this in the game where you have to decide how you're going to cross. The kids really loved it. But once we put in the animations, it became a nail-biting experience. You could see you've made your decision, you're starting across the river, and now you're waiting. Am I going to make it? Am I going to make it? And then halfway across, the wagon turns over, or it gets all the way across to the far shore. So it's a very exciting aspect of the game, as well as being an important historical, educational opportunity.
But for many kids, the most exciting part of Oregon Trail was still the hunting. Bouchard wanted to ensure they got it right.
In the original, the shooting activities were very popular, and that included not just hunting for food, but also shooting at attacking animals like wolves, shooting at attacking people, quite a bit of shooting in the original game. For the new game, I decided to narrow that down just to the hunting, in part because from my research, I couldn't find any evidence of actual attacks by wild animals on the trail, and nor frontal attacks by bandits or Native Americans, anything that occurred with any frequency whatsoever. Then I wanted to make this game similar to a genuine arcade-style game, like you might find on Apple II if you bought an arcade-style game, or if you went to an actual arcade and played an arcade game. I wanted it to feel a lot like that. I worked with John Krenz and Bob Granvin, 2 of my teammates. The 3 of us got together and brainstormed hunting idea games. Bob created a little prototype that illustrated our concepts. The problem, though, was that it couldn't be done in AppleSoft Basic. It would have required assembly language programming, which is a bit more, well, considerably more involved. It requires a specialist programmer. But eventually my boss gave me permission to do this, and we brought in another teammate, Roger Shimada, specifically to program this hunting game. When Roger first programmed the game, we didn't have the dead animals graphics ready yet. In his first cut of programming it, he just flipped the graphic upside down to show that the animal had been shot as a temporary measure. Well, it was so cute, we liked that, but we went ahead and put in the dead animal graphics that we shot it just collapsed into a lump. That wasn't nearly as effective. It turned out that it was far more effective just to flip the animal upside down, and it made for a more entertaining game, and it clearly communicated what happened.
With all of the updates, the Oregon Trail game became more and more interactive. But Bouchard couldn't forget that the game was also meant to teach students about the people who made the journey and the hardships they experienced.
So in the original game, one of the things that really caught my attention was that it almost gave the illusion that you were alone on the trail. mentions of other people were very rare. I said, I want to be able to have other people in this wagon. It's you and these other people, probably your family members, came up with this idea. Why don't we name these people? You as the player not only provide your own name, you provide the name of these other 5 people. And then things can happen to the individual people on the wagon. Sickness was a real problem on the Oregon Trail. A lot of people got sick along the way. Sickness and accidents were quite common and were, of course, the main causes of death. I did research on what diseases people mentioned most often, using the terminology that they used. I found the 6 that were mentioned most often. I took those 6 and put them into the game. All 6 are equally probable. I didn't make one more probable than the other. This worked exceedingly well. We could watch the kids. They would almost always, first time they played, put in the names of their siblings, their family members, and now they were in charge of the wagon. It became very, very personal for a lot of them, and really motivated them to try harder the next time. But I wanted to have the opportunity to meet other people along the way too. Some of these people would be other immigrants who were maybe in different wagons, or they could be soldiers or traders or trappers who were at a particular fort or other landmark. It could be Native Americans who lived in the area or had come to the area to do trading. This varied humanity, I wanted you to be able to interact with them and hear their stories.
If players managed to make it to the last part of the journey at the Dolls landmark, they were in for one more surprise. A choice on which route to take.
One was to raft down the Columbia River, and the other one was to take the Barlow Toll Road, which was a very rugged toll road through the mountains. And this is the reality. This is the actual reality that the travelers on the trail faced. And I wanted the game to have kind of a big finale. So to make this a big finale, I wanted to have a rafting game where you raft down the river and had to survive. And to take the Barlow Toll Road, I was envisioning some other game. If I want to meet the needs of different students with different game-playing styles, I'd have a puzzle game. So how about a puzzle game in which you are trying to get your wagon up a big mountain and down the other side, which is absolutely true on the Barlow Toll Road, using ropes, levers, pulleys, again, absolutely true. And this would be a fantastic opportunity here.
But due to time and technical constraints, both games had to be modified or removed altogether.
So I got permission finally to do a really simple stripped-down version of the rafting game, much simpler than before. But at least I got in. But the Barlow Toll Road, it operated in the same way as the rest of the game. We never got in the puzzle game with the ropes, levers, and pulleys.
If players managed to survive the rafting or the toll road, they made it to Oregon, beating the game.
But then when the player got that far, all of a sudden we revealed that there was a scoring system underneath this that had been hidden until they arrived. And they could see that they had made a high score list and that there were other names already on that list higher than them. So now all of a sudden there was a new motivating factor. Because I was creating this product for the home market, and I needed to have all kinds of different ways to get people to keep playing it again, I wanted to go a step farther still and give you 3 different difficulty levels. It's so much easier to play when you can start with a lot of money. Ultimately, it ended up being presented as, do you want to be a banker, a carpenter, or a farmer? The implication with that, each one came with a different amount of money.
If players couldn't complete the journey, they were given the option to write out their tombstone. A fun yet grim way to show a game over screen.
So the tombstone idea came up rather late in the project. The door had already closed on our being able to put many more new ideas into it. We were instead throwing out ideas. I think it was Shirley Karen, one of our team members, who brought up the idea in the meeting. She had been reading about how people often pass grave sites, and she was wondering if you might be able to include that in the product somehow. We had this idea, well, what if after your entire party dies, you can write your own tombstone? This tombstone that you write would be stored on the disc, and then the next time you played that same game, you could see where you had last died by seeing your old tombstone. Or in a school environment where there many kids might be using the same disc, the next kid to use that disc could see the tombstone of the previous player if they got as far as that other player had gotten. And kids loved it. It was a big success. And one of the nice things about it is that if you die on the way, you might feel disappointed in having failed to make it. This was a bit of a little boost. Okay, well, I didn't make it Oregon, but at least I get to have a little bit of fun writing the tombstone.
By February of 1985, 6 months after development began, the team was finally ready to start testing an early build of the game.
We decided to test at a school. We went to a 6th grade classroom. It was basically a 1-hour test with each of the groups of kids that we worked with. We paired them up on the computers. I would tell them, we have this product that's not finished yet, and you guys are going to help us find out what's working, what's not working. So we found that they really liked the game. There were a lot of things they did successfully, but they were bored by the main travel screen. Now, the purpose of the travel screen is to show time passing. That's where you're going from one landmark to another, and the days are going by, clicking by, the data's changing on the screen. Kids were not interested in just looking at boxes of data changing. Got the team together and said, let's think of some radical ideas. What's something different that would keep the students engaged? While we were doing this brainstorming, another person who wasn't even on our team, a programmer named Bill Way, who was well known for his ability to do cute little animations, he walked up and he said, why don't you include a little animation of an ox pulling a wagon? Yeah, we should try that. Don't know if it'll work, but let's try it. Let's try building a whole screen around this. So we used that as the centerpiece of the screen and built a whole new travel screen around it. It was great. It worked very well. They paid a lot of attention to that screen. Now, they paid more attention to the animation than to the numbers, but they paid some attention to the numbers, and they were very engaged. And interestingly, that became the most famous screen of the product. So thanks, Bill, for giving us that idea.
Thanks to their testing, the development team also found a potential major problem with the tombstones. As Bill Heineman had learned from the original game, during development, sometimes you don't think about the devious things kids will do.
We sent out these beta copies of the product to various schools in Minnesota for them to try out and let us know what they liked, what they didn't like, what were the issues, what worked well. And one teacher wrote back and said, oh my goodness, your disc has got profanity on it. One of your QA testers must have put profanity on the tombstone. Uh-oh. So we quickly checked all the copies of the discs. No, there was no profanity. There wasn't even a tombstone. So I reported back to her and said, I'm afraid it was your own students that did the profanity on the tombstones. She said, no way. My students would never do that. But regardless, I realized that we had a problem now because it probably was going to happen in other classrooms as well. So finally, okay, we are going to add another part to the teacher interface. There's a hidden teacher face on there in which you can reset the high score list. We'll allow them to reset the tombstone too. So you can just blow the tombstones away, and any that had profanity then of course will go away.
A final bug check, which included a company-wide contest to find the best issues in exchange for cash prizes, solidified everything. 10 months after development started, the game was finally ready. In July of 1985, MEC released their new version of Oregon Trail for the Apple II.
On this 2,000-mile, 6-month journey to the west, there was no golf service stations, Holiday Inns, or Dairy Queens. All that travelers had to anticipate were landmarks. 102 miles to the Kansas River crossing, 83 miles to the Big Blue River crossing, 119 miles to Fort Kearney, 250 miles to Chimney Rock. Carcasses of dead oxen and mules, discarded belongings, shallow graves, and the ruts of previous wagon wheels marked the way. That's the setting for the Oregon Trail, a simulation discovery game for Apple II computers from the Minnesota Educational Computing Corporation. It's my favorite type of educational game. While playing it, I got so wrapped up in the events that it began to feel as if I were really making the trip. Ross and Stovall.
Oregon Trail was an absolute hit, with students, parents, and teachers. But among all the praise and fanfare, there was a controversy. MEC chose not to include the new version of Oregon Trail in their site licensing package for schools.
This led to a revolt. Like all of our customers, our main source of income was all these site license holders who were in other states who were buying our entire collection each year. And they said, how dare you create a new version of the Oregon Trail and not include it in the site license? And MEC said, okay, we'll do a school version of it, but you'll have to buy individual copies. It won't be part of the site license. So we created the school version, which is actually the same product. Has a different manual and different packaging. And no, well, that's not good enough. You know, we want to include this in the site license. We're paying you a lot of money every year to get all your products. we want Oregon Trail in there too. So MEC agreed, and it was included in the site license. Once it did, there were copies all over North America. This was really crucial because suddenly it became very well known. Everybody was seeing the game. It also turned out to be crucial to success in the home market. Rather than trying to sell this thing through advertising, kids learned about the game in school, loved it, and then asked their parents to buy the home market version. And then we started getting letters from teachers saying how much they loved it and how much they liked playing it on their own when the students weren't around. By that point, I realized, okay, this is a big hit. This is going very well.
But for Philip Bouchard, the greatest compliment didn't come from the press or teachers. It came from his family.
Well, not long after the game came out in 1985, we drove down to Georgia to see my dad, my sister, my siblings. And I brought with me an Apple II computer, and I brought this newly released Oregon Trail game. I set up the Apple II computer, and I spent a few minutes showing it to my family. That is, look at this cool new game we did. Now, to my surprise, my dad decided he wanted to play it. And he didn't make it Oregon on the first try, so he tried again. Once he got to Oregon, he saw that there was a high score list, and that he was near the bottom of the high score list. Well, my dad was always very competitive, so he said, well, I have to get higher on this list. So during this week that we were visiting, I hardly saw my dad. He was all the time on the Apple II computer playing Oregon Trail over and over. And finally, just before it was time to go back, he said, all right, I've done it. I am the highest name on the list now. I've beaten Stephen Meek. You can take your Apple II computer back now. And to the best of my knowledge, that is the only time my dad ever played a computer game. But
With the overwhelming success of Oregon Trail, MEC continued to release new products on the Apple II, including Number Munchers and Word Munchers. But among the more than 300 software titles MEC released, Oregon Trail was always their bestseller. The game was so popular that Shingakusha Summit Software Company took a chance and licensed the game for a Japanese release. In the United States, Oregon Trail became a cultural phenomenon, thanks in no small part to its daily use in classrooms across the country. Anyone who grew up in the 80s and 90s most likely played some version of the game in school.
I remember when I went to a track meet that my daughter was running in Oregon. I went out there to watch her senior year, and there were a bunch of girls on the track team there. Suddenly there was this commotion, and they all came running over to me and said, "Did you ride Oregon Trail, really?" They had thought that it was only people in Oregon that played Oregon Trail. I guess when I realized that just out of a random group of kids on a track team that they had all played Oregon Trail and they all thought it was great, maybe this was a little more pervasive in society than I had even imagined up to that point.
But the kids were impressed. Just the other day, I was in a class and he says, "You're the Oregon Trail guy, right?" So it's just, I don't know what it is, but I had no idea that it would have such an expansive audience of people who played it. It's to touch that many people is kind of humbling in that way, even though the game is quite different from the original, but
I thought this product would reach a peak of popularity, maybe 2 years, and then kind of fade away. I certainly never anticipated talking about the product 35 years later.
Oregon Trail's success allowed MEC to dominate the school software market. But in the retail world, things were different. While the Apple II was the primary personal computer used in schools, at home, other platforms reigned supreme. There were more and more options available to consumers, and prices were coming down. The Apple II was also beginning to show its age. It was only a matter of time before schools upgraded to new computers. In order to compete, MEC had to start porting their games to other platforms. In 1990, 5 years after the Apple II release, MEC finally ported Oregon Trail and other popular titles to new platforms, such as MS-DOS. But it seemed too little, too late. Dale LaFrenz, who was now the president and CEO of MEC, admitted that the company was, quote, "going to get eaten alive," It needed investment capital to develop new titles, port more games to other platforms, and expand their distribution. But the state of Minnesota couldn't provide any additional funding and decided to sell the company. In 1991, a venture capital group called North American Fund II bought MEC for $5.25 million. 3 years later, in March of 1994, MEC went public and raised more than $22 million. It was a huge success. Oregon Trail continued to be a moneymaker for MEC. The company worked on sequels and spin-off games that featured the same concepts, such as Amazon Trail. At one point, Oregon Trail games accounted for 33% of MEC's revenue. Meanwhile, the original creators of Oregon Trail, Don Rawich, Bill Heineman, and Paul Dillenberger, never made a penny off the game.
When you're an educator, you're encouraged to write and publish. Paul and Bill and I, when you get right down to it, we were teachers. We have the teacher mentality. And so to get rich off of this would have been nice, but not as important as having donated something to the world of education. Don Rawich.
If we had started out as entrepreneurs and we wanted to write something and try to sell it and make money, that's one thing. But that's not what we were about. We were always about good teaching, and there was no expectation that it would go beyond that.
Nobody knew anything about software. There were no people to sell it to. I think people sometimes forget that that was a very different world then, with no screens, just teletypes, and very few people were even acquainted with computers at all. It really wasn't much of a possibility.
But in February of 1995, the original creators of the game finally got some recognition. To celebrate the release of Oregon Trail 2, MEC threw an Oregon Trail-themed celebration at the Mall of America. They invited Don Rawich, Bill Heineman, and Paul Dillenberger as special guests. It was the first time they were recognized for their creation of the game.
We were acknowledged as the original writers, creators of the program. We were invited to come and we were given jean jackets, which said Trailhead on the back. And we were given copies of the CD-ROM, the latest CD-ROM of the game.
And that's the only thing that I ever received from Oregon Trail was the game and the jacket.
8 months later, MEC was acquired by SoftKey for $370 million. SoftKey, founded by Kevin O'Leary, was on an acquisition spree of educational software companies. It also bought The Learning Company, makers of the popular Reader Rabbit series. After the purchase, SoftKey changed its name to The Learning Company and used it on all of their products, including Oregon Trail. 3 years later, the company purchased Bruderbund, makers of the Carmen Sandiego games. After all of the mergers, The Learning Company became the second largest independent consumer software company, behind only Microsoft. Meanwhile, the MEC offices in Minnesota continued developing games for The Learning Company. But in 1999, everything changed. Kevin O'Leary finalized the sale of The Learning Company to toy giant Mattel for an astonishing $3.8 billion in stock. He would stay on as president of a new software division at the company. Mattel hoped the purchase would add $50 million to its quarterly profits. But Mattel grossly overvalued The Learning Company, seemingly ignoring its aging games and declining sales. Instead of adding profit, Mattel lost $105 million in the third quarter of 1999. In the fourth quarter, they lost another $184 million. Kevin O'Leary cashed out his stocks and was subsequently fired. As a result of the financial losses, Mattel permanently closed the MEC offices in Minnesota. Later, Businessweek would call Mattel's purchase of The Learning Company one of the worst business deals of all time. Meanwhile, the people who created the Oregon Trail games went on with their lives. In 1990, Don Rawich left MEC and continued his career in the educational technology sector. He worked for Jostens Learning and McGraw-Hill before finally starting his own consulting business. Paul Dillenberger worked as a math teacher and consultant in the Minneapolis school system for 30 years. Today, he's enjoying retirement.
To see it expand like that and used by so many people, it makes your heart feel warm. Certainly there was no thought of, hey, let's make something that's going to change the world. I guess that's kind of the thing. It's a lot of things happen because they happen rather than being planned.
Bill Heineman followed his passion and worked in Minnesota's bustling computing industry before retiring. And in his spare time, he continues to try to make learning fun.
So I coach math team before and after school, and I coach chess teams. You learn so much from playing games. You know, I learned how to figure out 10% when I was little when I landed on income tax and Monopoly. But you play a game and you got to learn those things. So I tried to make learning fun then, in 1971. I'm still trying to do that today.
After completing work on Number Munchers in 1986, Philip Bouchard left MEC and did some freelance work before joining Ruderbund. After Mattel's disastrous acquisition of the Learning Company and the subsequent collapse of the educational software industry, Bouchard switched gears and worked with FedEx and Morgan Stanley on web apps.
Did that for another 14 years, and then I retired. Since then, I've been able to do things that I've always wanted to do, like write books, like science books, or do more traveling, do nature photography, things like this. So I'm still busy, still doing creative things, but now they're more, I don't have to worry about the income, I just worry about doing the things I want to get out there.
Today, the Oregon Trail's journey goes on. New versions of the game continue to come out, and thanks to its prevalence in classrooms across the country, it has become a nostalgic memory for millions, enshrining itself as a permanent fixture in pop culture. There is Oregon Trail merchandise, card games, books, parody games, a musical, and more.
Over and over again, you see t-shirts or other memes on the internet that say, "You have died of dysentery." The interesting thing, though, is that phrase, "you have died of dysentery," doesn't actually appear in the product. Instead, it will say, "Sarah has dysentery." And then a little bit later on, you may see another message that says, "Sarah has died." Furthermore, it never says you. Even if you, as the team leader, die, it gives you by your name. So if you're the team leader, it's Philip, then it says Philip has died. So never does it say you have died of dysentery, but that meme does capture the essence of what's happening in the game. So it's a good meme in that regard.
In 2016, the Strong National Museum of Play recognized the importance of the Oregon Trail and inducted it into the World Video Game Hall of Fame. It was the first game inducted that was created for educational purposes.
We were very proud of the fact that we're up there with Zelda and Pong and Space Invaders and all those games, and here's the one that was a little different.
I have so many people that when they find out that I helped create the Oregon Trail computer program, oh, that was the highlight of my junior high experience. If it weren't for Oregon Trail, I would have hated school, but there's always that to look forward to in history class.
For more than 50 years, the Oregon Trail has taught students about the perilous journey people made in the 1800s for a better life. It's given educators new ways to teach children by incorporating games and technology into the classroom. It helped bring about a whole new software industry, edutainment games. But above all, it taught us that learning could be fun. In 1992, Nintendo released a quirky little racing game for the Super Famicom and Super Nintendo. They called it Super Mario Kart. The game began as a failed experiment, developed as a small side project within Nintendo's Entertainment Analysis and Development Group. But the young group of designers saw potential in the game and persevered. Over time, it evolved into an offbeat kart racer, featuring twisty racetracks, power-ups, and familiar characters from the Super Mario universe. Despite receiving little hype leading up to its release, Super Mario Kart was a surprise success. It became the best-selling Super Famicom game in Japan, and one of the best-selling games for the system worldwide. But more importantly, Super Mario Kart brought people together and set a new standard for multiplayer console games. It launched a franchise that still exists today and continues to be one of Nintendo's best-selling game series. This is the story of Super Mario Kart. In the fall of 1990, Nintendo entered the next generation with their newest console, the Super Famicom. But they were late to the party. NEC's PC Engine had been on the market since 1987. Sega had joined the competition with the Mega Drive in 1988. However, Nintendo was confident their latest console would dominate the market. Hardware-wise, it was much more powerful than its predecessor, the Famicom. But the true strength of the Super Famicom lay in the software. Nintendo knew that all the hardware power in the world meant nothing if the games weren't good. The Super Famicom launched with 2 games, and they struck a balance between showing off new technology and providing exciting gameplay. The first launch title was Super Mario World, a continuation of Nintendo's most popular franchise. Super Mario World was an evolution of the beloved series, with minor technical features to show off the new bells and whistles of the Super Famicom. Things like rotating platforms and transparency effects were cool, but didn't affect the gameplay that much. The second launch title, however, was an impressive technological feat: F-Zero. F-Zero was a fast-paced, futuristic racing game where players zipped through huge, sprawling maps with long, narrow tracks. It was unlike anything ever seen on a console, and it was all thanks to a new graphics technology in the Super Famicom called Mode 7. Mode 7 was able to scale and rotate a background, altering the perspective for a pseudo 3D effect. It was impressive. Critics were blown away by F-Zero. Famitsu magazine gave the game 37 points out of 40, 3 points higher than Super Mario World. One reviewer stated, "The sense of speed found here is unlike any other racing game we've seen so far. It feels like this game clearly shows off the allure of the Super Famicom." But there was one major problem with F-Zero. It was a single-player game. That bothered Nintendo's chief software producer, Shigeru Miyamoto. Miyamoto was the man behind some of Nintendo's most popular game series, including Super Mario Bros. And The Legend of Zelda. He was also heavily involved with developing the Super Famicom. He consulted on the system's design, the controllers, and even the packaging. Miyamoto insisted that the Super Famicom come with 2 controllers. He wanted to ensure developers would keep multiplayer in mind when they made games. But ironically, neither launch title utilized both controllers. F-Zero was single-player only, and while Super Mario World was a 2-player game, players couldn't play simultaneously. Miyamoto felt that development teams had only scratched the surface of the potential of the Super Famicom. So he devised a new project. Make a game like F-Zero, but for 2 players. He assigned the task to 2 talented staff members within Nintendo's Entertainment Analysis and Development Group, Tadashi Sugiyama and Hideki Kono. Both men had experience working with Miyamoto. Sugiyama joined Nintendo in 1983 and came up through the creative department with him. Sugiyama initially designed characters such as Popo and Nana from Ice Climber, and eventually became a game director. His first job was the highly anticipated second game in the Zelda series, Zelda 2: The Adventure of Link. Sugiyama also had experience with the Mode 7 technology in the Super Famicom, having just wrapped up director duties on Pilot Wings, a flight simulation game. Working alongside Sugiyama was Hideki Kono. Kono joined Nintendo in 1986 and cut his teeth designing Ice Hockey, a fun arcade-like sports game for the Famicom Disk System. But his most significant work was creating the overworld maps and levels for both Super Mario Bros. 3 and Super Mario World. Miyamoto oversaw both projects. Kono recalled he learned a lot about game development and creation by working under Miyamoto. Now, in the fall of 1990, Miyamoto entrusted Sugiyama and Kono to direct a new racing game for 2 players. As for himself, Miyamoto would serve as a producer, a self-proclaimed, pretty relaxed role. He remembered, "I don't know if I can really say I participated in this development. It was more like I observed it." Sugiyama and Kono also recruited additional staff, including programmers, to help with the project. Among them was Masato Kimura. Kimura had helped program F-Zero, so it made sense for him to help with a potential sequel. He was named the director of programming. They also brought in Hajime Yajima. Yajima had previously worked on Pilot Wings, implementing a digital signal processing chip, or DSP chip, on the cartridge. The chip helped the game program run extra calculations behind the scenes. Sugiyama and Kono knew their 2-player racing game would need this chip to work. So Miyamoto walked over to Yajima's desk, tapped him on the shoulder, and said, "Let's work together." With a team in place, Sugiyama, Kono, and the rest of the staff got to work. But by most accounts, the work was somewhat informal. There was no master design document, and Kono recalled not taking any notes during meetings. They were more like chat sessions. Everyone sat near each other in the office, so team members simply went up to each other's desks and talked. Many team members split their time with other, more extensive projects. Despite this, they were a dedicated group. Kono recalled that early development was mostly just sitting at one's own desk, grinding it out. Unfortunately, they quickly learned that making a 2-player F-Zero game was next to impossible. F-Zero's racetracks were massive, with long straightaways that gave a sense of speed. The tracks were displayed over an area of 100 screens, but due to hardware limitations, it was way too complex to do this for 2 players simultaneously, so sacrifices had to be made. With 2 players, the racetrack would have to be downsized from 100 screens to only 16. With such a small race course, they couldn't add those long straightaways, only twists and turns. Kono finally admitted, with more than 1 player, it would have been impossible to illustrate the high speeds of F-Zero. F-Zero's fast, futuristic vehicles would not work on such a small map, but maybe another type of vehicle could. So, as a last-ditch effort to save the project, the team changed things up.
That was our first idea, actually. A fun, light-hearted game where you zip around unrealistically in cars. It wouldn't be the life-or-death dangerous world of F1 racing, but more the atmosphere of screeching wheels as you zip around an amusement park. From those ideas, the concept eventually evolved naturally from cars to karts. Shigeru Miyamoto.
Go-karts were a perfect choice. They didn't go very fast, which suited the smaller, winding courses. And they were becoming more widespread in Japan thanks to the rising popularity of F1 racing. Japanese auto manufacturer Honda was heavily involved in the sport, providing engines for winning racers such as Ayrton Senna and Alain Prost. And many F1 racers started their careers by training in go-karts. There were many F1 racing video games. Nintendo had even made a few themselves. But there were very few kart racing games. The idea had enormous potential. Co-director Hideki Kono recalled it was lucky timing for us. But there was one big problem. No one on the staff had ever ridden a go-kart. Co-director Tadashi Sugiyama purchased a book on go-kart racing and watched videos, hoping to get more acquainted. But a senior illustrator on staff and a veteran of the anime industry, Yoichi Kotabe, shared a piece of wisdom with the team. No amount of research beats the real thing. Kotabe suggested the team go to an amusement park and ride around in real go-karts. Kono took the idea to Miyamoto, who needed to approve the outing. Miyamoto rebuked the suggestion, thinking it was unnecessary. But he eventually relented. The team took a trip to the Nemu no Sato amusement park and drove around on go-karts for a day. Illustrators took sketches of the karts. Programmers got a feel for physics and handling. The development team also got to experience the lower speed and perspective of the vehicle. It was an educational experience. But more importantly, Kono, Sugiyama, and the rest of the staff learned that kart racing was really fun. But that was only the start of their crash course on go-karts. Back at the office, the team built a small remote control kart to learn about its internal construction and to let staff members get more familiar with the vehicle. Unfortunately, a programmer immediately crashed it into the wall, ending their research. Despite a few bumps in the road, a new game took shape from the ashes of the old one. By June of 1991, the development team had a prototype featuring 2 driving modes. The first mode used a slower F-Zero style hover vehicle. The second mode used karts. At this point, there was no racing at all, just aimless driving around a generic track. But between the 2 vehicles, the team loved the karts the most. Specifically, the experience of zooming past other racers. But visually, the game needed some work. The racers were generic people with helmets and coveralls in various colors. Kono noted that, with 8 nearly identical guys racing, it'd be boring. So then we began to focus on design. They needed a better way to tell the racers apart. So the development team brainstormed possible characters that were easily recognizable from behind. And one character immediately came to mind: Mario. Adding Mario and friends to Nintendo's 2-player racing game was a good idea for multiple reasons. For one, the Super Mario series was easily Nintendo's most popular franchise. Super Mario World was the best-selling game on the Super Famicom at the time. Including Mario in this new racing game was a guaranteed way to boost sales. It wouldn't be Mario's first racing game either. Nintendo threw the plumber in earlier titles, such as the Famicom Grand Prix series, mostly for marketing purposes. But more importantly, from a design standpoint, adding Mario and his friends to this new 2-player racing game provided variety and recognizability. So as an experiment, the team added Mario, Luigi, and Bowser as playable characters. It was a game changer.
You would be able to tell immediately whether it was Mario or Luigi by the color red and green. They looked good visually, and we were able to clearly differentiate their characteristics, so we thought it was a good choice. Hideki Kono.
Kono made the decision. This was now a Mario game, Super Mario Kart. The 2 directors split up responsibilities for the project. As a veteran of the Super Mario series, Kono oversaw the game's overall presentation. Tadashi Sugiyama was responsible for course design, backgrounds, and characters. With the Mario theme in place, Shigeru Miyamoto's vision for the game evolved. Super Mario Kart wasn't just a 2-player racing game anymore. It was about the thrill of competition, the fun of driving in go-karts, and the joy of playing video games with friends. But before they could figure out the gameplay, the team had to fill out the roster of playable characters. Mario and Luigi were obvious choices. Princess Peach and her loyal servant Toad also made the cut. They also added the newest character of the Super Mario series, Yoshi. The cute dinosaur made his debut in Super Mario World, and quickly became one of Nintendo's most likable characters. He particularly appealed to women and children. Rounding out the roster were villains, including the Big Koopa himself, Bowser. It was the first time players could control Bowser in a Mario game. The team also added Donkey Kong Jr., a somewhat surprising addition. According to Miyamoto, it was to celebrate the 10th anniversary of the Donkey Kong Jr. arcade game. Sugiyama also noted that Donkey Kong Jr. was more recognizable from behind than his father, Donkey Kong, because he wore a shirt. The development team now had 7 characters, but needed one more to complete the roster. So they threw in the most common enemy of the Super Mario series, a Koopa Troopa. After a few experiments with character design, the roster was complete. But the Super Mario Kart team didn't stop there. To help differentiate the racers further, they applied attributes such as acceleration, top speed, weight, and handling ability. Mario and Luigi were balanced racers, with mostly even stats. Peach and Yoshi had excellent acceleration, but poor handling. Toad and Koopa Troopa could easily turn corners, but weren't very fast, and their light weight made them easy to knock around. Bowser and Donkey Kong Jr. were the fastest and heaviest characters, but their acceleration was slow. With the racers in place, the Super Mario Kart team had to design racetracks. They got plenty of inspiration from Super Mario World. The team created many courses based on Dinosaur Land. World 2 of Super Mario World, Donut Plains, got a corresponding racetrack. The grassy landscape contained a dirt track and narrow bridges to traverse. The ghost houses scattered throughout Dinosaur Land, known for their hidden exits, became Ghost Valley, a track made of wooden planks and filled with hidden shortcuts. World 6 of Super Mario World, Chocolate Island, also got a racetrack, with plenty of dirt and mud to slow players down. And of course, there was Bowser's Castle, full of lava pits and dangerous jumps. Other tracks weren't necessarily based on Super Mario World levels, but fit perfectly into the Mario universe. For example, Koopa Beach had soft sands and shallow water that carts skimmed across. Vanilla Lake was a track filled with ice, snow, and chilly waters. And finally, there was the ultimate challenge, Rainbow Road, a bright, colorful racetrack with no guardrails to keep racers on the course. At first, these courses were simple raceways with twists and turns, but the designers added enemies, characters, and objects from the Mario universe. Monty Moles popped out of the ground in Donut Plains. Ice blocks on Vanilla Lake made navigating the course even more difficult. Thwomps in Bowser's Castle could block a player's path or smash a cart. The designers also changed how carts drove on different terrain types. An asphalt track was a relatively smooth ride. Ice courses made driving a little more slippery. Stone blocks made the carts bounce up and down slightly. To help streamline the creative process, the Super Mario Kart team created a track editing software suite that allowed them to manipulate the courses directly on the game cartridge. Designers could place objects like speed zippers and jump bars on the racetrack, add walls or obstacles, and even configure the driving path for computer-controlled players. It was a huge time saver. The new obstacles and terrains made the racing even more dynamic, and getting the kart controls right was more important than ever. Head programmer Masato Kimura spent most of his time tinkering with kart physics. He struggled to find a balance. The more realistic the controls got, the less it felt like a video game. Miyamoto got involved too, to the detriment of Kimura. Miyamoto constantly changed his opinion on how he thought the karts should control, which worried and annoyed Kimura. But luckily, Kimura remembered one of the game's core ideas: to capture the fun of driving go-karts. He said, "I had to go back and tinker with the controls over and over until I approximated something that felt right." The team also added new elements to the driving experience. Racers could jump, something not typically found in a racing game. But Miyamoto insisted on it, claiming it was a feature that couldn't be missing from a Mario game. But one new technique would become a core element in the Mario Kart series: drifting. Drifting was a driving technique made popular in Japan. It was thrilling, but somewhat tricky to perform. Cars drift by countersteering in the opposite direction of the turn. Initially, the Mario Kart team tried this idea, but most playtesters couldn't complete the move. The team wanted to ensure that any player could pull off the maneuver. So they simplified the concept. All players had to do was hold the L or R button and steer in the direction of the turn. Although Hideki Kono knew the compromise wasn't perfect, he thought the technique was really cool and fun to perform. He wanted to reward players who could pull it off, so the team made the karts go faster around turns during a drift. Driving the karts was a blast and easy to learn, but it rewarded players who could perform the more advanced techniques. There was also no speedometer in the game. The development team felt it would clutter the view. The sound of the go-kart's engine would signify how fast a player was going. And naturally, everyone would want to drive a go-kart as fast as possible. Still, at that point, Super Mario Kart was just a racing game set in the Mario universe. That is, until the team added a feature that would define the series: items. Super Mario Kart was not the first racing game to use items. For example, RC Pro-Am on the Nintendo Entertainment System had various weapons and power-ups scattered along the tracks. Missiles could take out other racers. Turbos gave the player a speed boost, and the tire power-up increased the player's turning ability. But Super Mario Kart took items in racing to another level. The idea was there right from the beginning. Before the development team added Mario to the game, co-director Hideki Kono felt the racing was lacking. It wasn't exhilarating just driving around a track at slow speeds. So, as an experiment, the designers added oil cans that players could throw onto the asphalt and create oil spills, which caused the karts to spin out. It added a new thrill to the race. But with the game now set in the Mario universe, potential items were endless. The development team experimented with a few ideas that didn't make the cut, including a placeable piranha plant. In the end, they settled on 8 items that players could use in the Grand Prix races. Green shells, fired straight ahead or could be placed behind the player as an obstacle. Red shells acted like a homing missile, targeting the nearest racer ahead of the player. Banana peels, which replaced the earlier oil cans, spun out racers. Mushrooms gave players a speed boost. A feather, based on the item from Super Mario World, gave racers a super jump, which allowed them to take shortcuts on certain tracks. The star power-up increased the player's speed and made them temporarily invincible, allowing them to spin out other racers and blow through obstacles on the track. There were also coins, an idea from Miyamoto. After all, what was a Mario game without coins? Coins served multiple purposes and added a layer of depth to the race. Collecting coins increased the max speed of the kart, but they also served as a currency. If the player got hit with an item or spun out by another racer, they lost coins. And if a player fell off the track, Lakitu took a few coins away. And finally, there was the lightning bolt, arguably the most powerful item in the game. It shrunk all the other racers on the track, slowing them down and making them vulnerable to being run over. Playtesters loved how the lightning bolt created sudden upsets. The Super Mario Kart team tested items incessantly to refine the balance. And thanks to the track editing software, designers could place item question blocks on courses to quickly test them. However, they ran into a problem. The playtesters found that items sometimes led to chaotic and unfair racing. For example, players in first could get powerful items like lightning bolts or stars, giving them an extraordinary advantage. But co-director Tadashi Sugiyama had a simple solution. The chances of getting certain items depended on the player's position, lap, and race course. If a player was in last, they had a much better chance of getting powerful items, but if they were in first, they would likely get less useful items. It worked perfectly. Thanks to the item balancing, there was no guarantee a skilled player could come out on top. It allowed for even more thrilling upsets and tighter races. DSP chip programmer Hajime Yajima implemented the change, but he couldn't get it working perfectly. The Super Famicom wasn't powerful enough to calculate item odds for both human and computer-controlled players. To compromise, the design team scrapped the idea of computer-controlled players acquiring items. Instead, they got unique weapons based on their personality. Mario and Luigi essentially got a star power-up, making them invincible temporarily and dangerous to racers who got too close. Toad and Princess Peach threw poisonous mushrooms, which shrunk racers. Yoshi, Bowser, Koopa Troopa, and Donkey Kong Jr. launched projectiles that could spin out racers, including an egg, a fireball, a green shell, and a banana. While items added a new dimension to the racing, some development team members worried that hardcore racing fans would scoff at the idea. It introduced too much randomness to the races. So as a compromise, the designers added an option to disable items. But Miyamoto thought the option would remove tension from the experience. He said, "I think that indeterminacy, knowing that something might happen, is the most fun." Co-director Tadashi Sugiyama agreed.
Mario Kart is not Mario Kart without the items. The opportunities that come from using the items means that both skilled and unskilled players can play the game together. A key characteristic of Mario Kart is how it's often the case that you can't win just with your driving skills alone, with the races being very close as everyone does everything they can to get over the finish line first. Tadashi Sugiyama.
In the end, the team removed the no item option from the game. With items in the game, the racing portion of Super Mario Kart was ready to go. The game featured a Grand Prix mode, where players competed against computer-controlled opponents and each other to win a trophy. There was also a match race featuring one-on-one racing. And finally, there was a time trial mode, a must-have feature for a racing game. But as Miyamoto envisioned, Super Mario Kart really was more than just a racing game. And there was one more gameplay mode that would set the game apart from other racing titles: a battle mode. As development began, the Super Mario Kart team knew they wanted a game mode that had nothing to do with racing. So they tried several experiments. But ultimately, the one that stood out was a game where players hurled a ball at each other. They collected points if they scored a hit. But the game needed some work. There were very few walls or obstacles on the course. This allowed players to drive around freely, and it made the playtesters dizzy. Not only that, but the Super Mario Kart team was running out of memory on the cartridge. As they added more and more features to the racing modes, they had less and less space to work with. So the team shelved the battle mode. But as the racing modes neared completion, the team decided to revisit the idea. To fix the dizziness problem, they added more walls and obstacles to the courses. They also replaced the generic ball attack with items. The designers also added a new item exclusive to the battle mode and match races: the Ghost power-up, which turned a player invisible and stole the opposing player's item. To keep track of hits, each player had 3 balloons. If they got hit, they lost a balloon. For Miyamoto, the battle mode was another defining feature of the game.
The very fact that battle mode had nothing to do with racing is what made us want to add it and give it special attention. It helped strengthen the image of the game. It is not you become a world-class racer, but rather you get to race around and play in this go-kart with your friends. Shigeru Miyamoto.
With racing, time trials, and now a battle mode, Super Mario Kart was almost ready for prime time. But it wouldn't be complete without music. For that, co-director Hideki Kono brought on a composer he had worked with in the past, Soyo Oka. Oka seemed destined for the job. She had been at Nintendo since 1987 and had composed music for earlier Famicom racing titles, including Famicom Grand Prix 2, 3D Hot Rally, and Versus Excitebike. She had also previously worked with Hideki Kono on ice hockey. Her music had a distinct sound. Oka's work was known internally at Nintendo as Soyoism. Oka enjoyed the challenge of composing music under the restrictions of the Famicom, where music still had to sound good if a track disappeared due to hardware limitations. She called it a sound puzzle. But with the Super Famicom, those restrictions were gone. It allowed her more freedom in her compositions. She called the new system Beyond Wonderful. Oka's first works on the Super Famicom were Pilot Wings and Sim City. Both game soundtracks had a mellow, relaxed sound. With Super Mario Kart, Oka had to come up with more upbeat music that fit in a racing game, but also had a Mario flavor. Hideki Kono, who was in charge of the game's overall presentation, gave her the freedom to unleash her Soyoism on the soundtrack. While a few music tracks were based on previous Mario compositions, most of Oka's work was brand new, and the new compositions sounded like they had been in the Mario universe the whole time. There was the upbeat, hard-driving theme of the Mario circuit. The relaxing, coastal vibes of Koopa Beach. And Oka's personal favorite, the epic, synth-heavy music of Rainbow Road. What began as a failed experiment to make a two-player F-Zero game was now a unique, fun, go-karting adventure. Super Mario Kart expanded the idea of what a racing game could be. Power-up items allowed for thrilling, upset victories. Distinct racetracks made navigating the courses an integral part of the gameplay. And the new battle mode made games with friends even more intense. For co-director Hideki Kono, the thrill of competition made Super Mario Kart a memorable game.
I really played the game a lot during the adjustment and debug phases of the development. Because of the strong competitive gameplay, once I started test playing, I would get excited and start shouting out while I played. I just couldn't help it, because of the randomness and potential for making huge comebacks. I may have been a bit distracting for other development teams working on other projects. Hideki Kono.
By the summer of 1992, Nintendo was ready to reveal Super Mario Kart to the world. But surprisingly, despite being a Mario game, Super Mario Kart did not generate much hype leading up to its release. Early previews in video game magazines were short, lost in a sea of other games. Many of the write-ups compared the game heavily to F-Zero. Nintendo tagged Super Mario Kart for an August 27, 1992 release in Japan. Leading up to the launch date, co-director Tadashi Sugiyama remembered feeling unsure about the game's success. He said, "I knew it was fun, but I didn't imagine users would actually like it that much." Sugiyama was in for a huge surprise. surfing while playing the battle mode. But that didn't stop Super Mario Kart from flying off store shelves. It entrenched itself in the Famitsu Top 30 list for more than a year. The Yomiuri Shimbun, one of Japan's largest newspapers, nominated Super Mario Kart as one of their top games of 1992. Competitions were held throughout Japan, where people competed for the fastest times around tracks. There were even rumors Nintendo was working on an updated special edition cartridge for a 1993 release. Super Mario Kart made its way into other mediums as well. The Super Mario Club Show, a weekly video game program on Japanese television, regularly featured Super Mario Kart competitions. There was also a rush of merchandise. The combination of Mario and go-karts lent itself well to toys. There were plushies, battery-powered RC cars, small go-kart figures, model kits, children's toys, and more. Super Mario Kart would become the best-selling Super Famicom game of all time, selling 3.82 million units in Japan. But would it be popular elsewhere in the world? 1992 was an important year for Nintendo of America. It was the 16-bit Super Nintendo's first full year in stores, and Nintendo faced stiff competition from Sega and their 16-bit console, the Genesis. The Genesis had been out since 1989 and made quite a dent in Nintendo's market share. The Genesis was also cheaper than the Super Nintendo and had more games. In addition, Sega had recently launched their flagship mascot to compete with Mario, Sonic the Hedgehog. Nintendo had to change things up to stay competitive. They lowered the price of the Super Nintendo from $200 to $150. They also released a standalone console without a bundled game and only one controller for $100. As a response, Sega lowered the price of their Sonic Bundle Genesis to $130 and started offering a standalone console for $100. Sega was also showing off their newest hardware creation, the Sega CD, due in the fall of 1992. The peripheral beefed up the hardware power of the Genesis, and the CD medium provided more storage space, better sound, and full-motion video games. Nintendo also had plans for a CD-ROM attachment, but it never came to fruition. Nintendo's best hope for success was with its software.
The name of the game in this business is games. When the consumer pulls out his wallet, he wants top value for his entertainment dollar, and that's what we've always delivered. But this new lineup represents the best group of games we've ever introduced. Peter Main, Nintendo of America.
Nintendo showed off their new game lineup at the 1992 Summer Consumer Electronics Show in Chicago. During the show, Nintendo announced more than 175 new games for the second half of 1992. 75 of them were for the Super Nintendo. It was the largest rollout of new software in Nintendo's history. There was Mario Paint, an educational art program that came with a mouse. Street Fighter II, a port of the popular arcade fighting game. And finally, Super Mario Kart. CES attendees got to try all the latest titles, and Super Mario Kart was the surprise star of the show. Luckily, gamers wouldn't have to wait very long to own a copy for themselves. With little text in the game, the localization process was relatively quick. However, there were minor changes between the Japanese and international versions of the game, most notably the animations during the trophy presentation screens. In Japan, Bowser and Peach drank champagne when they won a Grand Prix race. But for the international releases, they simply celebrate with the bottles. Nintendo of America was adamant about maintaining a squeaky clean image with parents. On September 1st, 1992, just 4 days after its Japanese launch, Nintendo released Super Mario Kart in North America. And just like in Japan, the response was incredible. GamePro magazine gave the game a near-perfect score, praising the multiplayer modes and accessibility for people of all skills. Electronic Gaming Monthly gave the game its Editor's Choice Award and called Super Mario Kart the best driving game to come along for some time. Nintendo backed up Super Mario Kart with a fourth-quarter $30 million advertising campaign.
You and make a mean test. Or go into battle mode and ruin his day. 2 speeds. Fast and way too fast. It's 2-player fun on the split screen. Only for the Super Nintendo Entertainment System. Now you're playing with power. Superpower.
Super Mario Kart graced the cover of the October 1992 issue of Nintendo Power, which contained tips and tricks, maps, and strategies for various courses. Nintendo also teamed up with Domino's Pizza, which had a Super Mario Kart scratch and win game with $25 million in prizes. In December of 1992, Super Mario Kart crossed the Atlantic and hit store shelves in the UK. British video game magazine Control scored the game an 86 out of 100, calling it the best racing game on the Super Nintendo. The following year, Super Mario Kart reached the rest of Europe. German magazine Video Games had high praise, calling Super Mario Kart the best racing game of all time. Not bad for a small side project at Nintendo. Super Mario Kart was a surprise hit. Nintendo sold more than 1 million copies globally in less than a year. It was so popular that Nintendo bundled the game with the Super Nintendo in several regions, further increasing sales. By the end of the console's lifetime, Super Mario Kart had sold more than 8.5 million units worldwide, making it the fourth best-selling Super Nintendo game of all time. But while Super Mario Kart sold incredibly well, it impacted the living room even more. Whether it be the natural competitiveness of racing or the friendly aesthetics of the Mario universe, Super Mario Kart brought people together like no other game before it.
So innocently, Super Mario Kart crept into the house. It looked at first about as interesting as Tribe, but I soon discovered that this game crossed barriers, both in gameplay and generations. And what's even sweeter, the kids didn't always win. My teenage years as a hoon on wheels were finally beginning to pay off. I knew how to drive like a fool. They didn't. Mark Cam, the Sydney Morning Herald.
Friends teamed up to unlock all the races in Grand Prix mode. Siblings duked it out in battle mode or raced each other one-on-one. Parents competed with their kids for the fastest time around the courses. So it was no surprise that Super Mario Kart won a Parents' Choice Award in 1992, given to, quote, entertaining products that introduce skills, reinforce them, and glamorize courage and common sense. Other game developers took notice of the popularity of Super Mario Kart, and soon a flood of clones hit the market on both PC and consoles, hoping to cash in on the kart racing craze. Sega put out Sonic Drift on their handheld Game Gear system. Atari released Atari Karts for the ill-fated Jaguar console. There were also clones on the Super Nintendo, such as Street Racer, a part racing, part fighting game. But nothing came close to the success of Super Mario Kart. The game stayed on the Nintendo Power charts for an astonishing 68 months, until the magazine stopped tracking Super Nintendo games. It was the beginning of a popular new franchise for Nintendo. Their next console, the Nintendo 64, would feature the first follow-up to the original game, Mario Kart 64. And soon, Mario Kart games would come out for every new Nintendo console and handheld. And today, its popularity is bigger than ever. The best-selling game on the Nintendo Switch is Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. Many of the staff members who were involved with the original game still work at Nintendo. Shigeru Miyamoto is still Nintendo's chief software producer. He is widely considered the greatest video game designer of all time. Hideki Kono remained involved in every future Mario Kart game. Today, he is in charge of Nintendo's mobile game division. Tadashi Sugiyama would go on to work on several Mario Kart games, including Mario Kart 64 and Mario Kart Double Dash for the GameCube. Sugiyama also directed F-Zero X, released in 1998, and thanks to the power of the Nintendo 64, he was finally able to implement multiplayer in the fast-paced racing game. Today, Sugiyama is still with Nintendo, working as a designer. Programmer Masato Kimura, who worked tirelessly to perfect the kart controls, continued to program various Nintendo games, including The Legend of Zelda: The Wind Waker and Super Mario Galaxy. Most recently, he worked on the latest Mario Kart game, Mario Kart 8. Hajime Yajima, who implemented the DSP chip into Super Mario Kart, continued to put his technical knowledge to use. He provided assistance with new, graphically intense games, like Star Fox and Super Mario 64. Today, he is still working within the technology department at Nintendo. But not everyone stayed. Composer Soyo Oka left the company in 1995 to become a freelancer, working in radio, television, and video games. But Super Mario Kart stayed with her. Even today, people come up to Oka and talk about the game. She said, "I am truly moved to think that I have inspired children and young people more than I had ever imagined. At these times, I again come to understand how much of an amazing hit the game was and how many people played it." In total, the Mario Kart franchise has sold more than 150 million copies worldwide, making it one of Nintendo's best-selling series. And it all started with Super Mario Kart. A game that began as a failed experiment became one of the most influential games of all time. In 2019, the Strong Museum in Rochester, New York, acknowledged the game's impact by inducting it into the World Video Game Hall of Fame.
Super Mario Kart's unique combination of familiar characters and exhilarating social gameplay produced a powerful franchise that invited friends, family, and gaming fans of all ages to the Mushroom Kingdom for an unforgettable ride. The Strong Museum.
Funding for Gaming Historian is provided in part by supporters on Patreon. Thank you.
In 1996, North America was introduced to a new Mario game on the Super Nintendo. But it wasn't just any Mario game. It was a role-playing game. Super Mario RPG, Legend of the Seven Stars. It seemed like an odd idea. Mario in an RPG setting? Mario had been in a lot of different genres. Puzzle games, sports, kart racers, edutainment, but an RPG might have been the last genre on people's minds when it came to the Italian plumber. But Super Mario RPG was a hit, and it's considered not only one of the best Super Nintendo games, but also one of the best RPGs ever made. In Business Insider's list of the top 10 Super Mario games, Super Mario RPG is ranked number 9. IGN placed it at number 10 on its top 100 Super Nintendo games list. Notable JRPG fan and Kotaku writer Jason Schreier lists the game as one of his JRPGs you must play. Super Mario RPG was the result of Square and Nintendo collaborating during their prime. Together, they created something very special. Super Mario RPG is filled with memorable characters, a unique battle system, hilarious dialogue, fun side quests, pleasant visuals, and unforgettable moments. Let's take a look at this classic title and the impact it left on gamers and the industry. Video game developer Square was known for making high-quality role-playing games, most notably their Final Fantasy series. Electronic Gaming Monthly called them the master of RPGs. Square's games sold well in Japan and were a hit with critics. However, sales in the Western market didn't meet expectations. In late 1992, following disappointing sales of Final Fantasy II in North America, Square created a simplified RPG for Western audiences with Final Fantasy Mystic Quest. But people didn't bite. The game only sold about 400,000 copies. 2 years later, Final Fantasy VI, or Final Fantasy III in North America, sold more than 2.5 million units in Japan within a few months, making it their best-selling game of all time up to that point. Critics heaped praise on the game, calling it the greatest RPG of all time and a must-own for Super Nintendo fans. But once again, sales in the Western market did not meet expectations. Square needed to break through in the West. It was a challenge they couldn't conquer on their own, so they sought the help of the most popular video game character of all time. While Square struggled in the Western market, Nintendo was riding high. Their Super Nintendo console was beginning to outsell the rival Sega Genesis. Children recognized their flagship mascot, Mario, more often than Mickey Mouse. Super Mario World sold more than 20 million units. Even spin-off games like Super Mario Kart were a huge success, selling over 8 million copies. Mario seemed invincible. Shigeru Miyamoto, Nintendo's most well-known game designer and Mario's creator, was eager to try the Italian plumber in other genres, including RPGs. So in 1994, when Square approached Nintendo about collaborating on a new game, Miyamoto was interested. He was a fan of the company and their work. During the pitch meeting at Square headquarters, Square presented Miyamoto and his staff with a picture of a caped Mario holding a sword atop a horse. It made sense considering the source. Most of Square's role-playing games had a medieval fantasy setting. But Miyamoto gave them a puzzled look and said, "That's not right." He mentioned Mario might have a hammer, but not a sword. The two companies had intense discussions about the use of characters, story, and setting. Eventually, they agreed to make the game, their first collaborative project with each other. Square began development in the summer of 1994. Nintendo pitched in with creative consulting to ensure the game had the Nintendo and Mario flair. Director duties were given to Square employees Yoshihiko Maekawa and Chihiro Fujioka. Fujioka previously worked on Final Fantasy Mystic Quest, Square's first attempt to appeal to Western audiences. He recalled the relationship with Nintendo as being, quote, very close and favorable. Shigeru Miyamoto would come in often to meet and talk, as well as provide suggestions on gameplay. Fujioka said that Miyamoto had two main points of advice in his consulting. One was to, quote, keep an eye on handling Mario's entry into the RPG world without destroying the Mario universe. The other was to make the game fun. At first, Super Mario RPG looked like a traditional Square RPG, a top-down view with 2D sprites. Square perfected this look, pushing the limitations of what the Super Nintendo could do with the perspective. But after seeing Rare and Nintendo's Donkey Kong Country, Square was eager to try something new: pre-rendered graphics. They shifted from the 2D perspective to an isometric perspective. This required some extra hardware power to work, so Nintendo suggested they integrate the SA1 chip into the game. The SA1 chip had 4 times the processing power of the Super Nintendo's CPU, and faster RAM. This allowed quicker calculations to render the graphics and show more characters on screen. Square developed the look using the same Silicon graphics workstations that Rare used to make Donkey Kong Country. By the summer of 1995, Square had a working prototype, but they couldn't decide whether to give Mario weapons and magic attacks or his signature hammer and jump moves. According to director Chihiro Fujioka, he and Miyamoto confirmed their decision at the 1995 V-Jump Festival, where they unveiled the game to the public for the first time. Fujioka asked the audience to applaud for the option they liked best: Mario fighting with swords and magic, or hammers and jumps. The audience overwhelmingly chose the latter. With the game nearing completion, a beta build arrived at the Nintendo of America offices in late 1995. It took the staff by surprise. A few thought it was a silly idea, and were surprised by the RPG battle system menus. In the November 1995 issue of Nintendo Power, one writer commented, "It's fun and a little weird, but it's definitely Mario and an RPG." When it came time to translate the game for the West, notable Square localizer Ted Woolsey, known for his translations of Final Fantasy VI and Secret of Mana, got the job. Since their offices were down the street from each other, Nintendo's product analysis team periodically met with Woolsey to make corrections and ensure the game had that signature Nintendo personality. In 1996, the world finally got to play what would become a classic game for the Super Nintendo: Super Mario RPG: Legend of the Seven Stars. It was released on March 9, 1996 in Japan and May 13, 1996 in North America. In Japan, the game came with a coupon to get 4,000 yen off, or about $37 off, the purchase of a Super Famicom system. This was perhaps an effort by Nintendo to sell through backstock of consoles before the release of the Nintendo 64. Unfortunately, Europe would not see the game until years later. Nintendo software analyst Jim Warnell said that the European release was nixed for several reasons: the time it would take to do another translation, the added cost of the SA1 chip, and low projected sales all factored into the decision. Super Mario RPG was released just 4 months before the Nintendo 64, at the height of the Super Nintendo's popularity. For many gamers, including myself, it was a great holdover until the Nintendo 64. Plus, it was a new Mario game. We had to get our hands on it. However, I don't think anyone anticipated just how popular and impactful it would become. Super Mario RPG begins just like every other Mario game. Princess Toadstool has been kidnapped by Bowser, and you have to rescue her. But during the fight between Mario and Bowser, a giant sword falls out of the sky and crashes into Bowser's castle, scattering everyone into different directions. Mario soon learns that this is the work of the Smithy Gang, who have not only taken over the world, but destroyed Star Road, which helps grant people's wishes. Mario and the gang must recover 7 star pieces to rebuild Star Road and defeat Smithy. Along the way, Mario meets new characters who join his party. There's Mallow, a cloud who seems to think he is a tadpole, a star spirit who takes the form of a doll, known as Geno. Even Princess Toadstool and Bowser join your party. There's also a ton of memorable non-playable characters that you will meet along the way. One of my favorite parts of Super Mario RPG has always been the characters and their interactions. Some of the lines are great, and the character expressions are very impressive for a 16-bit title. It's a very funny game. According to director Chihiro Fujioka, many of the staff members who worked on the game were fans of stand-up comedy. It's also a gorgeous game. There is no doubt that Super Mario RPG is one of the best-looking games on the Super Nintendo. Square was definitely stepping out of their comfort zone, but it paid off. Everything is bright and colorful, and the isometric view works well without any slowdown. Gameplay is a mix of traditional RPG and action RPG. There's menus, items, equipment, hit points, experience, battle commands, etc., all staples of a traditional Japanese role-playing game. But the battle system incorporates a timing mechanic when attacking and defending. If you time it right, you can hit the A button while attacking to deal extra damage, or hit the B button while defending to reduce damage. According to director Yoshihiko Maekawa, this unique battle system was inspired by a Japanese children's toy. He said it was like a large laptop with these buttons that would play music. You had to press the buttons with good timing to the music. It was that idea, having gameplay built around timing button presses, that inspired me to hybridize these two genres of game, to get a little bit of action and RPG into the same game. Square also incorporated platforming into the game, because what's a Mario game without some platforming? There are hidden treasure chests, coins to collect, and obstacles that Mario must traverse by running and jumping. Instead of random battles, enemies appear on screen. There are also mini-games scattered throughout the world. Yoshi races, a minecart maze, running on barrels down a river, collecting coins in a waterfall, and many more. The soundtrack, a combination of remixed Mario tunes and original compositions, was composed by Yoko Shimomura. She had previously worked for Capcom, where she composed the soundtrack to the popular Street Fighter II arcade game. When she wanted to pursue more classical-style music, she left Capcom for Square. Shimomura considers Super Mario RPG a turning point in her career. Nintendo and Square did a great job ensuring the player felt like they were in the Mario universe. Everything you would expect is here. Goombas, Toad, flowers, mushrooms, warp pipes, and Hammer Brothers. Nintendo even threw in a few Easter eggs throughout the game. Square threw in a few as well, most notably Culex, an optional boss that wouldn't be out of place in a Final Fantasy game. It's amazing what Square and Nintendo were able to fit in this whopping 32 megabit cartridge. Upon its release, Super Mario RPG Legend of the Seven Stars received rave reviews. GamePro magazine gave it a perfect score, commenting, "Once you pick this one up, you're hooked." Electronic Gaming Monthly was similarly impressed, calling it a masterpiece. Super Mario RPG combines the role-playing elements of Final Fantasy with the world of Mario flawlessly. The game was a commercial success as well. More than 2 million units were sold at a retail price of $75. Square was ecstatic about the numbers. Yusuke Hirata, one of the producers, said that the series would likely continue on Nintendo's upcoming console, the Nintendo 64. However, those hopes were dashed when Nintendo and Square had a falling out. Due to Nintendo's insistence on sticking with cartridge-based media, Square shifted its focus to the CD-based Sony PlayStation for more artistic freedom. This essentially eliminated any hope for a true sequel. Although Square was out of the picture, Nintendo still went forward with the idea. They teamed up with Intelligent Systems and worked on a sequel, Super Mario RPG 2. Possibly due to legal issues with Square, they renamed the game Paper Mario. Released on the Nintendo 64, the game borrowed several elements from Super Mario RPG, mainly the action timing-based battle system and the humorous dialogue and plot. But Nintendo was able to make the game stand out on its own with its unique paper book visual style. It became its own popular franchise and is still around today. But believe it or not, there is another Mario RPG-inspired game in the form of the Mario and Luigi series. Once again, the game series borrows the action timing-based battle system, as well as the humor. The handheld series of games was developed by Alpha Dream, a company with many former Square employees. One of them is Chihiro Fujioka, the director of Super Mario RPG. Music for the series is composed by Super Mario RPG composer Yoko Shimomura. Even with two spiritual successors, fans still clamor for a true sequel to Super Mario RPG. However, Square Enix holds a lot of the rights to the game, so it would take some licensing and legal hurdles to make something happen. There are a few references to the game in other titles. Geno makes an appearance in Mario & Luigi Superstar Saga, and as a Mii Fighter costume in Super Smash Bros., but that's about it. In 2008, Europeans were finally able to play the game when Nintendo released Super Mario RPG on the Virtual Console. Super Mario RPG left quite an impact. For many fans of the Mario series, it was their introduction to the RPG, and it made them permanent fans of the genre. It was also Square's big break in the Western market. Super Mario RPG outsold all of their previous releases on the Super Nintendo, and helped them see what works and what doesn't in the West. Super Mario RPG is a classic. If you don't already have it on Super Nintendo, it's readily available on Nintendo's Virtual Console service. We may never see a true sequel to the game, but sometimes it's best to go out on top. That's all for this episode of The Gaming Historian. Thanks for watching.
Funding for Gaming Historian is provided in part by supporters on Patreon. Thank you.
Hey everybody, just a quick reminder, there's still time to pre-order The Gaming Historian Volume 1 on Blu-ray. The Blu-ray has 16 classic episodes plus 5 hours of exclusive content. So click the link to the right to order your copy today.
So this is a new Mario 3 ROM hack. The person who made the hack, I think their name is Neb. That's all I know about them. Does it say Neb on the title screen? Any Nebs? A Neb hack. Let's see what this has to offer. What the? What? Okay, this is literally the first ROM hack I've ever played in my life that starts me in a level. Okay. What? Is this the right? Am I playing the right hack? Okay, well, I haven't died yet. What? Hello, M. May you have good fortune on your journey ahead. You can press select to self-destruct at any time. Umbasa. What an awesome gift from Princess Peach. She's like, here's a self-destruct mode. It's like, thanks a lot, Peach. What the hell? Is there... Okay, is there no world map? I can juggle? Oh my god. Okay, that's sick. Okay. Okay. Oh no, he falls off. Okay. Oh no! I didn't know it was gonna go... Dang it, I didn't know it was gonna go right into shell form. Everything in my being says stomp on Koopas twice. We all know that in this hack, it's once. Alright, and Mario 3 shell throws are a little different. Made it. Uh-oh. Leave me alone! Easy. Easy. No, I got scared. Okay, yeah, that's a go fast moment. I definitely survived that, that's for sure. Wait! What? Give it back! What happens when he tries to get out of the thing? Scammed. 1, 2, 3. Oh, 1, 2, 3. There we go. Wait, what? Huh? Whoa! That's cool. I didn't know you could do that. No! 1, 2, 3. 3 seems to be a nice golden rule. Dang it. The quick death happens so fast. Whenever I die, I don't have, like, time to do anything. Those of you who like scary movies, so, without any spoils, if you've watched the movie The Nun 2 is another prequel in horror movies, and I fucking hate them so much. So, that movie, the movie was good, but, like, if it's a prequel to The Nun, which is a part of the Insidious, or sorry, the Conjuring stuff, you know that the nun doesn't die, so, like, it's just so stupid. I bet this big Goomba dies. Yeah, nice try, buddy. No Kais, no traps, we did it! First level! Wait, there's a dino. What the fuck? Okay. What the? Stop killing them! I see what's going on here, though. This is cool. No. Come Come back, dragon. No. He's gonna fall off. That's bullshit. He's rushing me. This is all Mario 3, except for the dragons here. Well, these dragons come from Mario SMB 3 mix. How many levels are in this hack? Is Ned here? Fuck. No, I gotta not stomp on that guy. Wall jump. Yo, I like this level a lot. Oh, that jump. When I started streaming on Twitch, I already had world records in Mario, and I already had YouTube videos out there of me doing Mario 3 stuff and clips. So I was already known, so the door was already open for me when I started to become a streamer. And then Mario Maker hit, and my skill was able to transfer over, and then that just kind of boomed a lot more for me. Whereas on Kick, nobody knows who the hell I am on Kick. Any pipe enterers? No pipe enterers? Run, run, run! Let's go! Second level done! I like. Whoa. Okay, this level's sick. I fear that he has to change his pipe exit just a little bit. But I'm also very fussy. Alright. I just want to see. Wait, this thwomp is changing. Look at this. Yeah, there we go. No, I can't go anywhere. Wait. I press select, I can self-destruct myself. That's right. My power is to kill myself, as bad as that sounds. Okay, game. Oh, those fucking spores or whatever. Damn you. Oh. Wait, did I want those dead? Oh, I just made it. No. Oh. Alright, we're in there, right? Wait, what? Do I have to hold down here? Am I on a white block? I don't think so. Oh, I'm an idiot! No! This is a bullet bill launcher. I'm stuck. I didn't know. Yeah. Oh, wall jump. Hello. Alright. Let's try again. I thought I had it. I thought I had it, but I secretly, non-secretly didn't. There we go again. Oh, that's right. I can just go. I forgot. Okay, what's going on here? Oh! I am not a fan of one tiles. There we go. I do like this level, though. No, I don't anymore. Yes, I like this level again. This level is actually really cool with clouds. No! You restart so fast! Oh, fuck you, little fire bitch. Alright, check this out. Yeah. Oh, no! I can get P-speed there. How about that? Eh? No! I knew that would happen too. I played this game so much that I knew the overlapping tile sets. Don't worry, I'll get back to chat in a sec. Damn it, man, that's so hard. Okay, we made it. P. Okay, I think he wants me to use P speed. Oh, you fuck. Ah! Little micro adjustments. Will I play Shotgun Mario? I hadn't planned on it. I could though. Alright, here we go. This is it. This is it. Oh shit, don't troll me. Don't troll. What? What? No. What? Is this the next level? Fuck! Oh, it is! Wait, what? How? Is it fake? Where am I? Help! Oh, I get it. Oh, don't kill this guy. Well, it's kind of hard not to. Okay, first complaint. Auto-scroller escort level. No thank you. This is creative, though. I do like it. Move your ass, Mario. Come on. This level actually does flow kind of nice. I'm not gonna lie. No, it's too icy. 1, 2, up, throw, grab, throw. Don't slide too much. Drop, break, bounce, bounce, throw. Jump high enough. Hit the P switch. Break, block, jump. What? No, I waited too long again! Dude, Neb, you got me, man. You got me twice, dude. I like it. I like that it's a struggle. If it was too easy, it'd be too easy, right? In there. Thanks. Thanks for what? Oh, here we go. Fake auto scroller. Oh, come on, I had it. Whoa. Yo, the clip. What? You knew I would do that! Look, you put that muncher there! Fudge, man! Yeah, nice try. I'm not getting a fanfare, are you crazy? Bro, what's your... Wait. Okay. 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 Oh, come on, I was in... Oh, this is sick, though. This is a fantastic start to a level. I do like it. It works. It's consistent. Very nice. No, come on. I was holding grab. Liar. Liar game. Yeah, you have a real good way of making setups, Neb. You should try and make some Kaizo levels be a little bit longer. Like, if this is the end... Oh, I'm so dumb. He'll come back, though. They always come back. You better not have patched this! Please come back? Yeah! Oh, I thought the wall extended. Crazy. Clipping is patched out. Look, blocks with squiggly lines. A block with a what blocks have squiggly lines in them? Yo, checkpoint? I don't know what you're talking about. Squiggly line. Oh, that little trickster, man! Yo, oh, come on. What? That piranha plant still got me? That one poor piranha plant never gets to shoot. Thank you. It's looking like Bowser's Castle. Not happy about this. I want more. I planned my whole day. Uh-oh. This better be like the first world and there's like 7 worlds. However, I do like this boss though. Okay, they cross through each other. Double kill? Double kill? Yeah! Oh, I got a chest! Oh no. Oh no. Yo, Frog Suit Kaizo? Oh, too fast though. Oh, Frog Suit jumps so high. Jesus. Oh, that's bullshit. You know it. You think that I can't outmash that? Oh, cheesable. Don't need frog suit. I love the frog suit, Mitch. Loved it as a kid, hated it as an adult. Whoa, we made it. Look, I can't fucking go anywhere. That's why I hate them. That was impossible to proceed. Listen, I love this ROM hack, but why do people keep using flying Cheep Cheeps in their ROM hacks? Here we go again. Do I get lucky? Oh look, I got lucky. There's not even fish there. Whee! Whee! No! No! Don't take me! I mean, I'm not mad. I'm like rant mad. It's because I like this hack. Yo, GG's, baby. Oh. Oh, Mitch is mad. Oh, shit. Go, go, go. Wait, I don't go down there. What the fuck? I didn't know Mitch swore. My freaking ears.
Oh, goody. Fresh turtles for lunch.
Wait, what's going on here? Wait, oh, I come back here. I think I get it. Do I get it? Very clever. Yeah, this is, dude, you're really good at making ROM hacks. You're really good at this. Yeah, that was so cool. Oh, what? No, this isn't cool. That's not cool at all. What? Oh, I knew it. I could rap. I had an idea. I was like, oh, you can rap for sure. I was like, wait, what? Help, help. No, wrong way. Yeah. Come to daddy. No. Stop. No, I don't like that. Come over here. No. What are you doing? You idiot! Yeah, there we go. Yeah, move your ass. All right, there we go. All right, free range. Yeah! You have done well to make it this far, but harder trials yet wait! Ooh! Shit. Alright, next level, guys. Wowie zowie! Okay. Oh my god, he throws mushrooms! That is so cool! At the start, the player is supposed to stay between... Oh! Stay between them, not... Oh, like this. And then... Oh, I see. That changes the pile driver. I see, okay. Well... Get wrecked. I'm doing it this way, so get fucked. I'm just kidding. I had this side jump on a pile driver in one of my hacks, and it was like so... awkward. I patched it. But that seemed to be okay. Oh, hold on. It's my sister's birthday. I have to text her. Remind me, guys, after this death to text my sister, okay? Ooh. Hey, I beat it! Okay, let me text my sister birthday. And that's pretty much what I just said to my sister in a text message. Like, our age gap is so big, it made it hard for us to grow up together. You know what I mean? When I was 13 years old, she was born. So when I was like 17, you know, growing up, my life was changing and I was trying to like find myself more, stuff like that. Like, you don't spend time with your little sisters when you're at that point. So it's like, if there's anyone out there, try not to have such a large age gap with your children, right? Because I feel like I've missed so much time with my little sisters, but like, it's not my fault. There's nothing I could have done with that. Wait, what the heck? Oh, star. Oh, I see. I was like, I don't want to pay for Restream IO. What the fuck is that? Yo, check that out. You liar. Because I know Streamlabs is just good. Oh, hold on. Check this out, guys. Oh, yeah. Yo, the cheese? Should I try the cheese again? Oh, I like this here. Oh. Yeah, that's sick. Good level, man. That's a good level. Whoa, whoa, whoa. No, I'm not ready for this. I was ready. Wait. What is this? Oh, God, what just happened? See, that is bullshit. I didn't even get to understand what I was looking at, and I just died. The fuck is that bullshit? What? But I do like it, though. Double hammer? There's two of them? I didn't know there was two of them. Oh, this is cool. That's a cool screen. That's a very cool screen. What? What? Oh, good RNG? No. jumped? Oh my god, that was so scary. Get out of there! Wait, what? Wait, what? There's gotta be a Kaizo block there. Where is it? What's going on here? What? What the fuck? Lure him off? He doesn't get lured. He's not lureable. I can do a wall jump, but I know that's not how he wants me to do it. There's no way he wants wall jump. Insult his mother? That is not the way to do it. What? Hidden power up somewhere? Right. I mean, I'm searching everywhere. I think it is P-Speed. We did it though. No! Dedge. Secret. Okay, okay, come on. No. What? Why is he dropping hammers? Yeah, there we go. Yeah. What? I jumped.
A new Kaizo hack? Enter constant Mitch expletives lol MFPGL bro.
Yo, Marky Mark, welcome back for 19 months, thank you. Yeah, unfortunately you can't put a Kaizo here because then I could use it to get up. So wall jump, unfortunately, yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, get out of here. That's like the easiest part of the game. And I freaking die from it because I suck. What the hell is that? I see. Go for the double, get our leaf. Yup, can't fool me there, Mr. Neb. Played enough Kaizos in my day. Oh, maybe you can fool me. Isn't there a wall flip? Like... Did I make it? No, get out of here, tornado. Yeah! Whoa, 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 what's happening? What? This is your least aesthetically pleasing level. But it's also not your fault. Yeah, there's not much you can do about this. If you want to have ideas like this... Oh, fuck you. But I love what you're doing so far with this. When I created ROM hacks, I always disliked using this up and down thing. Because I was never good at getting it to work well, which sucked. I'm a little confused here. We figured it out. Yo, anyone ready for a BLT? Fuck. Ah. Ah. Information. Oh my god, that was crazy. That was sick! Bro, I ducked like after. Like, if you want to stream variety games and modern games, you're gonna need more of an expensive setup because you probably want like a good graphics card and stuff like that. That was fucking bullshit. I made it though. What? Wait, do you want me to damage boost there? I think you want me to damage boost there. Yeah! Don't kill me, don't kill me, don't kill me. Nice. We did it. Wait, what the fuck? I know about this tile. This is the grass tile when there's no flooring. This always happens. You can do this with the ceilings too. What the fuck? Alright, Neb. You run out of ideas, bro? Fucking death waffle spam? I'm just kidding. The fuck? It's like zombies, man. I don't understand what the fuck I'm doing with this red Koopa. I see. So like a weird side jump. Very, very excited. Oh! We made it. Okay, what's going on here? Any day now. You know, you could have done a big jump, you stupid fire snake. There you go, of course. Oh, nice, thank you. Damn it! Come on, big jump. Big jump! Big jump! Okay, I survived. Didn't think I would. Man, this white block sucks. Did my internet die? I saw that chat had to reload or something. What's for lunch? A BLT. A blitz. A blitz is for lunch. Yeah, we did it! Don't kill me, don't kill me! Nice. Okay. I like this so far. That was cool. What? 20 years since you played Mario 3? You should dust it off. Good game. How many people here actually play ROM hacks though? Sub love, baby. Yo, Devin with the 101 months. What the fuck? Drum streams for the most part is a lot of practice for me. Okay, which one's a pile driver? Okay, what's going on here? Awesome. On paper, this trick is very easy. In my mind, I suck. Oh yeah, here's... Hold on. Made it. Let's go. What? Oh god, this is gonna be ridiculous. Oh, maybe I hit the spike there. Yo, I'm resi right now. Yo! Let's go. That's pretty cool. Wait, can I land on this guy? Oh, snap. Wait, am I supposed to... This is like the last thing I ever want to do in a game! Oh, thanks for spawning. No, you don't grab it, you freaking turd. You do this. Okay, how about you spawn, game? That is actually pretty cool. Alright, I like this level. I hated it at first. Now I like it. Now I hate it. Oh, come on. Fucking blue balls in me. Oh shit! That was a good troll! Hey! That was really clever. That was a really, really good troll. That was a good one. That was clever as fuck. You got me on that one. Very clever. I do like that you're utilizing the ceilings here. Okay, I get it. Oh, well, yeah, maybe grab the beetle instead of killing it. I just want to say that I came up with that idea and I thought of it first before anyone in chat tries to steal my thunder. Good job, Mitch. Thank you. This trick sucks. You want to know why this trick sucks? Because I suck. That's how I know this trick sucks. Because I'm trash. In there. I knew I needed that. But that is cheesable, though. I'm pretty sure you can just jump out of the side of the pipe, but it is cheesable. Do you know what patch we need? We need holding down so we swim, like in Super Mario World. We need that patch. Mario 3 swimming is basically Flappy Bird. I wonder if I can lob it. Jesus, you launched that. Fuck you. Oh, it doesn't reach. Smart cookie. He shoots, he scores! Oh, I know how to do it. I just have to statue. Whoa, the back? Do you see that? I'm supposed to statue there. Stop, man. I'm trying to make... We did it. Oh my god. We feel your pain, bitch. Your positivity is channeling through me. God, get the fuck out of here. God, I'm fucked again because that bit. Made it. Yeah, get the hell out of here, fish. I swear to God, if I don't kill this Thwomp. Bullshit! That is so bullshit. Okay, I think I'm good though. I think I'm good. I think I'm good. I think we made it. I think we made it. We're alive. We're alive. I think I made it. Fanfare? Yeah. Don't give me this happy-go-lucky level after that crazy chaos level. Whoa. What the fuck? Yo, platforms coming out of blocks? I'm down. Something weird going on. You know what? I call shenanigans on that. Excuse me, but I couldn't go down that block any faster. Oh, what? I'd like to kindly ask you not to take my platforms away, please. The name of this hack is... I don't know. Oh my god, I made it. Oh, the fuck? Depending on when you spawn that flipper, will determine whether or not you have like a decent amount of time. Come on now. Right, so now I'm going fast. So I can sit on the far right edge, spawn it earlier. Oh my god, I made it. You trolled me. You fucking got me. You got me and you knew it. You asshole. Why did I hit that block? I even said to myself, I know there's a platform in that block. This level is sick though. Whoa, I'm gonna hit it. Nice, very good level. Wait, oh, I'm not happy anymore. Don't like this level. That was bullcrap. You asshole. What a dick. Is that your first Kaizo block?
You've been Kaizo'd.
I've been Kaizo'd? Not a huge fan of the Kaizo blocks. New Kaizo Mario 3 hack? Love it. I was scared. Your journey nears its end. Only the Thwomp Fortress remains. No! I want more! Okay, let's be serious. Let's going on here? This is an amazing intro to a level. Love this. Yeah, it sounds like I'm practicing Door 3. That's a good point. Oh, come on. Dun dun dun! Dun dun dun! That setup is actually not that bad. Didn't take me too long to learn. This level and its darkness has made me question everything. Oh, what's the next Kaizo trap? Oh boy. Okay. Come on, man! You're just throwing shit at me! Good progress, though. Good progress. The Thwomp Fortress. The Thwomp. That's Thwomptastic! Ah! Yes! Nice try, Neb! Get me out of here. Hammer suit? Oh, always the hammer suit. Bullshit. You know that, Ned? Fuck! No! Why? Why did I have to become a coward and duck jump? This is really, really good. Hardest hack to date? What the fuck? What is this? What? I don't know what that said. Wait, what? I don't want your one-ups. I have enough of those. What did that say? What the hell was that? Bowser has disguised himself as a Boom Boom? Alright, I'm out of here. Okay. That's pretty cool, I guess. Pretty nutty. Was the Boom Boom being possessed by Bowser? Any Exorcist chat? I'm performing one right now. Any Bam Bams in chat? Oh, I got an easy pattern at the end there. Oh, I almost died there. No, that's right. I'm so stupid. No. I knew that Bowser bounces. Oh, and he got me. This is still a very sick boss fight. I agree. Ooh. Okay. Wait for it. Wait for it. There we go. We should be good. All right. We beat it. No save states, no nothing. Oh, princess, what makes a man start fires? Not sure about that one. Is that Mitch? Like me, Mitch? Me, Mitch? Oh, that's me, Mitch. You're a blooper nanny. Well, what can I say, you know? Are you able to edit this so it says the Neb? Thank you so much for watching the video. If you really enjoyed my content, do not forget to subscribe. It helps me out so much. Thank you all for watching. Oh, never mind. Whoa! That was like the calm before the storm. What? Hey everyone, welcome. We are here reacting to a Super Mario All-Stars Super Mario Bros. 3. It's kind of like a play-along task that's going to showcase probably a whole bunch of glitches, and here we go. I have not seen this, and I really don't know much about Super Mario All-Stars. I do know about this, where you can hold left, oh my gosh, you can hold left and right and kind of keep the slide speed and build P speed, and as you can see, it's just ridiculous. You can't do this on the NES. Don't even think about it. But it allows you to be able to press left and right, and it's just, oh my god, this is just ridiculous. So this isn't gonna be 100% based on like full speed. This is gonna be a lot of like showcasing and weird stuff. So I'm really hoping that there's an opportunity for me to like learn something about this. But so far, everything I've seen is pretty legit. Oh, that was cool. I'm gonna go ahead and make my camera a little bit bigger so you guys can see my beautiful face. All right, I hope that's a little bit better there for you. All right. Cool, cool. Nothing too crazy in that level. He's getting all movements of 1 here. Not that that makes a difference. I don't think the timing is gonna be crazy. I don't think they're trying to go for like the fastest time. I think, oh my gosh. What? Getting all the 1-ups? Oh my god. Okay. Okay. I have a good idea of what I have a good idea of what we're getting ourselves into. I fumbled there. I couldn't even talk. I couldn't even talk. Pick a box. Its contents will help you on your way. Oh, building P speed? Yep. Is that music's not normal? Weird. Is that... Why didn't it do the death music there? That's interesting. Okay. Get the fire flower. So I assume doing the mushroom house just for the memes and like show some stuff off. Oh, if only we could do the level that fast. What? The glitch door? Did you guys see that? Okay, he's gonna get hit by the... Okay, he's not gonna get hit by the spike. Whoa, did you notice that? It didn't raise all the way to the top. It was going up, and then it started to come back down. That was weird. Oh my god, the slide under the boom boom. This is actually really cool so far. I like this. And I don't know a whole lot of Super Mario All-Stars. Oh, I love it. Here comes the turtle shell. What? He was like inside it. Whoa. Oh my god, that was the same shell from the beginning. That was pretty cool. We're gonna see a lot of wacky stuff. Early Hammer Brother, I like. Is he gonna do like a... Yeah, the backwards jump. Unfortunately, because the Hammer Brother threw the hammer, that could actually be done faster, but we're not really looking for that right now. Whoa. I love the full speed, but facing left. Yeah, right there. I love that so much. The full speed facing left is so good. Okay. Oh, he's going to another mushroom house. Okay. Thank you very much for the fire flower. I wish mushroom houses were faster in the original game, so that going into a mushroom house was a viable option. So, because I don't know All-Stars much, is the snake normal for the World 1 airship? And also, I mean, I'm assuming it is. I don't remember as much. I didn't grow up with the Super Nintendo, so I never played a lot of these versions. I had a Sega. Oh, here we go. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9. Wait, what? How did he take damage? I gotta go back and see that. Screen wrap? Was there some kind of screen wrap there? Woo! There had to have been some kind of screen wrap there. Okay, got the one up still. Whoa! Look at the bouncing back and forth. Now, I wish we could control that, but unfortunately we can't. RTA runners can't really control... We can't really control, like, how we bounce off of it. It seems so RNG-based. Yeah, it's pretty RNG-based, unfortunately. All right. Moving along here. Moving along. Okay, let's see how World 2 is. And it's obvious this isn't 100% either. Of course. Whoa. Just for the one up, the backwards clipping. I love it. It's so weird. The P-speed backwards throws me off every time. Throws me off every time. I love it though. Nice map movements for a task. Oh, here we go. I have to say that this level looks much nicer on the All-Stars than it does on the NES. The NES has just that bland background. This is more colorful and, you know, fuller. I do like it. The sound of the dry bones too. The crunching. Wait. Oh, just the show off. Okay, I was like, no way. I was like, I've clipped there before and I die. So there's no way that there's some weird thing. But then again, they can get the fast speed, right? Dude, I never expect all of the little things that this taster's doing because you just always assume it's like, oh, a task go as fast as you can, but then you see all these little things. It's really cool. Whoa. What? Da, 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 da. Are we gonna see an early hammer though? That's the question. Are we gonna see an early hammer? Yes? Maybe so? I don't know. What? Oh my god, I've never seen that before. That is so cool. He's waiting in the block so he can use the shell. Okay, that was really cool. That was really cool. I especially like the glitch into the block to let the star timer run out. That was really cool. All right, surely... Is there gonna be some tornado shenanigans? That was some weird... Okay, first of all, that wasn't really a midair shell jump. That had to have been some weird backwards shell throw. I don't even know. But it was pretty cool. All right, level 4. This level's probably gonna be wacky. Oh, here we go. 2. Hey, I did that clip once. Oh. You got a card. Course clear. What? Did the boomerang go back to the boomerang, bro? Does that happen on the NES version? I feel like it doesn't. I've done that clip before too. I actually used to think that if you did that clip, that you might be able to actually kill yourself and duplicate the hammer, but no. And this is always a frog suit. Always a frog suit in this mushroom house. This hammer brother looks so silly. Don't forget, it's intentional damage for sure. You guys hear all the bump spams? Pyramid is very physically challenging level. Very tough. Oh my god, the backwards at that part? So silly. Very cool. All right, what else do we have? So we have the spider. Are they all, do they all look like the enemies from Super Mario Bros. 2? I don't know enough of the lore. I was gonna say, can you even get the 1-up from there? I really like this playthrough because it just demonstrates a whole bunch of cool things. Cool playthrough. Gotta get the fire flower back, of course. With this not being 100% as well, I think that's a little bit more enticing to watch, right? Get out of there. All right, here we go. We're definitely gonna get a 1. Oh, wait, maybe. You have to delay it as long as you can, yeah. Oh my god, into the pipe. Was he behind the... Whoa! He's just playing with them. He's a joke to him. He's just toying with him at that point. Look at the little cobwebs detail in the background. I like that. Think about if they didn't make Mario 3 on the NES and they next made it on the Super Nintendo first. My life would be completely different because I never had a Super Nintendo. I did play a lot of Mario 2 and 1 and 3 on the NES, but I did play a lot of other games. All right, World 3, 33 lives. I think that was intentional. Okay. Oh, because you can get, well, you can get it in water? I didn't know that. I didn't know that. Okay, I learned something. Whoa, went through the top. I had no idea you could keep using that speed in the water. The pathing looks so strange in this world. Double, triple, quad, get the one-ups. Oh, whoa, that was weird. That was a weird side hit there. Another frog suit, huh? Is that what you'd like, another frog suit? He's got 2 pages of inventory. Beep, beep, beep. Was he bumping in between the movements or no? Oh my god, that was so cool. That's like one of those oddly satisfying things that you'd love to see. Oh, he got a... That was like a mega swim. Whoa, get out of the block. Anyone, is he gonna get, oh, frog suit. Door 1, yeah, with the glitch, we've seen that before. Door 3. He's getting like a jump in the doorway too. He should have done door 4. Get wrecked, bam bam. Oh, if only the frog suit didn't have such jank controls. I wonder how long he uses the frog suit for. A water battle, that seems... Whoa! Why didn't he take damage there? Not only did he not take damage, but he also didn't kill the Boomerang Bro at the same time. Oh, this is cute. An OG gameplay, look at this. This is as vanilla as it's been so far. What? He's gonna get the jump here? Oh yeah. I wonder if he skips the auto-scroller. He is! He's like bumping and moving at the same time. No, the frog! Ah! Okay, so RTA runners cannot do that because it's very RNG how the flipper's gonna like throw you and stuff. I'm surprised the shell isn't making that awful sound it makes. Why was the frog suit still doing the kicking animation there? Yeah, that. Does it preserve it? If you jump throw it, does it? I feel like it preserves it. Oh, that poor one up. Okay, I was not expecting him to play around that much at the end. I know it's a task, but I still get worried. I still get worried. All right, this is the frog suit world. Gotta do the secret. Quick! Before you guys see it, do you guys know what item you get from this? Trivia. Do you know what item you get from this secret? Running out of time. Yes, you get an extra cloud. Unfortunately, with the way the bridges work in Mario 3, as you can see them flipping back and forth, they will not allow you to be able to grab that comfortably. See, if I could see in the water, I'd be able to super swim much better. Uh-oh. Did that fish just do like a one frame of looking like it was upside down? Yes, that is a 1-up for someone who doesn't know. You guys see that? Although that doesn't look like a white mushroom house, it looks more like a blue mushroom house. Bop-a-diddly-bop-and-dorp. That mega swim in the water is crazy. Do-do-do-do-do. Nice, get the blue mushroom house. Maybe you make a box sound when you frame perfect movement in this? I don't even know. Do-do-do-beep-do-do-do-beep. Oh, look who it is. Do you guys know the name of that creature? Another trivia from Super Mario World. He spits out fire, and he also has, like, the little baby ones, too. Alright, World 3 Airship. I love the detail in this game. I have to say, this game does create more of a cozy atmosphere, more of a game feel atmosphere than the original Mario 3. But unfortunately, this is slower than the original Mario 3, so we never do speedruns on it. And like the things that you can't do in this, or at least how this feels in gameplay-wise with the camera and stuff, it's a less enjoyable experience gameplay-wise. But visually, I think this game's a better visual. I think most people would agree with that. What? I do know that if you clip in those, you won't take damage from editing and ROM hacking this game. You actually add in the sprite. It's just like right on it, but it doesn't appear inside it, so you're safe. Oh, what? That duck under? Mario wasn't even close to the one there, and he still got it. All right, 3 worlds down, and I've only learned just a little bit. Just a little bit. Look at him. Do you know how long it took me to realize that Mario was doing this in his chair? He's got his like, he's got his like arm up. On the NES, it's not as clear. It's hard to tell, but yeah, he's leaning on his elbow. All right. World 4. World 4. That's where he's using his hammer. Okay. Tanuki! We love the Tanuki. That's some fast menuing. Don't get that leaf. That little pop? That was really cool. One was upside down and one was right side up, and they were opposites. Oh my god. My eyes need a second to adjust. What? That sounds like such weird shell jumps, man. That's so weird. The backwards throw. What's he doing? He's going for a no B press level? Oh, never mind. Whoa! That was like the calm before the storm. What? That was the coolest thing I'd ever seen. That was really cool. Okay. That was so far the coolest thing I've seen so far, easily. Minus the Hammer Brothers. They're not cool, though. Whoa! I thought he took damage there, I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, get wrecked. Oh, he can jump up into it. That is so cool. All right. That's another thing I learned. I didn't know the Boom Boom could jump up into the statue and take damage. But I guess if Mario was standing there normally, that would work. So in this version, the water is different. Whoa, what? He's getting like the pop off. That's crazy. What? At first, I thought he took damage, right? Yeah, this level. Yeah, we want to see this level. We do kind of want to see the other level, too. Is he going to do the secret exit? Oh my god. The walking? No secret exit, but got the statue off there. Epic Hammer Brothers, of course. I keep forgetting. Even Tassers can't get the Hammer Brothers to work. This is supposed to be my time away from the stress of Hammer Brothers. Nope. I kind of did want to see 4-6 though, because that level can be pretty chaotic too. Whoa! Yeah, there it is. Blam bum 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 bum. Come on, do 4-6. Ah, shucks. No 4-6. Is that Donkey Kong Jr.? Like from old Donkey Kong? It looks like the shirt that Donkey Kong wears. Like, do you guys remember the actual NES game called Donkey Kong Jr.? I think it was a port of the arcade. It's where it had like the vine climbing and stuff like that. I had that game for the NES. All right, I better be razzled and dazzled on this airship. Did he just mid-air statue? Oh no, he popped off. That's right. Did you guys know that statues could kill those flames? I did. I did. Maybe I told you in the 25 things you didn't know about Mario 3. That video's pretty good. But I also did another one. It was like 50 things you should know. And I think I did like another 10 things you didn't know. There's not much more to really know about Mario 3. People have suggested that I should do five, like last 5 things you don't know. But that would be like a 2-minute video with the structure of the videos. I could come up with 5 more things that you guys probably don't know though. I probably could. It looks so funny. What? I don't even know where Mario is. Is it safe down there? Like 100% safe? It is. I forgot that. It's been so long since I've been down there. This is like the scariest section to go through. Yeah, that's awful. Imagine we couldn't get through that in the speedrun, like we couldn't get through the top. What? The juggling? That's amazing. I have not seen the juggling before. I have not seen the juggling before. The statue is just like boop, 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 boop. Yeah, I haven't seen that. But yeah, man, that would suck if speedrunners couldn't take the top route on the airship and we always had to go in the under part. That's way too scary. That's way too scary. Oh, look at that king. His little legs kicking. Oh! In the Mario 3 All-Stars, the bushes dance and move. You guys learned in my video that in World 5 on the NES, the bushes and stuff, they don't move in this world. Nothing moves. Pretty interesting. All right, take damage, losing the Tanooks. What's gonna be the little... Oof. Movement of 4. I can hear that in my nightmares. You going to go all the way down? Yep. Whoa! That looks so funny. That looks way too funny. Here we go. I wasn't expecting a death. That's pretty cool. Okay. I'm convinced that the Tasser is trying to get movements of 4 here. All right, what level's next? Fortress, nice. Yep, easy. Right under, easy. I mean, I knew you could die there. Again, I wasn't expecting it. All right, level 3. This runner's really struggling. Yeah, get the Goomba shoe. He's gonna go fast in the Goomba shoe. What? Wait, what? Okay, I have never seen that before. The Goomba shoe disappeared. Yeah, I've never seen that before. Like, that was weird. Oh, here we go. Fast Goomba shoe. Goomba shoe clip. Oh, put him to sleep. Twisty Castle time. You can do the pipe clip? No, no side pipe clip? I could do that, I just don't feel like it. I don't like the way it looks, so I don't. I take the time loss there. What the heck is that? What? That's way too scary. Yeah, let me try that in my next speedrun. It should be easy to pull off, right? Just jump into the flippers, Mitch. All right, he's gotten all movements before. He's trying to get movements before, I swear. Have you guys ever done the challenge where you try and remove every donut from this level at starting from the end and going back to the beginning and then beating the level without the time running out? Oh, that was cool. Just the sound it made. Whoa. Oh my God. It went so fast into that pipe, you could like see. Ooh, what's going on here? Yeah, you... Jesus Clip? What? That's okay, Jesus Clip sucks anyways. Wait, I thought if you touch the ceiling, you take damage. Or die. Bowser's rocking fake ceilings? This changes everything. I didn't know he had fake ceilings. Every Potaboo got wrecked. Every single one. Oh man, the backward shell throw. Do you know what I just realized? All right, and don't get upset at me, but I think I just realized you get a different fanfare when you get the 1-up from the 3 cards on this version. I didn't know that. I just learned that. Okay, don't get mad at me, because I just saw him get the leaf and I heard the normal fanfare that you hear when you get the 1 card in Mario 3, and I swear I've heard a different one, which is true. When you get the 1-up, I guess it's not really much of the fanfare, not the 3 of the same card fanfare. But yeah, that's didn't know that. Where's the corner boosts? We're at 67 lives. Please. No! You were supposed to stop at 69. The 69 is the love and romance number, right? Nice. Yeah. Oh, I was not expecting that statue. That's for sure. All right, here we go. Boop, boop, boop. I mean, that's technically faster, right? There's no way that's not faster. It's not faster than off-screen one grab, though. There's no way it's faster than off-screen one grab. But I mean, in terms of when you grab the wand, I mean, you are definitely lower on the ground. And for anyone who has the idea, like pressing duck and grabbing the wand even lower doesn't save time because Mario will stand up when he grabs the wand. All right, here we go. Amazing. And there's the different fanfare. Do 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 for the one up. Nice. Okay, I've learned a couple things. Just little things that I didn't realize. Just didn't realize it. Also, I think the backgrounds are much nicer than 80s and 90s bed sheets. Do you guys remember the background in these levels on the NES? They're just like the lines. Looks like old school bed sheets. He better rock the hammer suit for the rest of the run. Well, he better get it in the next level. Again, I mean, I could do that. I just don't feel like it. It doesn't save time, so... For some reason, I feel bad that he already has 99 lives. I wish the lives could keep going up so we could really see. We need to see the exact amount. Did anyone count all the lives starting when they got 99? It's weird to see the Mushroom House red. Oh my god, the ice buffer. Yeah, it's really weird to see the Mushroom House red in this world when on the NES it's blue. Whoa. Clip? Nope, okay. Do-do-do-do. Hey! The question mark orb. A music glitch? Do you guys hear the music glitch there? Such a silly clip. Gotta get those one-ups. Now, don't those things in the background look like you can jump on them? You can't. All right, which level? Nice. And a P-Wing, too. Oh, this is gonna get sloppy. Oh my god, I was not expecting that. I was not expecting that. Nope. Hammer suit, baby. Is it time? Is it time for the hammer? Yeah! Oh, he's got to do this level, too. I'm beginning to think that in the Mario All-Stars for Mario 3... Oh my god, these hammer snipes. Oh my god! Okay, this is by far one of the coolest things. That was almost... But not quite. That was epic. That was epic. All right, Hammer Brothers, let's see who's the better hammer. You can get them in one shot. I can't say that I've ever fought a Hammer Brother with the hammer suit. I don't think so. I don't suppose that's faster than fire. Maybe it is? Where are you using your extra hammer? Okay. What? So not needed. What? He's running with it. That was cool. That was really cool. Get stuck on the ledge. Oh, I thought... Get out of here, the flipper said. I thought he was gonna go do the clip under the whole ice section and let the Beatles fight it out. It sounds so weird. Hey, the mole. Nope, I'm not willing to do that on the screws. Screw that. Those are more like nuts than screws, though. Nut that. Nut that. Oh, he's going for it? Yeah, of course he is. Bop, 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 bop. Nice little coin from below. I wonder if that works on the NES version. If you ever get the swag clip, you can get the swag coin. For a second, I was worried there. I was like, no way. What is that king? What? How about lending me your clothes? No dice? What a drag. Doing the level, I like it, I like it. Are you gonna do the one-up zip with the jump? Nope. safely say I was not expecting that. I love those kind of wall jumps. I guess shell jump. It's nice. It's nice to not see the clip and see some like weird fun things. I like that. I like that a lot. Oh my god, I'm not expecting all these weird... Oh my god! Some of these clips I've seen, but every time I'm like, oh, how's he gonna get past this part? And then he clips right into the pipe and gets right around it so easily. Do-do-do-do-do. Fix my legs here. Alright, 7 free. This is what we call this level, 7 free. I love the way the hammer suit looks. Okay, we're gonna see this level. Please, Cloud 7-4. We don't need to see fun in that level. It's like the All-Stars version, Mario can accelerate so fast in such a small distance. You like initially you're like, no, you don't have enough speed. That's like impossible to clip there, but it just goes so fast. Yes, thank you. Going for the extra P-Wing? Whoa! That was cool. I think this guy he's like, no, I want to hang on to the hammer as long as I can. I had no idea you could go down that pipe. I had no clue you could go down that pipe. Nice. Let's see. At first, I was like, hey, there's a wall there. I've done that shell jump before. Yep, I've done that wall jump too. Oof, the red outlining looks awful on these. Oh, I pushed him a bit. I'm surprised he didn't get damaged by the spike there. I had no idea. Did I know there was a one up there? I don't think I did. Oh my god. Must be nice. Must be nice to have that asshole shooting up when you get there. For us Mario 3 RTAers, he's never... That one Patooey is never shooting the ball up, ever. I want it so bad. Alright, this Mushroom S is random. It's either Tanuki, Frog Suit, or Hammer Suit. I'd be disappointed if I saw all clips, to be honest. What kind of life would you be living if you were able to grab all 3 without any lag and anything? I mean, I think it lagged a bit there, but not much. 99 lives, 99 coins. This has been really fun to watch. I've actually learned a couple things too. Here we go. Here we go. Oh, I see. Making a point of not throwing a single hammer. I like it. The ultimate clip. I have seen that before. The like... You can do something super risky and edgy where you duck under, kill the first one, and kind of get under. It's ridiculous, though. That's incredibly hard, positioning yourself. I don't know where he is, but I keep thinking he's dying. Yoshi! Now that is something I did not know. I didn't know Yoshi was the end. I didn't know Yoshi was the World 7 boss. I didn't know that. Well, World 7 king, I guess. This is one hell of an airship, though. Even like the clouds, like look at the clouds and the lightning in the background. You get the foreground like mist clouds, make it look like you're, yeah, man. The art in this game is just so much better than the NES. If we created a ROM hack of Mario 3 that like expanded the ROM or some crap, and we were able to add in all these crazy backgrounds and all this like extra definition or anything like that, would we still be allowed to speedrun? As long as the main game never changed, would you guys accept runs on a copy like that? To be honest, I don't even know if expanding the ROM is something that would even allow you to do that. Maybe to clear up space, you actually remove the lost levels that are in the game, but like they're not used. Get them out of here. I feel like the lost levels in this game were created by the one guy that nobody really wanted to make any levels. And they were just like, yeah, we'll put him in the game. We don't know if they'll make the final, but maybe. And he got all excited and they had to just be like, sorry. Either that or they were test levels. They were probably test levels. All right, so I think it's safe to assume that he's gonna do the hand stages for fun. Right? There's no way. I mean, you've been doing all of these like crazy things in different levels. Ooh, the Viking King. Much better end letter too. Look at all the fire everywhere. Even the background here looks better. I mean, in the original Mario 3, it's just a black background. There's nothing's going on. Oh my god, that was so many bombs. What the heck? Oh, you lost your combo. Does anyone or anyone watching this video on YouTube, do you guys know how long this airship is? The timer starts from the moment you land on the overworld sprite to the moment you either grab the orb at the end or the chest to when you exit the overworld map. I used to know the exact time of this. I don't anymore. So many bombs. I don't ever remember the bombs being purple. Is he gonna get the clip here? Nope, no clip. Right in there. It's obviously faster to do this airship with Fire Flower because you could potentially get Rangless. Or sorry, not airship, tank. Whoa, the clip. And the only reason like runners like us can't clip there is because this game, like the Mario 3 All-Stars, you're able to build acceleration so fast with the tasks. I mean, if I picked up the game on All-Stars, I wouldn't be able to do these like weird things, the movement. Have any of you out there seen the tool-assisted speedrun for Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 2, the arcade game on the NES? That's another game where it's like it utilizes 2 controllers and it's just like you could never replicate what's going on. It's crazy. Yeah, there we go. Farming those 1-ups. Whoa, watch out. Oh my god. Get wrecked. Get wrecked. Alright, let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. All right, well, no hands. It's always nice to see. It always looks amazing with no hands, right? There's nothing more satisfying than seeing someone get across no hands. It's just, you want to know what's better than seeing it though? Is doing it. When you get no hands yourself, it feels amazing. All right, Bam Bam. See you later. Like the thunder and lightning still go on in the background, which is pretty cool, I think. I think that's pretty cool. I thought for a second he was gonna go back. He should cross the hands one more time and then cross back over them. All right. 8-1, I never really knew how I felt about the bushes, like the leaves in the back of 8-1. I feel like the black background is actually perfect for a level like 8-1. I don't know if any of you agree with me in the comments section, but yeah, I always thought just the plain black worked great. The leaves are weird. The starry background in this level kind of works. Well, I can safely say I don't do this level like this. Whoa, why does the sun have weird pixels? You guys see that? It looked like the sun had like feet. Weird feet pixels. I don't know, that was strange. All right, the crazy fortress. Oh my god. What the heck, dude? What the heck? You guys like the skulls better in this world than in the NES? What about Bowser's Castle? How do you guys feel about that? Yeah, like I said before, how many 1-ups do you think he's generated so far? He's well over 200, right? There's no way. There's no way. Well over 200. I was scared there a little bit, I'm not gonna lie. Okay. Alright. I wonder what Bowser's Castle is gonna look like. You think he's gonna do Bowser's Basement? Dun, dun, dun. No Bowser's Basement. Sorry, little guy. Oh, for a second I was like, oh, speedrunner's route. Nice. The most awkward path you could possibly take. I like it. What the heck was that? The camera shifted and he threw 2 hammers at Bowser. Does that actually work on killing Bowser? 2 high hammers? Does it delay the... It does. I don't think something like that would be faster. Very cool. That was really, really cool. So this wasn't like some professional task trying to go for the fastest time. This was just showcasing a lot of weird stuff in the Super Mario 3 All-Stars. And Peach is paved. Like always, we love the Peach is paved. I hope you guys enjoyed this, and I need you to tell me in the comments below if you're interested in me doing more stuff like this, because there is an actual official Super Mario 3 All-Stars task for any % warps, and it's really fast, and we could run through that and break it down and talk about it too. But you gotta let me know what you guys like and what you don't like. So I hope you enjoyed it, and thanks everyone for watching. Make sure to like and subscribe if you want to see more content from me, and always check out my live streams. I stream every day in the morning. All right, Mitch Flower Power, so easy to find. Take it easy, everyone. Thanks for watching. Woo! SMB3 Boomsticks Edition version 1 Beginner's Cut. Are those crosses in the background? Maybe there's a lot of Jesus clips in this. I always appreciate some good overworld. This one is very, very nice. We got 3 mushroom houses, spade card game, and 1 fortress, 2 hammer brothers, and a pipe that I seemingly cannot get to. I wonder what that's about. Okay. Is this a Kaizo hack? Okay, no infinite lives, though. Am I supposed to be up there? It's over here. What? Okay. You don't get much height off those guys, but I got enough height. What? Okay, I think this is where the vine took me, right? Oh. Bombs away! Whoa! That was sick! Alright. You owe me big time. Pay up, son, and I'll help you out. Yeah, here, how's this for payment? So I didn't pay him. What does that mean? The fire flower? Okie dokie. Yeah, we're gonna go up here. Yeah, that noise is so silly. Made it. Alright. Yo, see... What? What? Come on! What was that? What? That's it, I'm out of here. The hell? Shit falling from the sky? Get me out of here. Alright, use my mushroom. Dude. You're obsessed with stairs at the start. Listen, I played this game enough. I know what I'm doing. I don't know what I'm doing. Whoa, what? Wait. Oh, shit! Wait, what, another one? Yo, another one? It's freaking loading me up! Get away from me, you creeps! I found a secret. Let's go. Can you imagine he took the 1-ups out of it? I'm not a fan of all these blind jumps here, but we made it. What? Auto-scroller already? If only I could get up here. It's fucking bullshit right here. That's fucking bullshit, man. Alright, we'll try again. Yeah. But if I cheese this, I don't think I'll get the white mushroom house. I want there to be a white mushroom house. No white mushroom house, guys. No white mushroom house. Oh. Alright, we got it, though. I should have seen it there. You can see hidden blocks in this. Ah, look at Mario. He's healthy. You're done for the day, Mario. What is this? Okay, Tanuki. I just head floated. Oh no. Where am I? I'm fucking stuck! Man, oh man, what is this? How is this? What? Where am I going? No, 1-up, come back. What's going on here? What am I waiting for? A platform? What? That's it, I'm out of here. Alright, level 6. Yeah, nice try, buddy. No. 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 Yes. No. Yes. Alright, we survived. Oh my god. No, I need that. Wing it. Oh, snap. I did it. Fire flower, I like it. Our inventory is growing. Yeah, awesome. That was great. Epic start. No. Alright, that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. I like it. Yeah, mine. Alright, we gotta clip here. Nice. We want to see the level though, so we don't want to clip. Hold on a sec, guys. I'll be back in 2 seconds. Don't riot. Am I good? Oh, what? Ah, there it is. I had a feeling it was sneaking around here somewhere. Yo, we got a path? Yo, let's go. Look at that. Yep. Oh, we get a cloud in World 1? I'll take it. Alright, I got a problem and you need to fix it. No excuses, no delay, just get it done. The princess is not happy. What the hell did I do? I didn't do anything. Maybe that's exactly the issue. You heard the man, get after it. You think I'm crazy? I'm gonna go for that power-up? You fucking nuts? Especially when there's a power-up right here. Duck. Oh, come on, I was already ducking. I was already duck-goosing. It's the cross from like the beginning of the game. Jesus. There you go. At least I got some coins. Oh my goodness. Is there a power up at the end? Yes, there is. What? All right. Yo, free off-screen wand grab? Oh, come on. Whoa, lots of broken fortresses here. Whoa, the cloud. Oh, that's so cool. All right, let's start with level 1. What? All right. The only reason I have an issue with taking damage right at the start of a level and stuff like that is like, I've played so many ROM hacks before that to me it's not, it's old. I hate starting a level and taking damage. Let me up, let me up. I'm innocent. Nice. Other than that, I mean, I like everything so far. It's unique, it's creative. I thought I would have a clip. Ah! I'll take these though. Yeah, hand them over. See, blind drop. Do I go down or do I... Ooh, okay, I'm safe. Look at that. Whoa, Nelly, man, there's shit everywhere. I survived though. This is one of those hacks where like you need to hold on to your power-ups. Quicksand, it's quicksand. You guys remember that from The Mummy? Look out, it's quicksand. That's where Winston takes a plunge. Instead of a moat, it's frickin' the sand. Ooh, hello. What? How the fuck do you want me to get that? Oh, nice, okay. Yo, side pixels? I didn't get all the coins. I know, no white mushroom house for me. What? I like that you're changing where you put the cards. I like it. Come here, Hammer Brother. What the fuck? that's just a mushroom. Hand it over. All right, let's actually get some power-ups here. Mushroom. Star. Nice. What? Why am I so bad? All right, quicksand stage. Now where do I go? Okay. What? The double twister? Nice try, double twister. What the hell is this? I don't know what this is. All right, let's go. Wait, what? What? Oh my goodness. What the? Black 2, you need to get out of here. Oh, shit! And I get the star. That was epic, dude. I don't know how any of that worked out. Oh, but it did. All right, Fortress. This pipe. All right, we'll take this pipe. I don't want that. Definitely don't want that. Huh. Okay. Here. I don't want to die. Is this a star? No. What is this, the hard path? Save state because we're going to clip right here. This clip has a really annoying retry. Yeah, takes us right to the Bam Bam. That takes us to Bam Bam. I saw the door, so maybe... Oh my goodness. How long can we hold on to this hammer suit for? That is true. World 2 has frog suit. World 2 has frog suit. Whoa. Are you telling me I can farm 1-ups? That's exactly what you're telling me. Oh, I was supposed to take the pipe. Very cool. Yo, less deserty over here. Very cool. Oh, shit. See, I'm gonna lose my hammer suit because I'm gonna start a level. Alright, I'm gonna get freaking trashed. Hey, we made it last a while, okay? What the hell is going on here? Oh, I can make it up there. Oh, so close. Oh, come on. I was about ready to hit you with the... You better not have just soft-locked me. But you didn't. I like this hack a lot. Let's do frog suit, sure. what are the odds, dude? Thank you. Nope. Didn't like what I saw. Nice proxy timing, thank you. These blind drops, though, are ruthless. Let's pretend like none of that happened. How many paths can I take here? Aha! Mushroom! Yes! Alright, what's back here? Oh, hi. Yo, I like the little forest you got back here. Have I ever cosplay? I haven't done any serious cosplay before, no. All that for a star? Nice. We got a hammer? Oh, what? Just to recycle? Hold on, we got a clip. Normally in the original game, when you clip the pyramid here, it takes you to a dead end and you're like stuck forever. There we go. It's looking very close to the same thing. Not quite though. Alright, we'll clip through here. Wait, hold on, what's up here? Don't need to clip. Come back. Yay, man. Finally, a Mario 3 hack where I'm rewarded for clipping. Okay, so you clip. It's like you have a whole level here. So, like, what's down here? More pipes and stuff? Okay, we'll go in here. I think this is the secret, right? No. But I can't go in here. Shortcut? Shortcut to the end, right? Whoa. So what's down here, then? That's it. Alright, so we'll go here then. So, can confirm, unless this is the end pipe right here. No, it's not. And you can't clip this tile set. ISO there. Come up here. Oh. What is going on? Oh, get smashed. Yo, isn't underground tile set the worst to create? Alright, come on. Let's get something other than star. What? 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 Stars, mushrooms, and one-ups. Whoa, what? What? They're coming with me, I guess. Dude, all that for coins. I'll take a fire flower. Dude, that's so trippy. You and the king need to figure things out. I'm in hell and you have a damn bromance. Thank you for the cloud. This is how pipe transitions should be, right? Like, power up farming. Whoa. This is trippy. Ah, I got a star, buddy. So gray water, like murky water to clean water, right? Milkshake? No, I don't want a frog suit. Nice and slow, I don't care what you guys say. I'm going to guess this pipe right here. Oh, I was wrong. Wow, Fortress right away. Back to the Sody Pops. Well, I still drink Red Bulls from time to time. I'm also not at a weight that I dislike, so I'm okay with what I eat and stuff. I think my biggest issue was I had to take off all of the weight I gained from quitting smoking, and then now my weight is much more controllable. But my eating is also not as bad as it was, I guess. Not that it was bad, but... Hold on. Oh, nice. I'll take this. Door 3, though? Hey! It is door 3! Was that intentional to Boomsticks? It was true door 3. Whoa, Hammer Brother, can I, like, break that? Oh, I passed through. No, you're safe. This doesn't do anything. Okay, so this is what I'm curious about. Just as I thought. Can we all just take a minute to appreciate how much the Mushroom Kingdom has transformed? We can fly up, take a look at the sky. Looks like I'm doing a wrong warp here. So where's the other lock, though? It's in front of the pipe. I see. Yo, 2 fortresses at the start of a world? Okay, okay. Ballsy. That's a little bold. I'm okay with it. Blick, block, blick, blick, block, blick, block, blick, block, blick, blick. The sunken fortress. Please don't touch the music notes! That was close, man. I almost touched those music notes. Oh, come on. That's a good sequence right there. I like that. That's probably my favorite level design you have so far. Bullshit. Oh, this? Oh, I see. Uh-oh. What the heck is that line? Well, whatever it is. Whoa! The fish, he just disappeared. Look at the fish. And he's... I thought... Oh, and they're gone. I'm out of here. No! You fuck. You know how much I hate flying Cheep Cheep level. Okay, so here's my one opinion on this level. It's a personal thing when it comes to Mario 3, okay? First of all, flying Cheep Cheeps! What the fuck? Get me out of here. Okay, first of all, if you're gonna have a random Cheep Cheep level and you know that they're gonna hit the player a lot, so you put an absurd amount of power-ups in the level, why even have it at all? But that's just my opinion on Cheep Cheep levels. It's the only level that I would never want to play again. Everything else I like. You're like, well, good luck. There's gonna be 100 more. Whoa, how did I dodge him? So like this level with the flying Cheep Cheep, it's already much better. Because it's like, you know what? Get through the flying Cheep Cheeps. Not an absurd amount of power-ups. Because the power-ups in the last level is like, I know it's overkill, so here's a bunch of power-ups, and it just makes the whole thing a whatever experience. And the stars here are perfect. I don't know about that Kaizo, though. Run! No way. Okay, so stopping the flying Cheep Cheeps here, that was a good move. You really want me to go through this whole thing, huh? I don't know if that's what you wanted me to do, but that's what I'm doing. Whoa, is this like a fake hole? No, that is real. Oh, what are they doing? I don't know if we should help them or let them finish. I'm actually gonna save state and see if I can use a hammer on this. Oh, snaps. One hammer I could use there. That's pretty good. Oh, how did I make it through there? You don't expect me to come back with the frog suit, right? You don't expect me to come back with the frog suit, right? What? These are fake? Yeah, get me through this nightmare. Terrible night for a curse. Whoa! I thought that was a wall! I'm out of here. No. Nice. Was it right here or right here? Yes. Wait, I wonder, is there a special item in this one? I'm gonna guess frog suit. Nope, P-Wing. Very nice. Sorry, P-Switch. Ah. Right on it, too. No! Flying Cheep Cheeps, man. Get me the hell out of here. Get me out of here with the Flying Cheep Cheeps. Whoa, that's weird. He's gone. He's back. Yeah, so what's... Really? That is so trippy, man. The water? That is so trippy. Oh, I have P-Speed. No. Let's go. Just because I can. Yo, I got it. I knew it was here. I got the high-end gear right here, you lucky bastard. Yeah. Dude, I love your pipe transitions. Holy crap, what is this? Look at how fast this is. The bullets are gonna stay on screen forever. Yes, come with me. Obviously, this is not the end. Get out of here. Oh, I panicked. I picnicked. Uh-oh. Okay, we're good. Uh-oh. Come on, grab it. Grab it! Oof. We're good. Dang it. You're giving all these free off-screen wand grabs. I'm not hitting any of them. I'm drowning here and you are describing the water. Damn it. Hurry up. Are you even using the items I'm sending? I'm using some of them. Are those little ghosts or do they just look little? Yo, we made it. Cheeseland. Cheeseland! Multiple exits! Is what I'm talking about! What? Bullcrap, now I can't make it. Ghosts in the water, though? What? What am I doing here? Awesome. Am I supposed to take intentional damage there? You need to duck there? Imagine telling another man to duck? Cool. Now, oh, that's the... Ooh, P-switch? Want to hear the most annoying sound in the world? Wow. What? It's all A, C, D, C, G. Oh my, yeah, take it away from me. Fuck off. Oh, fuck. Wow. My favorite part right there. Hey, at least it was the end of the level. All right, we made it through. We're at the fortress. What? Yo, who here likes this hack? Type 1. Type 1 if you guys enjoy this hack. Oh, I don't enjoy it anymore. Whoa, what? Now we fly. Dude, I like that you incorporate like the way players play. Like there's stuff up here because you know there's players like me who's gonna fly around, have a good time. Oh, you son of a bitch. You're encouraging clipping, aren't you? You know how hard it is to tail? You know what? You don't play ROM hacks to clip, okay? You can't make me. Clipbait? Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Clipbait? You're on PB pace? You want me to clip there? I don't think so. The clipbait. Dude, I hope in like World 7 you can like hammer, hammer, cloud, cloud, beat the world. Oh, is that so? You want me to P-switch, huh? Oh, I was doing so well. I was doing so well just blindly P-speeding. I was blindly peeing. Yo, what's up here? What's up here? Dude, I like it. Unfortunately, that would not be faster, but alright. We're using a P-Wing. Yo, it's so fast! And we get to watch it in all of its glory. Thank you for the 400. What is this? You stretch the ceiling? You are a fucking madman. Alright. Bask in all its glory. That frame rate, though, I tell ya. Now, how am I supposed to get this? Look, by the time I get, R-E-V-E, revenge. Revenge. Recyclops will have his revenge. Wait, okay. That's it? Epic. Yo, coins on an airship? Man, I haven't got a single off-screen one grab, and you're just handing them out like candy. Oh, I missed it. How do we feel about this World 5 Overworld? What? That's great. Yeah, dude. Thank God for that block. Okay. That's so bullshit. That is also bullshit. going on here? I saw the hole there. What? There's a tornado after me! Oh my god, no way, dude. That's it, I'm out of here. What? It was so clustery and chaotic-y. I don't know if I was a fan of that level. Yo, sick. No, come back. Oh, no way. What? Of course. Pick a pipe, more like pick an ass. Wee. Whoa, that was close. Wait, where? What? There's a chest down there? What? Yo, this is sick already. I like the way this looks. If I kept P speed, I'd be able to go up there. Of course. Wait a minute. Okay. Why is it the second switch? Oh yeah, dude. I'm not going down there. Are you crazy? Nice try. Do you see the size of his jump there? Whoa, 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 whoa. That trick pipe? I tried to jump, man. I was holding up the whole time. Boom. See you later, Lack 2. It's a very purple background. All right, Twisty Castle. All right. Shit. Oh, that's great. Yeah. Oh my god. What are you doing? What? Oh, fuck off, man. That's so cringe. Fuck yeah, we made it. Well, that was cool. Pick a pipe. Any pipe. Made it. It's not so bad. Hey, that wasn't so bad. That was tricky dicky, but what, no Jesus clip? I like this fortress. I'm greedy. Oh no, I didn't know it ran out. I got double time lapsed. Oh, it's a flying one. I should have known, dude. Let's see if I can clip here. Where do you guys think the clip takes me? Yo, right to the end? Yo, let's go. It's like the opposite of Jesus clip. I like. Tricky Dicky. What? Dude, come on. Come on, man. I just can't do it, Captain. Alright. What do you want from me? Look at this. Look at this dump. Ugh, apologies on the lag, it's okay. Come on, what is that, dude? That was ass. Oh, how do I get that? Right at the end, that chest. Yo, we got a flower. There's the chest right at the end of the level. How do I get it? Mash for good luck. Come on. Oh, that would have been sick. I call shenanigans. Yo, these levels are getting hard. Water? Which path do I want to take? Yeah, this hack is really dope. Whoa! I cannot believe I'm surviving. Why do I have to say things? Wait, what? 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 I'll take... No, don't. Yo, I'll take it! Dude, I got tornadoed. You know, I've always wanted to be tornadoed. The old don't use the P-wing trick. Oh, fuck. Whoa, that was close. How do you expect me to get that? Fucking nuts. Whoa. What? He got out of there? No! I can't do anything, man. No way did I just jump over that. What? Yeah, get wrecked. Wait, what? What? Okay. Alright, let's see here. Oh my god, are you kidding me? You can skip this entire world? I know, I'm short a hammer. I didn't use a hammer anywhere though. Maybe in this world I get one. But that means I can't use a single hammer in the entire game. I don't know how I feel about that. You gotta save them all? Now, are blind jumps really fair? Right, what am I doing though? What? Well, I can make it now because I have a leaf, so it's impossible without a leaf? Unless there's a hidden block somewhere? What? As soon as you start the level, get your ass in gear! Ah! Get out of here. Get out of here. What are those? What? What's that? What is that? Is that a ghost? Oh! What's this? Wrap around! Drop! Pipe! Oh my god, no pipes. Where am I going? The fuck? What? What? Run, Mario, run! I just hold left the whole time. Level's complete. Nice, that's a good level. Yo! Wait, no, I'm not ready, Help! I'm ready. Bitch. Yo, thanks for putting a star right there. That was sick. Wait, dude, I love your overworld pipes, man. They're so good. You could save hammers, but then you have to do half the worlds. I don't think I'm gonna make this, guys. Oh my god, I made it! No. Oh. Haha, I tricked you. Oh my god, this level is insane, dude. This level is huge, dude. What? Wait, there's a chest. Okay, I'm gonna try and clip. Okay, looks like we're being encouraged to clip here. Okay. Getting all the peas. Dude, I'm gonna run out. Oh, no, I'm not. What is this? Oh, no, you don't. Yeah. Alright, what's... Another chest? Fuck, man, I don't have a tail. Is this seriously the beginning of the level and it took me that long to get this far? Free Willy! Here we go. Yo, is this a secret meant for me? Yo! Yo! Deb exit! Hey, this used to be an auto-scroller. Is this for the White Mushroom House? Thanks. He said bastard! Can I, like, somehow get a clip here? Yes. You know what? I'm gonna go with a P-Wing and see what happens. What's happening? My favorite song. Well, I think I picked the right P-Wing level. Oh, hold on a sec, though. Is this intentional? The music's broken. What's happening? Hey, as long as it doesn't crash. Oh, you jerk. Frog suit? Of course. Alright, I picked a very bad frog suit level. That... Oh! Son of a bitch. My star. My somersaults. My somersaults, no! You always save state with Mario 3 hacks. You go ahead and don't save state in Mario 3, and then when it crashes and you don't play and finish the game, don't come crying to me, man. I finally got one! I'm tired of waiting for you, sorry ass. Time for me to take this into my own hands. I haven't closed the jewel that helps. The princess. Whoa, crazy. Crazy world here. What the hell? Shit. Shit. Wait, I didn't take damage there? Alright, this level's sick, but it hurts my eyes a little bit. It hurts my eyes when I'm trying to focus. Yeah, you think I'm nuts? Small Mario, you think I'm going in there? Is that my exit right there? Oh, I could have snuck by there through the back. Okay, we didn't check any pipes yet, so I assume this might take me to the mushroom house. Yeah, let's go. I gotta start dumping items soon. I gotta start item abusing levels, so... Oh, you sneaky. I think I can still make it, though. Oh. What? What? Wait, what? That's the shortcut. Hey, I found it! Nice level! What are you trying to make, a Mario Party minigame? Shit. Stop! What? That's it. That's it. I'm going down. Yep. You think it's funny? What the fuck just happened? Have you made any Mario Maker levels or played Mario Maker? I feel like you haven't. This is it right here, Mario Maker. Yup. There's a hammer. Hot garbage, Mario Maker. But I did it, so we're good. And it's an optional stage, so you can't get upset about it. Hey look, level 4 is not an underwater auto-scroller. Thank you. Okay. Well, I think I found my first cloud level. I should have auto frog suited. Thanks for discovering that, no problem. Fucking twisters, man. Dude, that is a ridiculous blooper to get by. So let me... Dude, or you could do this right to the end. Look at how many levels. Wait, so I need to use a hammer to play this level? Weird. Well, let's see what it's like. Thank you so much for playing my game. Thank you. Another shout out. Oh, more peeps. TM. Yo, is that MFP? Yeah, that's right. MFP got the thanks. Woo! Yeah, Trash Panda, HM, and MFP. I didn't do anything though. You asshole! I don't accept your thanks. You never would have gotten involved without me. Well, thank you. What is... Something's stealing me. Stop! The sun! I did not consent to this, Mr. Sun. Where am I? What? Help! I don't feel so good. Help! That's it, I'm out of here. What? I tried to leave! Help! I made it. No. Back off. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I don't know where I'm going! Wow. You little sneaks. Little sneaks. Frog suit. Finally. You never let me frog suit. Yeah, right. What do you think I'm gonna be able to get that? Are you crazy? Awesome. That lined up perfectly for me. Jump! No! I went too high! You fuck. This better not be bait. Fuck. Oh, hold on. But do I take the pipe instead? Aw. Can't. Yeah. I'm not gonna lie, I was pretty scared there. Ah, your lady has quite the mouth on her. Tough too. She's here in my castle if you dare to try and rescue her. I'm waiting, King Bowser. All right, first and foremost, let's see where Secret Hammer takes us. Whoa, what? Whoa! So you need 2 if you want to get to this one. So where does this one take me? Okay. Bunch of castles. Yeah, Bowser gave me no gift. We saved our P-Wings. Wait, how many P-Wings do I have? Alright. Now we just get to watch and enjoy. Yeah, it's like watching a parade. I actually really like this tank. There's something about this ROM hack that gives like an enclosed, wholesome vibe. Like I don't know how to describe it. Alright, what do we get? Another P-Wing, let's take a look. Let's take a look around. Oh god. I don't know if I'll be able to. I'm surviving though. Alright, Bam Bam. What is that? So we can't fire kill him? What? Oh, what? Get in there! Should have put a frog suit. Should have put a ceiling there so you bonk down. Best pick ever. Thanks, Boomsticks. Watch frog suit needed for Bowser's. Better not be. I'm out of here. Oh, you asshole. There's a boat section and then a bridge to a castle. My last P-Wing. Wait, it's not an auto. Oh, it's not an auto scroller. Oh my god, how high does this thing go? Oh, I think I was at the end there. I think I was at the end too. Oh my god, he's gaining on us. The little pipe there with the rollers. That's hilarious. I don't know how to get up there. Wait, I can't get up. That would drive me insane. How do I get to that pipe up there? I can't? There is a chest in this level. There is a chest in this level. Awesome. Why is there a chest in this level? What? There's not a chest in this level? I thought that's what makes all the enemies green. Awesome. Okay. X's. Wait, what? Bro, find cheeps, man. Come on. Come on, dude. The worst. It's okay. We survived it. We survived it. You're wrecked, Bowser! That's a thick ROM hack, man. Yeah, I saved you, Peach. Get us out of here. Get us out of here before I knock you. My chastity belt could use a new dent. Yo, good ROM hack, man. I honestly can't believe we finished it. That was pretty good. That's a good ROM hack. Much better than my first ROM hack, I'll tell you that much. Thank you so much for watching the video. If you really enjoyed my content, do not forget to subscribe. It helps me out so much. Thank you all for watching.
This video contains flashing lights that may affect viewers with photosensitive epilepsy. Viewer discretion is advised. Super Smash Bros. Melee. It's one of the most popular fighting games today. Of course, it's best known for its competitive multiplayer, but the game also has a single-player mode with different minigames. The most famous one? Target Test, colloquially known as Break the Targets. It's pretty simple on its surface. You must break 10 targets through a course in the shortest time possible. Melee has 25 characters, and each one has their own Break the Targets level with 10 targets scattered around. The layout is usually tailored to the character's specific moves and abilities, sometimes resembling a level from that character's original game. Melee keeps track of your fastest time on each of the 25 levels, as well as your total time added up across all levels, known as your total high score. Players fell in love with Break the Targets when the game came out. Thousands of players spent hours on each level. They posted their fastest times online. Shortly after Melee's release in 2001, the world records on each of the 25 levels added up to about 4 minutes. And that number plummeted quickly. The community-wide total high score went down second by second, gradually getting closer to 3 minutes. By February 2008, the total high score was all the way down to 303.88. And then, things really slowed down. Over the next 10 years, 2009 through 2019, the total high score only went down by an average of 1/3 of a second per year. They went from lowering it 60 seconds in 6 years to just 3 seconds in a full decade. It was approaching a limit. These levels had become so optimized that they'd run out of time to save. After all, there were only so many options for going faster. As of 2019, the community-wide total high score stood at 3 minutes flat .87, just 1 second away from the sub-3 barrier. Yet at the current rate of improvement, it was unclear if they'd ever make it there. On February 15th, since records were so hard to come by, players in the Smash Stadium Discord talked about setting cash bounties to lower certain Break the Targets records. But then, SockDude threw another idea out there. What if they offered money for every frame of improvement, until the total high score came down under 3 minutes? SaveState was the first to contribute, offering $10 per frame for every frame up until sub-3. And from there, it started to snowball. SockDude and Moody, the #1 and #2 ranked players in Break the Targets, offered $10 and €10 per frame respectively. Before long, there was a total of $1,658.90 riding on this, or roughly $31 per frame. Multiple Reddit posts were made, building excitement for Melee players around the world to take on the challenge, the quest for sub-3. But for all the excitement around the bounty, there was also skepticism. These records had been optimized and nearly perfected over the last 18 years. To make it to sub-3, players would have to find a way to save 53 frames across 25 levels. It may not sound like much, but these were already 25 of the most optimized world records in all of video gaming. How do you save time when there might not even be time left to save?
Hey there. I don't believe we've met before. I'm Summoning Salt, and I'm here today because I have an exciting announcement. Introducing, for the very first time ever, the Summoning Salt VHS Collection.
Now look, I love physical media, and I love the nostalgia of VHS. This is something I've wanted to do for a long time. Every few months, I'm going to be re-releasing one of my videos on VHS. And the first entry in the Summoning Salt VHS collection, Halo 2. It comes with professionally designed, beautiful box art with a teal VHS tape inside. Of course, the tape itself is playable, featuring my 2023 upload, The History of Halo 2 World Records, edited to 4:3. I even updated the video, showing off what's happened to the world record since the original release. The only place to watch that is on this tape.
I want to do a whole bunch of these going forward, with all my classic videos getting a release. The better this first one does, the more I'll be able to do in the future.
To purchase it, go to summoningsalt.com. Hit view full details for the full description and pictures. It's available for $34.99 for the next 14 days only, then it's gone forever. Start your Summoning Salt VHS collection today. That's summoningsalt.com. Only available for the next 14 days. It's February 15th, 2019, and these are the 25 world records in Break the Targets, along with the year they were set. As you can see, they were each just a few seconds long, and many had been standing for years. Some were set not long after the game came out, and remained unbroken more than a decade later. To start making progress on the bounty, someone would have to break one of these records. Who was most likely to do that? Well, there were 3 tiers of Break the Targets players. Tier 1 was the game's very best players. That's Sockdude and Moody. Including ties, Sockdude and Moody held a collective 18 of the 25 world records. They also had the 2 lowest individual total high scores, not far off from the community-wide total high score of 3.87. These 2 guys were the most likely to make progress on the bounty. The second tier included players who held 1 or 2 records but weren't on the same level as Sockdude and Moody. Players like Chaos6, Sam the Digital, and Demon9. Highly skilled players, but not quite as dominant. The bounty could be just what they need to chase more world records. And then, the third tier was the unknowns. Players who had never set a record, but with money on the line and the chance to be a part of something greater, they were going to do all they could to take even a single frame off of one world record. So you had the favorites, the underdogs, and the unknowns. Within days of the bounty's announcement, the community was buzzing, an activity level that hadn't been seen in years. Yet, for all the excitement, there was a lot of work ahead. Someone had to kick off the bounty by breaking a record, and all 25 of them had many, many years of history. But as optimized and as battle-tested as they were, maybe some of the oldest ones weren't quite optimal. In over 12 years, perhaps something had been missed. Let's take a look at Donkey Kong. This was the second oldest standing record in the game, a time of 8.41 performed by Zampa back in November 2007. Zampa was one of the original legends of Break the Targets. At one point in 2009, he held nearly half of all Break the Targets records by himself. Now, a decade later, only one of those records was still standing untied. Donkey Kong in 8.41 seconds. Why had this record stood unbeaten for the past 12 years? Well, this is everything that went into Zampa's time. Targets 1 and 2 are on either side of DK as he spawns in. It's blocked by the text, but Zampa starts by doing a pivot, where during the initial dash you press the opposite direction for only 1 frame to turn around in place. He then jabs, which breaks both of the first 2 targets. Targets 3 and 4 are then fairly straightforward as he just jumps up and breaks them. To reach the next targets, Zampa performs a series of wave lands, which is a variation of wave dashing. By doing an air dodge into the ground after jumping, you essentially cut off each jump early and instantly land, then become actionable again after just a few frames. This let Zampa do several jumps in rapid succession. Just after hitting target 5, he performs another move called an edge cancel. You usually have lag upon landing, but you can cancel that lag by entering the teetering animation that a character gets from being on the very edge of a platform. So, he lands as far to the left as possible to teeter, then buffers a dash right to keep moving as quickly as possible. The next 3 targets are straightforward. He breaks targets 6 and 7 in the air, then he does a neutral aerial to break target 8. Finally, Zampa does another edge cancel after target 9, then does a fast fall by pressing down while falling, and then hits target 10 with another neutral aerial. Stage complete. All the inputs I just described were performed by Zampa in 8.41 seconds. In real time, it looks like this. It all had to be done as fast as possible, not wasting frames anywhere, and that's exactly what Zampa had done back in 2007. Now, in 2019, it was still the world record. That being said, it wasn't perfect. There was one more known optimization players could go for. After breaking the 7th target, you could do one more wave land on the girder below to potentially save a few frames. But even with this improvement, it would still be incredibly hard to beat Zampa. His movement was essentially perfect. From the pivot at the start, all the wave lands and edge cancels, beating him would be tough. But at least there was a path to doing so, unlike many of the other records. So, who would be the first to try and capitalize on this DK time save? Sockdude, or Moody, or perhaps an underdog like Chaos 6? Nope. It was Jerry3333. Now, Jerry wasn't really an unknown player. He'd set a few records in the past, but he didn't hold any records when the bounty was posted. Yet, he recognized an opportunity on DK, and a couple weeks into the bounty, he started playing it heavily. After 10 hours of playing, he plateaued at 8.48, just a few frames off the record. To improve the rest of the way, Jerry would have to be perfect. All the moves had to be done as fast as possible. He continued over the next few weeks, struggling and posting his progress in Discord. And finally, on March 19th, Jerry3333 did this. Jerry saved exactly 1 frame over Zampa. It was just enough to claim the first reward of the bounty, $31 to Jerry. It took an entire month to get there, but finally there was progress, and Zampa's ancient world record was obsolete. Now, here's the crazy part. Although Zampa's record stood for 12 years, Jerry's new record only stood for a single day. On March 20th, it was Sockdude getting another 1 frame improvement, 8.38. Sockdude used the exact same strategy as Jerry, but executed it just slightly faster. Of course, Sockdude held so many break the targets records, and had been doing this sort of thing for years. It wasn't surprising that he was able to pull through with a faster time. So, after a little over a month of the bounty, the first 2 frames had been collected, 51 frames to go. Where to look next? Well, some of these older records seem to have a bit of potential. So let's try another old one. Bowser. This record was also set back in 2007, just 4 days after the long-lasting Donkey Kong record. It was a time of 8.20 seconds by a player named Marth1. We need to talk about Marth1. He is the closest thing Break the Targets has to Matt Turk. From 2004 to 2013, he set world records on 22 of the game's 25 levels. He had insane versatility, jumping from character to character with no loss of skill. Many of his times stood for years, even over a decade, and players had no idea how to beat them. Despite mostly being done by 2007, his total high score still ranked 3rd in the world in 2019. In that huge length of time, only Sockdude and Moody had been able to pass him. Of all Marth 1's world records, perhaps his finest was his Bowser record of 8.20, still standing more than 11 years after it was set. And a big reason why is because of a concept not found in most other levels: RNG. To break the first target at the start, you jump up and hit it with a flame. Each flame Bowser shoots randomly comes out at one of 65,536 angles, located between 35 and 55 degrees. Because of Bowser's positioning when you jump, you need to randomly get a flame that's high enough, or else all the flames will go underneath the target. To increase your chances, you can jump further to the right, making it more likely a flame will contact the target. But the more you move to the right, the more time you lose, as ultimately you want to move left for the next targets. In Marth 1's 8.20, he barely moved right at all, meaning he had to do a lot of restarting. Beyond that, you also need good flame RNG to break the third target, and then you have to deal with the flipper. Hard enough, it's essentially random. You need it to knock you up to the left, and that's determined by extremely precise positioning with the control stick. You must hold specific directions on consecutive frames. It's known as smash directional influence. So, that's effectively 3 pieces of RNG in the first 3 targets. This was a daunting record to try and beat. But in early April, Chaos 6 started playing Bowser. Chaos was a 15-year veteran of Melee, but he'd beaten a world record only once before, Roy back in 2013. Chaos played for hours every day trying for the Bowser record, and took his time down to 8.25. Other players joined in, including Jerry3333 and Sockdude. But on April 10th, Chaos beat them all to it. It took 12 years to beat Marth 1 by 1 frame, but it was good enough for the bounty. He had a tiny lead after the RNG gauntlet at the start, then preserved that lead all the way to the end. $31 to Chaos 6 for a 1 frame improvement. 50 frames to go. This was very slow progress. The bounty had been active for 2 months, and there had been 3 frames of improvement. Different players had chipped in here and there, yet it hadn't led to anything huge. The remaining 50 frames were going to take years at this rate, but that was about to change. As it turned out, Chaos's record on Bowser kicked off a flurry of activity, and in the span of just 1 week in April 2019, 4 new records were set for the bounty. The first was the Bowser record that you just saw. The next 2 both came on the same day by the same player, a legend by the name of Sam the Digital. Much like Chaos or Jerry, Sam the Digital wasn't considered one of the very best Break the Targets players, but he had a few characters he specialized in, ones where he had set world records in the past. 2 of those characters were Roy and Luigi, and on April 11th, he scored 1 frame improvements on both of them. With Roy, the most important part is the leftward velocity you get from the flipper midway through. Like Bowser, you more or less need to flick the control stick and hope for the best. In 2 frames, you go from up and right to full left. Sam the Digital was 1 frame ahead by the time he boosted off the flipper, and he preserved that lead over the final 5 targets. New world record. Then there was Luigi. This is an interesting one since the level is so short. All 10 targets can be broken in just over 3 seconds. You press A on the first frame to break target 1, jump, then re-jump, and press B to fireball and break target 2. Fast fall, then fireball target 3. Slip off the GameCube, wait a few frames, then fast fall, double jump, then do a back aerial to break both targets 4 and 5 at once. Cancel rightward drift by briefly holding left, then time another fireball to break targets 6 and 7. Fast fall again, drift left, then down plus B on the first frame possible while standing far to the right to break targets 8 and 9. Finally, slide to the right and break target 10. In real time, you must do all of that in 3 seconds. Now, the only way for Sam the Digital to save time here was to do everything frame perfectly. every move and input on the first possible frame. And on the same day as his Roy record, Sam the Digital managed to save one more frame. Through 7 targets, he was even with the record, but Sam landed further left on the bottom, meaning he hit both targets 8 and 9 on the same frame. The previous record had to wait an extra frame for target 9 to move closer to him. That made it 2 frames across 2 fights, and $62 for Sam the Digital. Although he didn't care about the bounty itself too much, he was just excited to see the community so active. Through April and May, a few more frames were saved. On April 16th, a relative newcomer named Mega Cortification saved a frame on Young Link. This is a very unique level, as 7 out of 10 targets are broken by a boomerang. These boomerangs always travel at the same speed, so the only place you can gain or lose time is on the other 3 targets and your movement between boomerang throws. You throw a boomerang at the bottom, then at the top, after double jumping and grabbing a bomb, you must throw a second boomerang at the perfect angle. It has to bounce off this edge, then go behind Young Link and hit the enclosed target. The difficulty of the 4.87 world record came from this boomerang throw, combined with the movement from just before it. But on April 16th, Mega Cortification came through with a 1 frame improvement, thanks to throwing the second boomerang 1 frame sooner. Then in May, it was Sam the Digital who broke the Bowser record again, and this one was notable. It was the first world record for the bounty by more than 1 frame. He saved a whopping 2 frames on Bowser. The time save all came at the start, as he landed on the first platform 2 frames ahead of Chaos 6's record. He then broke the final 9 targets in the exact same amount of time. After a few months of the bounty, somewhat surprisingly, Sam the Digital was leading the charge, but it was still progressing at a snail's pace. These were all 1 to 2 frame improvements, with 45 frames to go. It would really be helpful if players could find a way to save a chunk of that time. Did any of these records have the potential for that kind of improvement? Well, ever since the inception of the bounty, there was one character that players had their eyes on, because even though his strategy was so difficult, there was believed to be room for some serious time save. This is Fox. First, an epilepsy warning, as this level has flashing lights. For many years, the record on Fox's stage was stuck at 6.68 seconds by Zampa, set all the way back in January 2008. It was a hard record to beat for one specific reason. Fox has an extremely technical level. There's a huge variety of moves used, and just executing the world record strategy is brutal. After breaking the first 3 targets, you have to climb a big wall as quickly as possible. That's done by doing a double jump, a wall jump, then an upward air dodge. It's very easy to lose frames here, especially on the air dodge. Then later, there's the wall jump before the 7th target, where you barely have enough time to build up the necessary speed. Zampa's record did a great job with all this, which is why it stood for 11 years. But just before the bounty, in 2019, a group of players made a push to beat it. They found a new strategy for the tough wall jump, and after a few new records, the time was down to 6.52 by Sockdude. Now, that seems like it may have pushed it out of contention for the bounty, a very recent record set by the game's best player. But if there was one person who had what it took to beat Sockdude, it was Moody. Moody had been doing this for a long time. He was setting world records as far back as 2006, first specializing in Kirby before moving on to other characters. Now 13 years later, the only player ahead of him was Sockdude. Moody thought he could get a little bit more out of the Fox record. The key was going to be how fast he could scale the wall at the start, and how effectively he could do the later wall jump. On July 20th, 2019, Moody did this. This was a 3-frame improvement to the world record, the biggest claim to the bounty so far. But he was actually a frame behind the world record after the climb. He made up a ton of time with his movement around the wall jump. So there was still room to go lower. And a few days later, he got one final improvement, 6.40, another 4 frames off the record. That made it a total of 7 frames shaved off in just 5 days from Moody. This is what happens when an elite player gets his hands on an unoptimized record. The one-frame improvements from lower runners were great, but Moody had nearly matched their combined efforts on just one level. These big chunks were exactly what the community needed. Finding more like this was going to be crucial. Which of these other 24 levels would be a good candidate? As it turned out, Samus had some untapped potential too. Much like Fox, it was considered a difficult strategy, with an enormous amount of moves in rapid succession. But the existing record was slightly unoptimized, and it followed the exact same script as Fox. A top player swooped in, this time Sock Dude, and saved 3 frames through faster execution. Another nice save for the bounty. We're seeing a pattern. The underdogs and unknowns had chipped in here and there with 1 to 2 frame improvements, but Sock Dude and Moody were taking it a step further. They were the 2 best players, and once they set their targets on an unoptimized record, it was game over. 3, 4 frames, even potentially more. With Sock Dude and Moody on the case, perhaps this bounty wouldn't last much longer. But after all the activity of the summer, heading into the fall, things slowed down again. During the end of August and all through September, no claims were made on the bounty. The problem was that the obvious time saves had already been identified and made. Sock Dude and Moody could play all they wanted, but if they couldn't find a place to go faster, it didn't matter. After 6 months of playing from the community, they were still 35 frames short. By October, it had been a month and a half since the last improvement. To try and get things going, there was one more option: a break the glass in case of emergency time save. A strategy considered too difficult for humans. But if they wanted any chance at sub 3, it had to happen now. This is Jigglypuff. First, another epilepsy warning for flashing lights in this level. The world record here was 7.62 from 2015. It was set by Sock Dude, so you know it was a good record. Here's how Jigglypuff's level works. You're essentially making your way through a snaking corridor, breaking targets along the path. After the first turn back, there are moving blocks that try to impede your progress. You must navigate around them. While the fastest movement through the level is intricate, the record strategy itself was pretty simple. Sock Dude broke the targets on either side of him at the start, broke 2 more targets in front of him, then broke targets 5 and 6 while dodging blocks, and finally slipped under a moving block to make it back left, where he destroyed the final 4 targets in the air. It's just a simple S pattern, and yet, this basic level had one of the biggest untapped time saves in the entire game. There was a glitch here that could save 11 frames. At the end of the second corridor, if you slide off the edge of the final platform just as a moving block is coming, you'll get squished between the 2 blocks. Once these blocks overlap each other, Jigglypuff gets pushed through to the corridor below. It's unclear exactly who discovered this clip. We have footage of it from as far back as 2005, and it is a big time save over going around. 11 frames would be huge for the sub 3 push. So why hadn't anybody done it yet? Well, to do the clip, you have to arrive early enough to slide off the edge before the moving block comes. And in the world record, the fastest known execution by the fastest player, Sock Dude arrived at the block 5 frames too slow to do the clip. If anybody could manage to get there in time, they'd be able to give the bounty its biggest award yet. And that's exactly what Moody wanted to do. He had to find a way to be 5 frames faster than Sock Dude, obviously not an easy task. To his surprise, he had several attempts that actually got the floor clip. Problem was, on each attempt, he'd missed at least 1 target on the way. When you break a target, you freeze for a few frames, so had he not missed targets, Moody wouldn't have made it in time. He did these attempts off and on for months, but he always either missed multiple targets or missed the clip. He just wasn't fast enough. Moody had to save time earlier. So, he looked at the first 2 targets and decided to do a modified version of the task strat. Instead of using a neutral aerial, he used a down aerial to destroy the targets, which freezes the character for fewer frames. The downside is that it puts you in a harder position to break target 3, so preserving the frames that you saved can be difficult. With newfound motivation, Moody poured in the attempts. And a couple days later, Moody did this. A 12-frame improvement to the world record. This was the biggest improvement to any break the target record in more than 6 years. Other players were amazed that he pulled this off. But Moody still wasn't done. The next day, a player named Bobby posted a suggestion to Moody. He could do a reverse forward aerial during the floor clip to break target 7 faster, potentially saving a few more frames. Over the next week, he did more attempts trying to save those frames, and on October 13th, he came through with yet another world record. 5 more frames, for a total of 17 frames saved on Jigglypuff. Moody earned over $530 and took out nearly half the remaining bounty frames all at once. He was now leading the way to sub 3. With under a third of a second to go, there were a few options where players could go from here. They could keep looking for more big improvements like Jigglypuff, hoping to take big chunks off at a time. But another easier option was to simply clean up more recent records. The Samus world record, set just a couple months ago by Sockdude, was a good example of this. It was a new record, but since Samus was such a hard level, Sockdude felt there was room to optimize it further. That being said, he didn't have any plans to do so, and Moody wasn't playing Samus either. So, somebody else would have to step up. It's time to talk about somebody new. Although, in a sense, he wasn't really new at all. This is Mario 64 Master. Mario 64 Master was one of Break the Target's early champions, and I'm talking really early champions. Back in 2003, just a couple years after the game came out, he was one of the best Break the Targets players in the world, and a level that he specialized in was Samus. In October 2004, he set a world record of 8.18, a time that stood for roughly the next 10 months, but he gradually played the game less and less, and by 2006, Mario 64 Master's interest in the game had faded as he went off to college, got a job, and generally just got on with his life. It happens all the time. A world-class player simply moves on as their interests change. It's practically inevitable at some point. But what wasn't usual was what happened next. After barely thinking about Melee for the next 13 years, in 2019, Mario 64 Master somehow got a small kindling of interest in the game. He saw there was a bounty going on for sub 3 and rejoined the community of players. Despite years of inactivity, could he keep up with the likes of Sockdude and Moody? His world records from 2004 were impressive, but they were surely far less optimized than what today's players were doing. Well, he got to work playing Samus, his best record from 15 years ago. Mario 64 Master learned the new tech and practiced to get his skills where they used to be. He brought a new level of discipline and focus that the game had honestly never seen before. He created spreadsheets that broke down every strategy in intricate detail, writing up exactly where they lost and gained time down to the frame. Anybody who had the fastest split of breaking a certain target, he methodically studied how they did it, trying to implement it in his own attempts. It was like a science experiment. Mario 64 Master put over 100 hours of attempts into Samus over a few months, and 15 years after his last record, in October 2019, he set a new world record of 7.77, beating Sockdude by 3 frames. Then for good measure, a month later, he beat it by another frame. It's one of the best stories in the history of Break the Targets. How do legends from years past stack up against modern tech? Well, in the case of Mario 64 Master, he hadn't missed a beat. He's still setting records to this day. Players had now saved a total of 39 frames. They had 14 to go for sub 3. And I'll say right now, the next improvement for the bounty was a 4-frame time save on Peach. This is notable because Peach has the most storied world record of all 25 levels. So much so that it was detailed in a video by Practical TAS. And to fully understand the significance of this record, we need a mini history lesson. For years, Peach's level had a straightforward strategy. Use an aerial attack for the first target, throw a turnip for the second target, and a parasol attack for targets 3 and 4. Then you take the top path to break targets 5, 6, and 7 before throwing a turnip and breaking the final 3 targets. Players took turns optimizing this strategy in the game's early era, finding tiny ways to save time and improve their movement. It ultimately settled on a world record of 10.10 by Marth 1, set in 2005, considered an extremely optimized record. But taking the record under 10 seconds was too tempting. In order to do that, players had to use a new strategy. And what they came up with was mind-boggling. See, whenever you down plus B to pull a turnip, there's a 1 in 128 chance that instead of pulling a turnip, you'll pull an item. Of these item pulls, half will be a Mr. Saturn, 1/3 will be a bomb, and 1/6 will be a beam sword. This beam sword can be extremely helpful to a break the targets run, because it can be thrown almost twice the distance of a turnip. So normally at the fork in the path, you have to go up top to break those targets since a turnip won't reach. But if you pull a beam sword, you can take the low path while breaking the top targets with the beam sword. It saves an entire half second. The downside is that the pure odds of pulling a beam sword is 1 in 768, and that's on top of the execution needed for a world record. Players knew this strategy existed as far back as 2003, and they started going for it to get a sub 10. The record timeline is a bit murky, with several unrecorded world records, but the first person to get a world record on video with the 1 in 768 beam sword route was Joe Bushman, getting a 9.78 in August 2005. To get this record, Joe had to break the first 4 targets, then pray he won with the 1 in 768 chance to pull a beam sword. If he didn't, he had to restart. He'd get stuck in this loop for hours. Joe's record was one of the game's finest, and nobody tried to beat it for years. Then in 2012, Link's Dark Arrows went after it, beginning one of the longest world record chases in Break the Target's history. He pulled dozens of beam swords over hundreds of hours of attempts, compiling them in a playlist called Beam Sword Theater. These were all runs where he either got the sword at the wrong time or simply messed up after pulling it. Lots of people saw these attempts and became invested in his quest for the record. Link's Dark Arrows finally came through on March 13th, 2013, beating an 8-year-old world record with a 9.72. The record was then traded back and forth a bit between him and Hanky Panky, a competitive player who mained Peach. These players pushed each other to improve, and the record ultimately settled on a 9.53 by Link's Dark Arrows in June 2013. This was truly an incredible time. It almost tied the task from target 4 through the end, and only lost a few frames at the start. And keep in mind, that was with the 1 in 768 chance of pulling a beam sword. This time was still standing when the bounty began 6 years later. It was not considered a likely candidate for improvement. But man, is there anything Sock Dude can't do? Sock Dude implemented a new time save. At the end, he threw a sword in the air, ensuring that it left Peach's hand before he landed. This saved a few frames over landing before throwing the sword, which the old record did. Now, Sock Dude still had to grind for the 1 in 768 luck, get all the earlier execution, and get this hard new maneuver at the end. But of course, he was able to do it. On November 2nd, 2019, Sock Dude got a new world record of 9.46, matching the old task time. It's unreal how these top level players are able to pull time out of thin air. That was 4 more frames for the bounty. What seemed like a pipe dream, something that might take years to accomplish, was now almost a reality. Just 4 months ago, after weeks of slow, grueling progress, runners still had 50 frames to go until sub 3. Now, thanks to revelations on Fox, Samus, Jigglypuff, and Peach, that number was down to just 10. These players had a big decision to make. A lot of the recent improvements were from big strategy changes, allowing for several frames to be taken off at once. But those had really dried up, and now the big improvements would naturally be harder to come by. Another option would be to just try and shave small pieces of time off until the 10 frames were gone. Some records, like Captain Falcon, Link, and Kirby for instance, were known to not be fully optimized and could be lowered by a frame or two. So, what was the right way to proceed? Go for it all, or chip away on several levels? The responsible thing was to take the sure path, save a frame or two here and there until 10 frames had been taken off. But nah, go big or go home, baby. Pikachu's world record was about a decade old, set on New Year's Day 2010. It was performed by a player named Demon9. You might know him today as one of the most prolific Zelda speedrunners of all time, breaking world records in Wind Waker and Twilight Princess. But back in 2010, he was playing Melee, and the level that he was best at was Pikachu. On January 1st, he set a time of 7.20, a world record so good that it was still standing 10 years later. It had survived the likes of Sockdude, Moody, and everyone else. The record used the same strategy that had been used since just a bit after the game came out. It was pretty tough. There was awkward movement at the start, then after the first 5 targets you had to waveland, dash right, full jump, then up air to target 6 and 7. A lot of moves in rapid succession. On top of that, it was an optimized record. Demon9 left room for maybe a couple frames of improvement, but not much. So then why are we talking about this record? Well, because in 2019, Demon9 came back to Pikachu, and he found something big. See, for years there was known to be a faster method to break targets 6 and 7. Instead of jumping up and landing on the moving platform, you do an up plus B, a move that's broken into 2 legs. You move horizontally to the right on the first leg, and then perfectly angle your control stick to move up and right on the second leg, allowing you to edge cancel on the moving platform above. The problem was the angle for the second leg. It had to be so perfect that it was practically impossible. These dots represent all possible angles you can hold the control stick. In order to get the edge cancel on the moving platform, you have this specific tiny window where you must hold the control stick. You'll notice it's not all the way on the rim. It's a tiny bit before the edge, making the exact position even harder. There was no way to hit this with any consistency. But in late 2019, Demon9 came up with a brilliant idea. Instead of going horizontal on the first leg and then diagonal, what if you switched the order, going diagonal first and then horizontal? This made things easier. The first leg, you could just pick a rim angle to get the right height. The second leg, instead of having a tiny range, you could now pick any x-axis range in the y-axis dead zone of the controller. It also makes the edge cancel itself easier since you have more horizontal speed, which is directly tied to how long you have to edge cancel. It really was a huge discovery, and when Demon got a time of 7.35 using the route, even though it was too slow for a record, it was a proof of concept that this was going to work. And not only was it faster, but it could potentially be enough to end the bounty on its own. This was the path to take the total high score under 3 minutes. And although there had already been a burst of activity for the bounty, there was about to be an even bigger one, as we were going to find out who would get the glory of finishing off the sub 3. Moody and Sockdude were the obvious candidates here. Mario 64 Master and Sam the Digital had a chance. But also now, there was Demon9. He'd found the new strat, and he was the record holder. Maybe he could pull it off first. The current record was 7.20. We need 7.03 for sub 3. Over the following days, there was a huge rush to try and get it. Many players threw attempts at it, hoping to be the one to break the sub 3 barrier. Just a 1 frame improvement, yes. It bled time all over compared to the previous record, but the new strategy saved so much time that he made up for it. It came exactly 10 years to the day after his previous record. This new time was set on New Year's Day 2020. As usual, the congratulations poured in, this time with a big sense of anticipation. The bounty wasn't done yet, but everyone could tell what was coming. 9 frames to go. The community-wide scramble continued, but the very next day, it was Demon9 coming through again, this time with a 7.10. It was similar to the last record, but with a slightly faster start. It saved 5 more frames. 4 frames to go until sub 3. Demon had all the momentum, but But either way, clearly something amazing was about to happen. The past 10 months were about to reach their conclusion. And later the same day as the 7.10, another world record was set.
Yes! Oh my god! What? What? Oh my god. Oh boy, wow. That's great. We got it, guys. That's it.
Moody was the most fitting player to finish off the bounty. He was one of the original sponsors of the bounty, and had claimed more bounty frames than everyone else put together. In total, not counting the money he spent, he'd earned almost $900, way ahead of the rest of the pack. Even Sockdude had to bow down to Moody. The bounty wouldn't have happened without him. But this was still a community-wide effort. They'd come together and taken the total high score down by a full second in under a year. The previous second had taken more than 4 years. These were some of the biggest world record cuts in ages. The community was popping off right now. There were so many eyes on each of the game's 25 world records. And what happened next is even more shocking than the initial push for Sub 3. A few weeks later, Demon 9 came back and reclaimed the Pikachu record. The next day, Sam the Digital broke the longest standing Break the Targets record, Captain Falcon from 2006. A week later, Sockdude took another 2 frames off the Pikachu record. And then, Sam the Digital took a frame off the Link record and 2 frames off the Kirby record. In just a few weeks after the bounty's finish, another 8 frames had come off the total high score. The bounty had revitalized the community. The momentum was still going. That was nothing compared to what happened in late February 2020. It all centered around the Ice Climbers level. Jerry3333 and Moody found a way to reorder some moves and save a full quarter of a second. And then, the community worked together to utilize a task strategy called the Early Cloud. The key was to break the first target with a neutral B, allowing you to reach this cloud on the left instead of one on the right, and make it up the level faster. How much faster? Well, thanks to the Early Cloud, over the next few weeks, Break the Targets players took 91 frames off the Ice Climbers world record. The entirety of the bounty was just 53 frames. Timing is a funny thing. Had the Early Cloud been discovered just a year earlier, there wouldn't have been a bounty. No big push for Sub 3. It would have instantly been over in one level. There may have been no revitalization of the community, no return of Mario 64 Master, and no record spree from Sockdude and Moody. Instead, Break the Targets was completely revived. By March 2020, the total high score was down to 257.93. That was now 3 seconds taken off in just a year. The previous 3 seconds took 9 years. Today, the total high score is all the way down to a 253. There are several new records set every year, oftentimes multiple in a month. And if the bounty never existed, there's no telling where we'd be. What's the point of this story? Well, in speedrunning, it's not really about the records. It's about the journey. And nowhere is that more evident than in Break the Targets. Thanks for watching.
This episode of The Gaming Historian is sponsored by ExpressVPN. Stay tuned until the end of the video for more information. On November 21st, 1991, exactly 1 year after the launch of their Super Famicom system, Nintendo released one of their most ambitious games to date, The Legend of Zelda: A Link to the Past. Zelda creator Shigeru Miyamoto wanted to return to the series' roots and incorporate ideas that weren't possible in the first game. What resulted was the biggest Legend of Zelda game yet. It also established several series norms: the Master Sword, spin attacks, multiple worlds to explore. By all accounts, A Link to the Past was a resounding success. for the developers, for Nintendo, and for players. But one man wasn't satisfied. Director Takashi Tezuka. A graduate of the Osaka University of Arts, Tezuka had been at Nintendo since 1984, working right alongside Shigeru Miyamoto on Super Mario Bros. And The Legend of Zelda. He joined the Link to the Past team at Nintendo's Entertainment Analysis and Development Division halfway through development, and was brought on as the game's director. Tezuka and his team wanted to try some new ideas, such as the ability to unequip the Master Sword. This would allow players to combine two items for new effects. But producer Shigeru Miyamoto shot down the idea. He wanted the hero, Link, to always have his sword equipped. But Takashi Tezuka hated to leave great ideas on the cutting room floor. After The Legend of Zelda: A Link to the Past was complete, Tezuka had a strong desire to do more. One day after hours, Tezuka noticed programmer Kazuaki Morita messing around with a Game Boy development kit. Along with the new 16-bit Super Famicom, Nintendo had also recently introduced the Game Boy, an 8-bit handheld system. Morita was experimenting with what could be done on the new handheld. To Tezuka's surprise, Morita was trying to recreate something like a Zelda game. There were no official plans to bring the Zelda series to the Game Boy. Morita was simply having fun with it. But Tezuka was intrigued and decided to join in on the unofficial project. If nothing else, it was a chance to fulfill his desire to do more with Zelda. Soon, other members of Nintendo's Entertainment Analysis and Development Division joined in. Together, they formed an unofficial after-school club for the Passion Project. Members of the club did regular work during normal hours, then worked on the secret Zelda game after hours. It was the first time any of them had tried to make a Game Boy game. Despite their lack of experience, the black and white Zelda adventure began to look impressive. In fact, it was so impressive that Takashi Tezuka formally pitched The Legend of Zelda for the Game Boy to upper management. The executives approved and gave the dev team another Game Boy development kit to help make the game. At that time, the plan was to simply port A Link to the Past to the Game Boy. But over time, Tezuka and the team saw it as an opportunity to try something new and revive some of the ideas that got nixed when they were making Link to the Past. Their game quickly formed its own new identity, thanks largely to the fact that the game was a passion project. And it was a passion project that the higher-ups at Nintendo didn't scrutinize. Zelda on the Game Boy was the first game in the series where Zelda creator Shigeru Miyamoto didn't have input. According to Tezuka, Miyamoto was, quote, busy with something and didn't pay us much mind. With fresh ideas and the freedom to go off the beaten path, Tezuka and his team created a new land to explore, one without the usual suspects. There would be no Princess Zelda, no Ganon, no Hyrule, or Triforce. At the time, Tezuka was a huge fan of Twin Peaks, a popular TV show. Twin Peaks was notable for its unique characters and supernatural elements, including a heavy emphasis on dreams. Tezuka requested his staff come up with something equally offbeat for their new game, The Legend of Zelda: Link's Awakening. That responsibility fell into the hands of two men, Kensuke Tanabe and Yoshiaki Koizumi. Tanabe had previously worked on Super Mario Bros. 2, Super Mario Bros. 3, and A Link to the Past. He always had the idea of a story where an egg hatches on a mountaintop, ending the world. With Link's Awakening, he was finally able to use his unique idea. Yoshiaki Koizumi was relatively new to Nintendo and originally wanted to be a film director. But after college, he took a job at Nintendo, hoping to bring his passion of filmmaking to video games. Koizumi's first job was to do the art, layout, and writing for the Link to the Past manual. Link's Awakening was his first experience with story design. His film background came in handy. Koizumi took his own ideas, drew inspiration from Twin Peaks, and ultimately created a unique main story that was more detailed than previous Zelda games. Koizumi's story picks up where A Link to the Past left off. After defeating Ganon, Link sets off for new lands to continue training, in case evil returns to Hyrule. But on his way back home, his small ship encounters a massive storm. Link washes ashore on Koholint Island, where a local named Marin takes him to her village to recover. While trying to retrieve his sword, Link meets a mysterious owl, who informs him that the only way to leave Koholint Island is to wake the Windfish, who sleeps in a giant egg on the top of a mountain. Link must explore the island and retrieve 8 musical instruments that are required to wake the Windfish. But along the way, he discovers a shocking prophecy. Koholint Island is simply a dream of the Windfish. If the Windfish is awakened, the island and all of its inhabitants will disappear. Unsure if the prophecy is true, Link continues his journey to wake the Windfish and return to Hyrule. Link's Awakening was the first story-driven game in the Zelda series. Previous games in the series did have stories, but felt more shallow and not as important or original. Link's Awakening featured several characters with their own unique personalities and story arc. The reveal that Koholint Island is just a part of the Windfish's dream was a huge twist and completely changed the tone of the game. Not only was the story new and different, so were some gameplay elements. Tezuka and his team at Nintendo's Entertainment Analysis and Development Division were able to get creative. Some became staples in the Zelda series. Programmer Kazuaki Morita loved fishing and added a fishing minigame in the island village. It was a first for the Zelda series and has reappeared in just about every subsequent game. Writer Kensuke Tanabe came up with the idea of a trading sequence side quest. Link would find items on Koholint Island and trade them with villagers, eventually being rewarded with a powerful item. The team also implemented the ability to combine items, an idea that was abandoned from Link to the Past. Link could unequip his sword and use a bomb with a bow and arrow, allowing him to shoot bomb arrows. The creativity didn't stop there. With a completely new story and world, Tezuka and his staff saw an opportunity to sneak some of their favorite Nintendo characters into the game. Chain Chomps, Goombas, Mr. Right from SimCity, Luigi, Yoshi, Piranha Plants, Princess Peach, Shy Guys, Wart from Super Mario Bros. 2, Richard from The Frog for Whom the Bell Tolls, and even Kirby. Said Takashi Tezuka, "It was like we were making a parody of Zelda." Some dungeons even contain side-scrolling areas, similar to a Super Mario Bros. Game. Director Takashi Tezuka admits that he can't remember if they ever got permission to use these Easter eggs. He said, "It was for the Game Boy system, so we thought, oh, it'll be fine." While these new gameplay elements were exciting, the dev team also stayed true to the Zelda formula. Players had to explore 8 dungeons and collect items to finish the game. Backing the game was a beautiful soundtrack composed by 2 women, Kozue Ishikawa and Minako Hamano. It was the first game they had ever worked on. Many of the tracks, like the Ballad of the Windfish, became classic Zelda tunes. Additional sound effects were provided by Kazumi Totaka, famous for the secret song he likes to hide in games. Of course, he found a way to hide the tune in Link's Awakening as well. The result of so much freedom and creativity was a Zelda game unlike any other. The development team loved what they were doing, and it showed. They also weren't afraid to try new things. That showed as well. Koholint Island was a mysterious land filled with secrets, characters, and plenty of caves and dungeons to explore. The intriguing storyline motivated the player to unravel the mystery of the Windfish and Koholint Island. Ultimately, even Shigeru Miyamoto was impressed with the game. He joined the team at the end of development as a game tester and provided feedback for the final touches.
So, how good is The Legend of Zelda: Link's Awakening? As good as a Game Boy program gets. Dennis Lynch, Chicago Tribune.
The Legend of Zelda: Link's Awakening was released on June 6, 1993 in Japan, August 1993 in North America, and December 1993 in Europe. It received rave reviews. Players loved that a full-blown Zelda game was on the Game Boy, and it didn't feel like Nintendo made any sacrifices to make it happen. Nintendo Magazine System raved. Link's Awakening sets a new standard for the Game Boy. To promote the release in North America, Nintendo of America put on the Zelda Whistle Stop Tour. 18 participants, divided into professional and amateur categories, boarded a train in New York heading towards Seattle. The person to beat Link's Awakening the fastest would win $1,000 for the charity of their choice. Nintendo also featured the game in their 50th issue of Nintendo Power. The iconic cover featured the mysterious owl of Koholint Island, along with Link's sword. In 1998, Nintendo released the Game Boy Color, a smaller, colorful update to the Game Boy. For that system, Nintendo revisited the game and released The Legend of Zelda: Link's Awakening DX. The updated game added color to Koholint Island, and an exclusive dungeon. Nintendo also added compatibility with another new device, the Game Boy Printer. For 20 years, Link's Awakening was fondly remembered, but never fully revisited. But in 2019, Nintendo surprised everyone by announcing that The Legend of Zelda: Link's Awakening was being remade for the Nintendo Switch. In total, The Legend of Zelda: Link's Awakening and Link's Awakening DX sold more than 3.5 million copies, making it the 15th best-selling Game Boy game of all time. For those who played Link's Awakening, it's easy to understand why the game is so special. The Legend of Zelda games tend to stick to a specific formula. Go through dungeons, collect items, defeat Ganon, and save Princess Zelda. But Nintendo created something special by mixing things up. Eiji Aonuma, current series producer for The Legend of Zelda, has said that Link's Awakening is the quintessential isometric Zelda game. Link's Awakening is considered one of the best games in the series, an impressive feat considering it was the first Zelda game for a handheld system. In their article on Zelda games ranked worst to best, Kotaku listed Link's Awakening at number 3. Games Radar has it at number 4, and Nintendo Life lists it at number 6. The Legend of Zelda: Link's Awakening unshackled the developers at Nintendo and allowed them to try new things with the series. This influenced future Zelda titles. Aonuma said, "I'm certain it was a breakthrough element in the series. If we had proceeded from A Link to the Past straight to Ocarina of Time without Link's Awakening in between, Ocarina would have been different." But the biggest reason people liked the game is that it was clearly a labor of love. Said Takashi Tezuka, "I remember it was fun working on it, and when it was over, I remember us talking to each other about how fun it was." That's all for this episode of The Gaming Historian. Thanks for watching. A big thank you to our sponsor for this video, ExpressVPN. Listen, I find a lot of top-secret gaming information when I'm making these episodes. The last thing I need is someone snooping on me, stealing my secrets. That's where ExpressVPN comes in. It's a virtual private network that helps protect your data and access region-restricted websites. And ExpressVPN is one of the best services out there, rated number 1 by TechRadar.com. It's super easy to use. Just choose what location you want to use, press the button, and you're all done. At less than $7 a month with a 30-day money-back guarantee and compatibility with just about every device you can think of, I would highly recommend checking them out. Take back your internet privacy today and find out how you can get 3 months free by clicking the link in the description box, expressvpn.com/gaminghistorian. Take back your privacy today with ExpressVPN.
Funding for Gaming Historian is provided in part by supporters on Patreon. Thank you.
Super Mario Bros. 2 has been a speedrunning classic for years. It was one of the most popular games back in its era. But in order to beat the game as quickly as possible, you need to master precise platforming, a variety of mechanics, and some of the craziest tricks on the NES. The history of Mario 2's world record spans back over a decade and a half. During that time, some of the greatest players to ever pick up an NES controller had their turn with the record. For at least a period of time, they could say they were the best in the world at a Nintendo classic. This is the world record history of Super Mario Bros. 2. As with most games, it's nearly impossible to determine the earliest world records for Super Mario Bros. 2. It's likely that people beat the game in under 15 minutes in the late 80s and 90s, but with no video proof, it's hard to determine that for certain. However, as far as recorded runs go, some of the earliest ones on the internet seem to date back to 2005, a trio of runs by some of the best speedrunners of the era. The fastest one was from August 2005, clocking in at 9 minutes and 42 seconds, performed by Scott Kessler. As far as speedrunners from the mid-2000s go, the early ages of speedrunning, Scott Kessler was simply legendary. He held records in Super Mario Bros., Super Mario World, Metroid, and various other games. His Super Mario Bros. 2 record was just one of many, but it was a really good one. Here's how it went. You're given a choice of 4 characters for each level in Mario 2. Peach and Mario are never used, since they're slow and can't jump very high. Scott Kessler chose Luigi for 1-1 since he jumps the highest, which allowed him to reach platforms high in the level and make it into the underground quickly. Once he used the bomb to get through the door, he arrived at the Birdo fight that appears at the end of most levels. You've got to hit Birdo with 3 eggs, and an egg is fired every 256 frames from when the stage begins. That means that you can arrive at Birdo anytime within a 256 frame window, or about 4 seconds, and not lose any time. There's an analogy for this involving a particular 4-wheeled vehicle of transportation. If this vehicle leaves from a station every 256 frames, then it doesn't matter if you arrive there a frame before it leaves, or 255 frames before. As long as you're within that window, you'll catch the same 4-wheeled vehicle of transportation. Kessler was able to barely make the cycle and arrive right when the first egg was fired, then quickly threw the other 2 to defeat Birdo. Up next was 1-2, where Luigi was once again picked to jump across large gaps at the start of the stage. Kessler pretty much never stopped holding the run button, just tapping A at the right times to jump without slowing down. The Birdo fight was more of the same, waiting for 3 eggs to be shot, then throwing them as quickly as possible. In 1-3, Kessler switched to Toad because he has a very bizarre but useful mechanic. If an enemy or other heavy object is picked up with Toad, he runs much faster than normal. He's the only character in the game with that property, so he can be incredibly useful for running through levels quickly. Kessler ran through much of the